Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1021 The ancestor was beaten from afar. Additional update 2. God. Woomer family. There was a loud noise. Then there was an extremely angry roar that resounded throughout the sky. Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? 3 consecutive shouts of anger soaring into the sky came from the retreat place of the ancestor of the Woomer family. At the same time, a crack in time and space appeared over Woomer's house. 3 figures fell out of it. One of them is Wu Marji. It's just that at this moment, Wu Marji is no longer as cute as before, his face is swollen into a pig's head, and his clothes are in pieces, as if he has suffered Ling Qi. When the disciples of the Woomer family found out that Wu Marji was like this, they panicked and wanted to go find the family leader and elders. But neither the head of the family nor the elders were found. They all went to the forbidden area of Woomer's family. The disciples of the Woomer family had no choice but to send Wu Marji back to the other party's yard first, and wait until the family leader left the forbidden area before making a decision. The forbidden area of the Woomer family. A magnificent palace stands among them. The head of the family and the 10 elders hurried to the front of the palace, all looking anxious. Ancestor, the head of the Woomer family shouted. Boom. A corner of the palace collapsed. It shows the anger of the owner inside at this moment. The ancestor of Woomer who was sitting in the main hall had his cheeks swollen and there were still marks of bamboo knots on them. Since becoming a saint, the body of Woomer ancestor has become indestructible and cannot be harmed by ordinary weapons. Even if it is damaged, it can be repaired quickly. But now, he was slapped in the face for no apparent reason, and his injuries could not be healed. Of course, what angered the Woomer ancestor the most was not the injuries on his face. But he was angry that there was someone who could hurt him silently. But he can detect any breath of the other party. Woomer Chen, seal off Woomer's house and investigate any suspicious persons. We would rather kill them by mistake than let them go. Ancestor Woomer's message was full of hostility. He is trapped in this palace and cannot get out. That being not only hurt him, but also set up a formation around him to besiege him. After hearing the ancestor's instructions, the head of the Woomer family looked at each other with the 10 elders, and they were all confused. All the states here are ruled by the Woomer family. If there is really a suspicious person coming here, they must have received the news long ago, so why is the ancestor so angry? Wu Makan had no choice but to lead the elders out of the forbidden area in a hurry. As soon as they came out, they saw 2 inner disciples of the Woomer family coming towards them. What's the matter? Master, the young master is back. The situation is not good. Please go and have a look, a disciple said. Wu Makan frowned slightly and looked at the 2 disciples in front of him coldly. Wu Mazi just went to the fairy world, how could he come back now? This should be the suspicious person the ancestor mentioned, right? Wu Makan raised his palm, and the 2 disciples were instantly crushed into pulp by a force. Master, what are you doing? The 3rd elder said with a hint of anger. These are the 2 juniors they have just returned from this lineage and plan to focus on training. Now he was killed by Wu Ma Chen. If he hadn't been concerned about Wu Makan's identity, he would have rushed up to fight with him. The ancestor said that anyone suspicious should be killed, but Wu Mazi just went to the fairy world, how could he come back so soon? Wu Makan asked. The 3rd elder could not refute. At this time, 2 more disciples came over and shouted, Master, go and take a look. The young master is going crazy and is killing his attendants in the yard to vent his anger. Wu Makan. Feeling slightly guilty, he did not dare to look at the 3rd elder. The 3rd elder's teeth clenched loudly. The great elder said, Master, let's go over quickly and take a look. If the young master comes back early, something must have happened in the fairy world. Wu Makan and 10 elders quickly entered Wu Mazi's courtyard. I saw a pig-headed man holding a magic weapon and hacking away at those ordinary attendants. These are ordinary people who are carefully selected by the Woomer family and cannot practice cultivation. They couldn't even make a sound, they just stared with a pair of frightened eyes, refusing to rest in silence. The hospital was filled with blood. Bastard, Wu Makan rushed over with force. Wu Mazi fell to the ground, still howling crazily. The great elder's eyes showed distress, and he took the lead to step forward and said, Young master, what's wrong with you? When Wu Mazi saw the kind-faced elder, he burst into tears and said, Grandpa, I don't know. I just felt in a trance for a while, and then I became like this. The great elder made a secret to heal the Wu Ma's injuries. As a result, he tried several times without success. The elder's eyes were shocked, how could this happen? Young master, didn't you go to the fairy world? Why did it become like this? Wu Maji cried, I went to the fairy world and sent them an invitation in a nice manner. They actually killed my secret guards and attacked me. I don't know what they used to imprison my strength. Leave me with no way to fight back. After hearing what Wu Maji said, Wu Ma Chen looked suspicious. He, the heir, had been taken around by his ancestor since he was a child and was pampered, developing him to be arrogant and do whatever he wanted. This also led to Wu Maji always expressing the development process of things according to his own wishes. The secret guards that Wu Maji brought down from the fairy world this time were the strongest. Just those people in the fairy world cannot possibly be the opponent of those secret guards. So Wu Mazi must have concealed something important. In other words, Wu Mazi did not go to the fairy world at all. Young master, is everything you said true? The elder obviously knew Wu Maji's temperament and asked slightly suspiciously. Grandpa, it's true. There is a sect called Lingyun sect in the immortal world. It is very powerful. They have been hiding their strength. It was the practitioners in their sect who beat me like this. Wu Maji's eyes were swollen to a slit, making it impossible for the great elder to see his eyes clearly. The great elder looked at Wu Makan. If what Wu Maji said was true, then they must conduct a thorough investigation within the family. Because of the existence of Ling Yun sect, it is impossible that the God realm did not send news, but they were completely unaware of it. It was enough to show that someone must have blocked their news. Wu Ma Chen and the elders suddenly realized that the ancestor's order to conduct a thorough investigation of Wu Ma's family was related to this matter. The ancestor is really good at predicting things. After Wu Mazi finished crying, he remembered Yan Yu's words and said, "By the way, there is another woman who threatened that if our Wu Ma family goes to the fairy world again, our family will be destroyed." Female. The fifth elder frowned slightly. Is there such a powerful existence among female cultivators in the lower world? Could it be that the God realm has been suppressing female cultivators by subverting their will and not obeying their will at all? Yes, not only is she a woman, but there is also Biluo Palace, who is also very powerful. She wants to betray the God realm and want to switch to the immortal realm. Wu Maji said. Wu Makan heard Wu Mazi's words getting more and more outrageous, and asked coldly, "Did you send out invitations to the fairy world this time? Are all the secret gods in the fairy world?" Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1022 Abolition of the position of young master. A guilty look flashed across Wu Maji's narrowed eyes. Fortunately, the slits in the eyes were too small, so Wu Makan and the others couldn't see Wu Mazi's eyes clearly. Wu Mazi didn't want to recall the scene when he was dragged into the rift of time and space. At that time, there were only 2 secret guards left around him, one of whom was injured, and there was no way to protect him. But there are countless monsters attacking them in the cracks in time and space. As the protective magic weapons were consumed one by one, he was soon besieged by the monsters, so he could only push the 2 secret guards out to resist the monster attacks. However, those monsters seemed to only focus on him. They all bypassed the secret guard, slapped him wildly when they came up, and started tearing off his clothes, torturing him, but not killing him. He didn't dare to mention these memories, nor did he want to mention them. At that time, 2 secret guards were watching him being beaten. So he directly attacked the 2 secret guards. I want to keep them in the cracks of time and space forever. However, before he could do anything, he was thrown out of the space-time rift. When he woke up, he heard that the 2 secret guards had returned to Wu Ma's house with him, and their lives and deaths were unknown. He had to go and watch them die in person before he could feel relieved. As a result, before he had time to take a look, Wu Makan and the others came over. Now, he had no chance. He was not afraid of the secret guards and Wu Makan complaining, he was just afraid that they would tell his miserable situation. Wu Makan saw Wu Mazi fall into silence, waved his hand, and a secret guard appeared in front of him. The secret guard said respectfully, "Master, of the 7 secret guards who went with the young master, only 2 came back, and their strength is completely disabled and they're still in a coma." Wu Makan only felt the buzzing in the sea of consciousness. Each secret guard was trained by the family at the expense of countless resources. It is extremely precious to the family. The secret guards that Wu Maji brought out this time were all Tianzi secret guards of the Wu Ma family. There are only 15 Tianzi secret guards in total. 7 people were lost in one fell swoop. Wu Ma Chen's heart was bleeding, and he looked at Wu Maji with a gloomy face. "You bastard, why don't you tell me honestly where you went? What happened in the middle?" The great elder immediately sent a message to Wu Maji. "Young master, something happened over there with the ancestor, which caused the head of the family to be in a bad mood. You'd better explain it quickly and honestly. Don't worry, you won't dare to do it with old guys like us here. Punish you." Wu Mazi was originally frightened by Wu Makan. The next moment, when the great elder mentioned his ancestor, Wu Mazi's original guilty conscience disappeared in an instant. "I want to see my ancestor. I want to see my ancestor, and I want my ancestor to support me." Wu Mazi shouted loudly, shouting like a child. Wu Makan was so angry that he had a headache. He was really a debt collector. "Master, my ancestor likes the young master the most. Why don't we send the young master to appease our ancestors?" the second elder suggested. Wu Makan waved his hand and said, "Send it over." Anyway, Wu Makan didn't say a word of truth. Instead of listening to Wu Makan's specific details, it would be better for him to send secret guards to investigate. "First elder, second elder, you send him to the ancestor, and by the way, tell the ancestor about the loss of 7 Tianzi secret guards," Wu Makan warned. After receiving the order, the first elder and the second elder took Wu Mazi to the forbidden area. Wu Ma Chen started to deal with the suspicious persons within the Wu Ma family. This investigation really uncovered many hidden clues planted by other clans. Some hidden lines are hidden very deep. Were it not for the unusually detailed nature of this investigation. Unexpectedly, there are some side branches of the Wu Ma family, and the entire family is a secret line cultivated by other forces. Even some of the favored sons who were carefully cultivated by the Wu Ma family were also hidden secrets from other clans. Wu Makan felt tired after hearing the transmissions one after another. This may be the reason why the ancestor asked Wu Ma to be thoroughly investigated. But this time, Wu Makan's message came from the great elder. "Master, hurry up and come to the forbidden area. The ancestor wants to beat the young master to death." Wu Makan rubbed his eyebrows and asked, "What happened?" The ancestor loved Wu Maji the most before. It's really afraid of melting when you hold it in your mouth, and afraid of falling when you hold it in your hand. If it weren't for the ancestor, he would still be in seclusion to maintain his realm. I'm afraid I can't wait to tie Wu Maji to my belt at all times. Now he is even willing to beat Wu Maji. "Master, come here by yourself, we can't talk to you." The great elder put away the transmission note after transmitting the message. He and the second elder stood outside the palace, even breathing carefully. Originally, Wu Maji had just entered the palace, and it was still very quiet inside. However, after waiting for a while, the sound of Wu Maji wailing and begging for mercy came out. The ancestor's angry voice also came out. "You bastard, thanks to me loving you so much in the past, you have caused me such a big trouble. You dare to provoke me without even knowing the strength of the other party. You are really looking for death. What? You're still killing the other person? Is your head full of water? She can beat Tianhu and the others to death with an ordinary bamboo pole. Why don't you quickly beg for mercy and apologize, but you still leave me in a daze? Wu Meiji, there are so many proud people in Lingyun sect. If you don't talk to them properly and you want to kill the sect leader, you are really... The ancestor of Wuma was so angry that he could not speak. Outside the palace, the first elder and the second elder only heard the sound of slap, snap, snap. Wu Mazi seemed to have lost his voice and could no longer howl. Wu Mahang, what do you think is going on, ancestor? The second elder looked at the first elder and asked casually. The great elder shook his head and remained silent. This was the first time he heard his ancestor curse so dirty. Why does the name Lingyun sect sound so familiar? Where have you heard it before? The second elder recalled to himself. Suddenly, the second elder suddenly had an idea and said, Great elder, I have heard about the Lingyun sect mentioned by the ancestor before in the Bailey family. Could it be that the young master has offended the Bailey family? It shouldn't be right. Didn't the young master go to the fairy world? The fairy world does not have the power of the Bailey family. How can the young master be offended? The elder asked uncertainly. At the same time, I pray in my heart, young master, please don't offend the Bailey family. Otherwise, the Wuma family should change its young master. The Bailey family is backed by Xuanmen. This is something that the 8 families know privately. It's just that it hasn't been brought to the forefront yet. Xuanmen, even if the 8 major families unite together, cannot deal with it. Therefore, no one would foolishly offend the Bailey family protected by Xuanmen. The great elder thought about this and immediately picked up the transmission talisman to transmit the message to Wu Ma Chen. Now the only thing left is for the family leader to stop the ancestor. What? Say it again. The ancestor's thundering roar came from the palace. Coincidentally, Wu Makan also rushed over at this time. Before Wu Ma Chen could take a breath, he heard the voice of ancestor Wu Ma spread throughout Wu Ma prefecture. Wu Ma Ji is seriously injured and is no longer suitable to serve as the young master of the Wu Ma family. He should be removed from the position of young master. Wu Makan. He seems a bit redundant. When Wu Mazi became the young master, there was no discussion with him. The ancestor announced it to the entire family. Now that he has withdrawn it so casually, it's hard to say how much he, the head of the family, should take it. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1023 Commanding Order. Wu Makan was still complaining in his heart when something was thrown out of the palace. Wu Ma Chen raised his hand to catch it and found that it was the command order of Wu Ma Prefecture. A command order is a formation order used to control the entire state. Only the person who owns this token is considered the real head of the Wu Ma family. This thing should have been in his hands earlier, but after he became the head of the family, he was not willing to let Wu Mazi become the young master, so he did not get the token. Now, the ancestor was actually willing to give him the token and removed Wu Ma Ji from his position as young master. Wu Makan was very curious about how much trouble Wu Mazi had caused. At this time, a majestic voice came from the palace. Wu Ma Chen, from now on, the entire Wu Ma prefecture will be under your management. I will not interfere in anything in Wu Ma prefecture. As for Wu Ma Ji, because he made a major mistake, he will never be able to leave the forbidden area. Also, send someone to deliver a gift to the Lingyun sect in the lower realm to express our apology to them. The specifications of the gift will be prepared according to the special grade. In addition, tell all beings in Wu Ma state not to be enemies of Lingyun sect. Patriarch Wu Ma commanded with a pig-headed face similar to that of Wu Ma Ji. Before, ancestor Wu Ma thought someone had broken into Wu Ma's house to target him. However, when Wu Mazi came to him crying and told many things that happened in the fairy world, he realized that he was being beaten from a distance. Ancestor Wu Ma can be sure that the being named Yan Yue must be stronger than him. Even if there is only a 1-level difference between saints and saints, their strength is vastly different. Yan Yue can use a piece of bamboo to draw him out of nowhere, and even places a ban on the Wu Ma forbidden area, which shows that she has reached the stage of becoming a saint. Such a powerful existence. Wu Ma must not be offended. At the same time, Yan Yu did not kill him directly, but left him a glimmer of hope, probably because he was afraid that the Wu Ma family would jump over the wall and fight to the death with the Lingyun sect. After all, relationships with God are complex. Pulled around and moved the whole body. Yan Yu left some room, probably because she was wary of the Wu Ma family's external network. But even if Yan Yu was afraid of the Wu Ma family, he had to take the other party's warning seriously. Only the one from the Bailey family can compete with Yan Yu's strength. The ownership of the Lingyun sect has not yet been determined. If they choose the Bailey family in the future, his concession and avoidance will be a good thing for the Wu Ma family. If Yan Yu had not joined the Bailey family would definitely not tolerate the Lingyun sect. When the time comes, when the Bailey family destroys the Lingyun sect, he will not lose anything if he goes out. Ancestor Wu Ma glanced at the helpless Wu Ma Ji on the ground, his eyes filled with regret. What kind of thing is he used to? He had seen that Wu Makan didn't like Wu Mazi before, and had a cold attitude towards him. He thought of the cold reception he received when he was a child, which led to his timid appearance now. He was afraid that Wu Ma Ji would also become timid and hesitant. That's why I personally took Wu Ma Ji by my side, giving him favor and support, hoping that Wu Ma Ji would grow into the kind of arrogant and proud man of heaven. As a result, I have pride in the ability to get into trouble. The ancestor of Wu Ma sighed deeply. After all, he had grown up with him, so it was better to save him for the last time. Ancestor Wu Ma sent a message to Wu Ma Chen. I ordered thorough investigation of suspicious persons to be stopped. From now on, this forbidden area will be completely closed. Don't come in again. Just pass the news in. Yes, Wu Makan said neatly. Immediately, he, the first elder, and the second elder were thrown away by force. In an instant, they stood at the entrance to the forbidden area. The entire forbidden area was covered with a barrier, and they could no longer explore the situation inside. Master, what is the origin of this Lingyun sect? The ancestor seems to be very afraid of them. The great elder asked doubtfully. Wu Makan shook his head and said, I don't know. The second elder calmly analyzed. The ancient cultivation system in the lower realm has been around for more than 1,000 years. Even the most qualified cultivators will not be very powerful without ancient resources. This Lingyun sect is probably the other 7 families in the lower realm. Strength cultivated in secret. After hearing this, the great elder said, didn't a branch of the Bailey family all go to the lower realm before? Could it be that this branch cultivated them? Bailey's family. Wu Makan's mind flashed back to Shang Wenjin's injury in the fairy world. Feng Qingbran who heard Shang Wenjin at that time. That Feng Qingbran is the bloodline of the Lord of Heaven. And the sect she belongs to seems to be called Lingyun sect. Strange. Why did he ignore such an important sect before? And why didn't the forces in the God realm report the matter of Lingyun sect? Wu Makan noticed something was wrong. Someone was deliberately hiding the existence of Lingyun sect, and even invisibly interfering with their memory of Lingyun sect. Who can do this? Xuanmen. Could it be that Xuanmen has been lying to them? Wu Makan's face darkened. If Xuanmen was protecting the bloodline of the Lord of Heaven, wouldn't what they did back then be a joke? A mysterious door. Not only did the whole heaven turn around, but even all the forces in the upper realm could not escape Xuanmen's calculations. At the same time, the heads of the other 7 families all received the same message. Master, all the secret lines we planted in Wuma's house have been removed. The head of the family, Patriarch Wuma, has spoken personally. Wuma Ji is no longer the young master of the Wuma family, and Patriarch Wuma has given full power to Wuma Prefecture to Wuma Chen for management. Every family head was shocked when they heard the news. If Wuma Ji is not deeply loved by ancestor Wuma, why would he go to the fairy world and come back? It's not right. The people from his family who went to send invitations didn't come back, so why did Wuma Ji come back? The heads of each family thought about it and prepared to go to Wuma Prefecture to see the situation together. After all, their exchange competition was held jointly by the 8 major families, and some matters still needed to be discussed in detail. So the 7 family heads met in Wuma Prefecture without any surprise. The 7 heads of the family looked at each other, and the head of the Nangong family was the first to speak. Have all the people you sent to the lower realms sent invitations come back? No, the head of the Dongfang family said honestly. This time when sending invitations, the head of the Dongfang family was assigned to the demon realm. Since the demon realm has been closed before, it is difficult to enter. A message came from their family that they have not yet found a way to enter the demon realm. Neither do we, Zhu Song said. Then what happened when the Wuma family came back? After hearing this, the head of the Nangong family opened his eyes and told lies. Maybe it's because the fairy world is closer to God. At this moment, Wu Makan's figure approached from far away. The other family heads only saw Wu Makan's face dark and terrifying. Wuma Chen said with a cold face, why do you come to Wuma Prefecture? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1024 No trouble can be found. Patriarch Wuma, we are here to discuss the exchange competition with you. I wonder if you are free. Patriarch Dongfang said, stroking his round belly and smiling so hard that he couldn't even see his teeth. The head of the Dongfang family is one of the relatively low-key heads among the 8 major families. Something went wrong when he was practicing, and he almost went crazy. In order to save himself, he reversed his meridians, causing an imbalance of yin and yang in his body. As a result, the body becomes fatter and fatter as the cultivation level gets higher. Now he was standing there alone, and his size was definitely larger than 3 people. Fortunately, practitioners always use the method when traveling. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient for Patriarch Dongfang to travel. After hearing what the head of the Dongfang family said, Wu Makan glanced at the 7 family heads one by one and sneered, really? I thought you all had received some news and came here to investigate the current situation of the Wuma family. The head of the Nangong family tried to smooth things over and said, the head of the Wuma family is joking. How can we know about the affairs of your Wuma family? I really came here to communicate about the competition. Ha, Wu Makan sneered, don't be too close-minded, you came to Wuma Prefecture just to know about Wuma Ji, right? What happened to Wuma Ji? The head of the Nangong family asked, pretending to be confused. Wu Makan flicked his long sleeves and asked without answering, how much do you know about Lingyun sect? As soon as I heard about Lingyun sect. Except for the Bailey family head, the remaining 6 family heads were all lost in thought. They always feel that this sect is very familiar. I just can't remember where I heard it. Wu Makan had a panoramic view of the expressions of all the family heads, and his eyes finally fell on the Bailey family head. His eyes were dim, as he had guessed. The Bailey family knew about the existence of Lingyun sect from a long time ago. Xuanmen controls God by controlling the Bailey family. The Bailey family also used Xuanmen's prestige to go to the lower world to cultivate the power of the Bailey family. Now, I don't know how many Lingyun sects there are in the lower realm. Master Bailey, what don't you want to explain? The head of the Bailey family met Wu Makan's eyes and said quietly, explain what? Lingyun sect is just a small sect in the lower realm. It does not pose any threat to God. As for the bloodline of the Lord of God, don't worry, she is not the Lord of God and cannot cause any trouble. The head of the Bailey family said with a firm tone and a confident expression. Originally, Feng Qingbran and the others should all have perished in the land abandoned by the gods. However, due to Su Xingheng's negligence, the Lingyun sect was promoted collectively. However, Xuanmen had already predicted this situation and had plans for the future. Feng Qingbran will eventually live in the palm of Xuanmen. Master Bailey is so confident, Wu Makan said sarcastically, obviously not believing what Master Bailey said. If there was no threat from Lingyun sect, the ancestor would never let him give generous gifts. Wuma Chen, what do you mean by this? Bailey clan head asked slightly dissatisfied. Ever since he became the head of Bailey family, he has never heard anyone dare to sneer at him. Wumakan looked at Bailey's house with a slightly strange look. Wumakan said coldly, Wumaji went to the immortal world to deliver invitations, but was beaten back by the Lingyun sect. Their sect master even killed 5 Taoist saints by himself. They can grow up to this in the lower world. Waiting for strength, there is no threat. The other family heads looked surprised when they heard Wumakan's words. It's just a small sect from the lower realm, but it can actually fight against the powerful ones in the sky. Is there some inside story? The head of the Shangwen family and Wumakan looked at each other, then looked at the head of the Bailey family and said, since the head of the Bailey family already knew about Lingyun sect, why didn't you tell us? Wumakan continued, not only did the Bailey family not tell us the news, they also intercepted the existence of Lingyun sect, for fear that we would discover the existence of Lingyun sect. The other 5 family heads were confused. They don't know yet that their messages have been intercepted. Wumakan had a very good relationship with the Shangwen family. When he learned about the Lingyun sect, he was angry with Shangwen Wentong. They must take this opportunity to regain some rights from the Bailey family. After Wumakan expressed his dissatisfaction, he was afraid that pushing the Bailey family leader too hard would be counterproductive. Wumakan changed his attitude and said, you are here to communicate about the competition, so let's go in and discuss it. We can also discuss something about Lingyun sect together. Fairyland. On the square. The eyes of powerful men from all walks of life when they looked at Lingyun sect changed dramatically. They had never seen the leader of Lingyun sect, so they always thought that Lingyun sect had no leader. No one thought that the leader of Lingyun sect was so powerful. At this moment, Fang Qingqiong and Jiang Changfeng's expressions turned ugly. They were still confident of winning. After all, they had already taken out the treasures specifically designed to defeat the Lingyun sect. But now that they have seen Yan Yu take action, they are unsure again. Lingyun sect, Biluo sect, and Underworld can choose their opponents. Yi Xingchen announced. Luin Jin spoke up, Biluo Palace is going to fight against Fang family's Qingqiong sect. Fang Qingqiong was obviously relieved when he heard Luin Jin's challenge. Biluo Palace is a force in the God realm, and Biluo Palace has always been controlled by the Fang family. Even if Luin Jin is the palace owner now, he only rules part of Biluo Palace. There are many strong men from the Fang family and Jiang family in Biluo Palace. Master Fang, please. Luin Jin's eyes were as bright as ice as he stared at Fang Qingqiong. The other disciples of Biluo Palace are far inferior to the other contestants of the Fang family. Therefore, Luin Jin did not want other disciples in the team to take risks. When Yi Xingchen heard Luin Jin's words, before Fang Qingqiong could react, he waved his hand and sent them into the battlefield. According to the rules of the competition, Luin Jin has the right to enforce. She chose Fang Qingqiong as her opponent, but Fang Qingqiong couldn't refuse and had no choice but to compete. The next moment, the scene on the playing field was revealed. Luin Jin was dressed in pink clothes and had tassels on her head. She looked majestic and powerful, and her delicate eyes showed a bit of coldness. Luin Jin, I have no grudges with you in the past, and we have no grudges recently. Are you sure you want to be my enemy because of Lingyun sect? Fang Qingqiong asked. What did the Fang family do to successfully enter the heaven? Do you still remember? Luin Jin took out a silver sword from his hand. A lifelike Lingduan bird is carved on the sword. When Fang Qingqiong saw the spiritual Luin bird, his eyes suddenly changed. Back then, he wanted the Fang family to enter heaven and obtain its resources, but heaven was particularly xenophobic, and the Fang family had previously given birth to Fang Qingwu. As a result, God did not welcome the Fang family at all. Helpless, he could only find another way. He found the evil dragon and asked him to help the Fang family enter the sky. The evil dragon agreed. But the Fang family must help him find Lingduan, and also provided him with Lingduan's characteristics. Later, the Fang family began to follow the clues provided by the evil dragon to look for Lingduan. However, the Fang family searched the places provided by Xilong but could not find Lingduan's whereabouts, so they found the Jiang family and asked the ancestor of the Jiang family to come forward to deduce Lingduan's whereabouts. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 10:25 Lingduan's Divine Bones. As a result, the Jiang family really guessed Lingduan's location. The Fang family went to that location and found Lingduan, but no one expected that the strong men they sent to capture Lingduan were wiped out. It was also at this time that the Fang family knew that Lingduan was a mythical beast. They originally wanted to tell Xilong directly about Lingduan's whereabouts. It's just that at that time, there was a strong person in the family who had the idea of Lingduan. They wanted the blood in Lingduan's body and some of the bones of the mythical beast. So the Fang family once again sent out stronger men, and cooperated with the Jiang family, and successfully captured the Lingduan. The Lingduan looks exactly like the one on Luin Jinjian. When Lingduan arrived at Fang's house, she was already dying. The Fang family extracted its blood and took out a bone from its body. Then he sent the other party to the evil dragon. As a result, the Fang family got the opportunity to enter the heaven. From then on, the Fang family ranked as the 9th family after the 8 major families. Get some resources revealed by God. These resources alone have greatly improved the overall strength of the Fang family. But, after all, God was guarding against them. Regarding the ancient cultivation method, it had been kept hidden and no news leaked out. Had it not been for the announcement of the ancient cultivation system by the immortal realm this time. Except for God, all walks of life are afraid of going all the way to darkness. However, he does not regret his choice. After all, the Fang family has power in heaven and is of great significance to the entire Fang family. Fang Qingqiong thought about this, looked at Luin Jin and said, could it be that what we captured is your divine beast? There was a tiny light in Luin Jin's eyes, like thousands of ice blades piercing Fang Qingqiong. It was not her who Fang Qingqiong captured and gave to the evil dragon, but her sister. Back then, my sister had already prepared a way for the golden cicada to escape from its shell. It turned out that my sister had successfully escaped and got rid of the evil dragon's doubts. The evil dragon only thought that she was the only one who had escaped. So there is only a fatwa about her from all walks of life. But in order to please the evil dragon, the Feng family chose to work for the evil dragon and wanted to find her. After she entered the land abandoned by the gods, her whereabouts were concealed by Lord Mo, and no one could trace her. Luin Jin's knuckles turned slightly white when he thought of this, and he couldn't help but regret it. If she didn't hide her whereabouts, the Feng family should have found her instead of her seriously injured sister. My sister prepared everything and protected her from all harm. As a result, he was implicated by her and was captured back to the evil dragon. She could not imagine what kind of torture her sister would suffer. The coldness in Luin Jin's eyes gathered little by little, and in the next moment, she held the sword in her hand and stabbed Feng Qingqiang. Feng Qingqiang was still waiting for Ling Guan's response, but she didn't expect her to draw her sword. Even if it was expected, it would be useless. Feng Qingqiang found that his whole body had no strength at all, and his body was as if it was nailed to the spot, unable to move. Puff. 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 Luin Jin stabbed into Feng Qingqiang's body 3 times in a row. They all avoid critical points. She got her sister's bones from the evil dragon, but one of them was missing an important sacred bone. The evil dragon couldn't stand her torture. Frankly speaking, when my sister was sent for it, her blood was almost drained. As for the bones, it only found out later that she was missing. The evil dragon also told her. Back then, it cooperated with the Feng family. Therefore, it must be the Feng family who can attack my sister. Even if it wasn't the Feng family knew about it. Luin Jin didn't take the initiative to ask about the divine bones. She wanted Feng Qingqiang to tell him. You, Luin Jin, how dare you? Boom. Luin Jin kicked him over. Feng Qingqiang flew out and hit hard. Luin Jin dodged and stepped on his dantian. Feng Qingqiang, it's okay for you to climb up, but you should never use the lives of other creatures to pave the way for you. PFFT. Feng Qingqiang wanted to speak, but first spat out a mouthful of blood. Feng Qingqiang only felt a tingling sensation in her dantian. Luin Jin obviously wanted to destroy him. Feng Qingqiang looked panicked. Luin Jin, I can compensate you for whatever you want. The Feng family was forced to do that back then. You should know how the Lord of Heaven oppresses us, right? The Lord of Heaven targets the Feng family everywhere. At that time, we were facing life and death, so we could only cooperate with the evil dragon. If you want to blame this matter, blame the Lord of Heaven, Feng Qingwu. By the way, when the divine beast was captured and brought back to the Feng family, Feng Qingwu came to the Feng family and took away the bloodline of the divine beast and also took away her bones. Luin Jin, you have been deceived by Lingyun sect all these years. In fact, they are the real culprits who killed your contracted beast. We, the Feng family, have been implicated innocents from the beginning to the end. Feng Qingqiang opened his mouth and came. Anyway, the evil dragon had already been destroyed by Kun. Now it's dead without evidence. In addition, there are very few people who know what happened back then. Naturally, he was allowed to confuse right and wrong. What did Feng Qingwu do after taking the divine bones? Who informed her that the divine beast was in Feng's family? Luin Jin asked without saying whether he believed it or not. I really don't know about this, Halfway through Feng Qingqiang's words, he felt a tearing pain coming from his dantian. Luin Jin wants to destroy him. Feng Qingqiang, I don't have the patience. I want to hear the truth. To be precise, I want to know where the things went. Luin Jin looked down at Feng Qingqiang. The sword blade in his hand glowed with silver color. Feng Qingqiang was about to defend, but was in pain and couldn't make a sound. Luin Jin said coldly, think about it before we talk. The thing is not in your hands, so my patience is limited. I know where the things are. As long as you let me go, I will take you to find them. Feng Qingqiang said painfully and anxiously. You sure? I'm sure I know Feng Qingwu best. Don't worry, I will definitely get your things back for you. Luin Jin smiled when he heard this, then raised his sword and dropped it, and one of Feng Qingqiang's arms was cut off. What? Feng Qingqiang's cry was extremely shrill. Luin Jin was not affected at all. She waved her hand and her arm disappeared. At the same time, the power of the law circulates as the secret is pinched. Feng Qingqiang's bloody wound healed instantly, as if there shouldn't be an arm there. Luin Jin's eyes were full of anger and he said, I have erased the existence of your arm from the law of time. It will not grow back. Remember, don't ask me for your arm before you get it back. As for your dantian, I have disabled half of it. As long as you practice in the future, you will feel extremely painful. So, you should be motivated to find something for me, right? Luin Jin's pretty eyebrows moved slightly, and the corners of her lips curled up into a smile. But it made Feng Qingqiang tremble all over, and the ice went to his bones. Feng Qingqiang pursed her lips and asked, who are you? Why does Luin Jin look so different from the previous one? Call master later, come on, let's finalize the master-servant contract. After Luin Jin finished speaking, the contract formation lit up. Feng Qingqiang wanted to shake his head and refuse, but he couldn't control his body and watched helplessly as the contract was completed. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1026 Feng Qingqiang is terrified. It wasn't until the master-servant contract was completed that Feng Qingqiang gained control of her body. The green dome of the phoenix is as grey as death. Luin Jin raised his feet and let him go. But he lay there and did not get up. Feng Qingqiang knew that he was completely finished. He will never go back to the Feng family. Once he leaves this competition field and returns to the Feng family in the God realm, his only ending will be death. Now only Luin Jin can provide him with a way out. Feng Qingqiang couldn't help but look back on her past experiences. Except for facing Feng Qingwu, who was suppressed that she couldn't lift her up, the rest were all glorious and full of responses. Under his leadership, the Feng family is thriving. But he is about to be backlashed by the family he once ruled. The ancestors and elders of the family will not keep him because he knows too many secrets of the Feng family, so he can only belong to and be loyal to the Feng family. Luin Jin signed a master-servant contract with him in front of all the cultivators, without even thinking about giving him a way out. He was used to conspiracies in the past. Luin Jin played tricks on him. However, his strength is not as good as Luin Jin's, and he has no power to resist at all. For a moment, Feng Qingqiang felt extremely ridiculous. In the past, he used his strength and status to oppress others, but now he was the one being oppressed. Maybe this is because things are changing. Feng Qingqiang did not regret what he had done in the past, he only regretted that he did not deal with the tail end of the matter. If he had discovered that Ling Luan had an owner. Wrong. Ling Luan. Luan Brigade. Feng Qingqiang checked the master-servant contract on the soul, and the mark on it was obviously different from the previous ones. Feng Qingqiang's eyes widened, and he asked via voice transmission, Luin Jin, are you a human in the form of a beast? Luin Jin's fingertips brushed the blade of the sword in his hand, exuding a dangerous and fierce aura. He lowered his eyes and looked at Feng Qingqiang. His cold eyes were like a sharp sword, with an overwhelming power. Don't you already have the answer in your heart? How is this possible? Feng Qingqiang said tremblingly. There is no example of a beast contractor since ancient times. Why can Luin Jin contract with him? Feng Qingqiang did not dare to reveal Luin Jin's identity. Because if this matter is announced, not only will Luin Jin be feared by the powerful, but he will also be implicated. Luin Jin understood Feng Qingqiang's fear, but had no intention of answering his questions. A mortal. There is no need to know the truth of the matter. Feng Qingqiang's uses are twofold. One is to find her sister's lost bones, and the other is to help her take complete control of Biluo Palace. It's time for you to admit defeat. Luin Jin's voice was cold, full of murderous intent. At this moment, Feng Qingqiang felt as if the blood all over his body had solidified. That kind of chill pierced directly into the soul. It seemed like he was being delayed. It turns out that when the strength gap reaches a certain level, any protective barrier is ineffective. I voluntarily admit defeat. When Feng Qingqiang's voice fell, they were immediately teleported out. Feng Qingqiang instantly felt the burning gazes from all sides. Especially on the Feng family team, several elders looked at him with complicated eyes. By Luo Palace wins, King Qiong sect is eliminated, Yi Xingchen announced. The contestants outside the square were in an uproar. That's the head of the Feng family. When he faced Luin Jin, he had no power to fight back and even let Luin Jin chop off an arm. Why didn't I realize that Luin Jin was so strong during the team competition before? If Luin Jinbu is so powerful, then the rest of Lingyun sect, fuck. I can't even imagine it. Stop discussing this, let's quickly find a way to get Palace Master Luin Jin to come to our fairy world. Ha ha ha, if the God Realm doesn't cherish such an outstanding female cultivator, don't blame us. Palace Master Luanjin, our fairy world is open to you, and our handsome men here are at your disposal. Ellipsis. The spectators in the fairy world treated Luin Jin and the others from Biluo Palace with full enthusiasm. Luin Jin changed his coldness from the previous game. He showed a cute smile to the spectators in the fairy world and said softly, I will consider it. The square was quiet for a moment, and then screams broke out one after another. Ah, Palace Master Luanjin's smile is so cute. Ah, no, I must let Emperor Yi Chan take down the master of Luanjin Palace, otherwise I will go to the door of Yi's house to block Emperor Yi every day. Yes, fellow Taoist, I'll be with you. As long as Palace Master Luanjin doesn't come for one day, I'm going to make trouble for Emperor Yi Chan. When Yi Xingchen heard these words, he twitched the corners of his mouth, and his sharp eyes swept over the two people who were speaking. It looks like this game is over. We need to give the entire Immortal Realm a training session so that they don't have to worry about going to Yi's house to block the door. When everyone in the Biluo sect heard the invitation from the cultivators from the fairy world, only 2 female cultivators had cold faces, while the rest showed expectant looks. They have experienced the atmosphere of the fairy world firsthand. I also understand that the fairy world respects them not just by shouting, but by deeds. However, they only listened to Luin Jin's advice on how to choose. It was impossible for them to be ungrateful when Luin Jin saved them from fire and water. Master Feng, why are you following me? Luin Jin walked towards Biluo Palace and found that Feng Qingqiang didn't seem to be planning to return to the Feng family. Feng Qingqiang said bitterly, Luin Jin, I have signed a master-servant contract with you. There is only one way to die if you go back. If I die, no one can find the divine bones for you. Luin Jin smiled slightly and said through the message, you are worrying too much. What they can see is what I want them to see. As for the contract between you and me, only you and I know about it for the time being. If Feng Qingqiang doesn't return to Feng's house, how can she get the divine bones back? How to help her control Biluo Palace? She, Luin Jin, was not stupid, but she can commit such a self-destructive behavior. Feng Qingqiang was stunned for a moment when he heard Luin Jin's words. The scene of the game was displayed by the mysterious mirror. The mysterious mirror is a matter of law. How can Luin Jin control the Xuanji mirror? Master Feng, you have a guilty conscience, so everything you look at is suspicious. Don't worry, you will live well. After all, using you to control the Feng family is a hugely profitable thing. How can I refuse? Luin Jin finished the message with a smile and arrived at Biluo Palace. Feng Qingqiang paused slightly, using him to control the Feng family. Luin Jin's ambition is so great. Feng Qingqiang turned around and walked towards the Feng family. Since he could still be the head of the Feng family, he was naturally willing. He must use this time to quickly eliminate the dissidents of the Feng family. Only by completely controlling the Feng family can he live well when things are exposed in the future. Elder Feng Ji glanced at Feng Qingqiong's broken arm, hid the dark light in his eyes, and asked with pretensive concern, Master, what tricks did Luan Jin use on you? Mr. Fengge, you are so curious, do you have any plans? Feng Qingqiong stared at Mr. Fengge with a hook-like gaze, and the surrounding aura was calm and intimidating. The eldest elder of the Feng family hurriedly came out to smooth things over. Master, Luan Jin has treated you like this. After we return to the God realm, we must deal with her well and let her know whose territory belongs to Biluo Palace. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1027 Waiting for the enemy. Treat me like this. How did she treat me? Feng Qingqiong asked. Elder Feng was speechless for a moment. What should he say? The master of his own family was suppressed and beaten by the other party. He was seriously injured and one of his arms was cut off. He was completely humiliated. Elder Feng felt loss of face just thinking about it. I don't even want to mention the scene I saw before. Elder Feng decisively chose to change the subject and said through a message, Master, do we want to take action on the prize this time? Feng Qingqiong gave Elder Feng a cold glance, then sat back on the main seat, his eyes falling on Wen Yun beside him. This Feng Qingwu substitute should also play a role. He told Luan Jin before that Feng Qingwu took the things, and now he just needs to make his words come true. Puff. Feng Qingqiong felt a pain in her soul and spit out a mouthful of blood. Master, Elder Feng said nervously. He had always been loyal to Feng Qingqiong, so naturally he didn't want anything to happen to Feng Qingqiong. I'm fine, Feng Qingqiong said weakly. He just had the idea of deceiving Luan Jin, but he was counterattacked by the master-servant contract. At this time, Yi Xingchen announced the next competition. Yan Miyu from the Underworld team challenges Wen Jingjun from the Wen family. As Yi Xingchen finished speaking, Wen Jingjun and Yan Miyu entered the competition field. But the scene in the square was dark. The spectators immediately asked, Emperor Yi Qian, what is going on? Yi Xingchen said seriously, Yan Miyu is the ancestor of the Underworld and controls the laws of the entire Underworld, so he can also control the mysterious mirror that has the power of the laws. The spectator said, then we won't be able to see the scene inside. After Yi Xingchen nodded, he remained silent, as if he didn't intend to explain anything. The powerful powers in the God realm were very dissatisfied with this. In particular, the Wen family was unconvinced and shouted, this game is all for us to watch, otherwise how would we know what is going on inside? What if someone takes the opportunity to go in and compete for Yan Miyu? The spectators from the God realm also said, yes. How do we know if there are any new contestants? Yi Xingchen's eyes were calm and he asked, are you sure you want to see it? Yes, I have to see it. A firm voice came from the Wen family. Okay, Yi Xingchen made a gesture with his fingertips. The mysterious mirror above the square flashed a dazzling light. Then a picture appeared. The picture was dark. The whole space is filled with a chilling and cold air. Two figures stood opposite each other. The spectators can only see the screen, but cannot hear what both parties say. Soon, the two inside started fighting. Wen Jingjun seemed too feminine before, but now when fighting, he looks a bit majestic and has the demeanor of a cultivator. What always feels strange about their fights? I always feel that when Yan Miyu attacks and dodges, the aura around him is too calm. He is a bit calm, not like a cultivator. It can be seen that they both want to kill each other. Have you never heard that the Wen family has a grudge against the Underworld? Ellipsis. On the playing field. Wen Jingjun attacked several times without even touching the corner of Yan Moyu's clothes. Wen Jingjun finally said a little angrily, Yan Miyu, since you want to compete with me, why don't you use your own strength? You're not worthy. Yan Moyu's eyebrows were naturally cold, and an inadvertent gaze sent chills to Wen Jingjun's bones. Wen Jingjun's face was instantly distorted. In terms of strength, he was really not as good as Yan Miyu now. Wen Jingjun's eyes gradually became sinister. Yan Miyu, Earth 5 has returned to the Underworld. Do you feel that everything has become smoother? You may not know that the Underworld was actually left to Earth 5 by Empress Hautu. No matter how well you manage the Underworld, you will ultimately pave the way for others. Yan Miyu, during the Battle of the Gods, did Empress Hautu not explain anything before she left? Actually, the real Book of Life and Death and the Judge's Pen have been hidden by Empress Hautu for a long time. Only Dawu knows where they are. And the Book of Life and Death and the Judge's Pen that you guard with your life are both fake. Yan Miyu, you, the ancestor of the Underworld, have been a joke from beginning to end. Are you really willing to do that? Wen Jingjun thought that the things he revealed could mess up Yan Moyu's temperament. Is that all? A smile appeared on Yan Moyu's lips, but that smile contained endless murderous intent. Wen Jingjun was frightened by Yan Miyu at this moment. Yan Miyu said in a low voice, since you have nothing to explain, I will send you on your way. The next moment, Yan Miyu flicked his wrist, and a 5-foot-long sword appeared in his hand. The sword is broad. The blade of the sword glowed with a scarlet cold light. Wen Jingjun felt a tremor coming from his soul. This is the fear of the corrupt power hidden in his body. His instinct told him that he had to escape and not face that sword. I think. Wen Jingjun's words stopped abruptly. The whole person was split in half by Yan Miyu. The long sword in Yan Moyu's hand instantly transformed into a soul-locking hook. He flicked the hook slightly, and when Jingjun's spirit that left his body was hooked in front of Yan Miyu. When Jingjun's soul roared in pain. Countless powers of decay overflowed from his soul and headed towards Yan Miyu. But before they even touched Yan Miyu, their existence was wiped out by a scorching force. Yan Miyu, how dare you? Do you know who the forces behind me are? Xuanmen, Yan Miyu said calmly. When Jingjun's soul has now transformed into Su Xingheng's former appearance. Su Xingheng was shocked and said, how could you know? Yan Miyu smiled sarcastically. When you dared to plot against me, I knew the Chuanman was behind you. Otherwise, why do you think I dismissed the judge and Po Meng in advance? By the way, not only do I know the Chuanman is behind you, I also know the Chuanman and the Bailey family have been colluding for a long time. You use the plane as a chessboard and all living beings as chess pieces to satisfy your ambitions. As long as the chess pieces can be used by you, you will not let them go, even if they're outsiders. Su Exingheng, you and the Chuanman behind you treat all living beings as fools. You don't really think we are fools, do you? As soon as Yan Miyu finished speaking, Su Exingheng stopped struggling and allowed his soul to be hooked by Yan Miyu. Seeing this, Yan Miyu understood that Su Exingheng had no useful information here, and activated the power of the soul-locking hook to destroy Su Exingheng's soul. Su Exingheng noticed what Yan Miyu was going to do. Immediately activate all the power of decay and summon the Mother of Decay to come and save him. In an instant, the dim space was almost like being soaked in ink, making it impossible to see. Yan Miyu, you can't kill me. Really, the soul-locking hook in Yan Moyu's hand transformed into a 5-foot sword again. He stood calmly in the darkness, as if he was born to live in the darkness, holding a sword, like the god of death who had traveled through ancient times. He is waiting for the enemy to come. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1028 Surrounded by killing monsters. On the playing field. The rotten atmosphere spread quickly. The dim space becomes the darkest. There was a sticky and cold feeling getting closer to Yan Miyu. Yan Miyu closed his eyes and looked at objects with his spiritual consciousness, only to see that Su Exingheng's soul was dispersed into countless parts of black mist. Something is brewing in the black mist. And there are still things trying to tear open this space-time crack space, trying to get in. At this time, the spectators in the square saw that the scene turned black again, and noises came and went. Emperor Yi Qian, Lord Wenjing is dead, and Ming Ancestor has won the game, why aren't you letting him out? Shouted a spectator. Didn't you notice? At this moment, the darkness inside is different from before. Before, we couldn't see the darkness in the picture. Now I feel like I can't see inside because of the black fog that appears. When you say so, I also discovered that this black mist gives people an eerie feeling. Have we seen this kind of black mist before? After Ming Zhu killed Wen Jingjun, he didn't immediately destroy the opponent's soul. Was he just waiting for these things? Some are worried about Yan Miyu. Naturally, some people also felt resentful towards Yan Miyu. Yan Miyu pretends to be the ancestor of the underworld. It's obviously just a simple game, but he insists on killing. How can such a being be worthy of being the ancestor of the underworld? Yan Miyu dares to kill so cruelly in front of so many cultivators, but he doesn't know how cruel he is in private. Is it really okay to leave reincarnation under the control of such a being? This is just the side you saw. In fact, since Yan Miyu returned to the underworld, his methods have been cruel and ruthless, and he has dealt with a large number of creatures in the underworld. Is this true? This can still be false. Yan Miyu left the underworld for a while. When he returned, all the underworld surrendered to the underworld emperor, so Yan Miyu went on a killing spree and wiped out all of them, including the underworld emperor and his subordinates. Net. The path of reincarnation in all walks of life is already chaotic, and Yan Moyu's actions have made it even more chaotic. Ellipsis. Amidst the discussion, some spectators gradually realized that something was wrong. The originally dark scene gradually became brighter. The black fog also dissipated little by little. A look of confusion seemed to flash across Yan Moyu's handsome eyebrows. Didn't Su Exingheng summon the Mother of Decay? Why doesn't it appear? And why is the rotten air gone before? There are only the remaining souls of him and Su Exingheng here. So who is destroying the corruption in secret? Ling Yunzong. Yan Yu put down the half-decorated training ground. Master, what are you going to do? Black Dragon asked. Someone wants to do harm to the Ling Yun sect's disciples, and I'm going to save them. Yan Yue waved her hands happily, a cold light flashed in her eyes, and then she made a seal. Black Dragon was put down from his clothes by Yan Yue. Before the Black Dragon could react, it and Yan Yu were in the boundary sea. In an instant, countless killing monsters surrounded him. The Black Dragon immediately gathered its huge dragon body and said miserably, Master, even if you don't like me, you can't let me feed the killing monsters. Yan Yu patted the Black Dragon on the head, be good, they won't hurt you. Just release the dragon's power and attract their attention. I have something to deal with here. The Black Dragon's eyes were so wide open, Master, aren't you their leader? Why do you want me to lure them away? They will eat me, and I don't want to fight them. It's not the killing monster that scares so much. But I'm a little annoyed by these killing monsters, which are extremely labor-intensive to kill. Yan Yu said indifferently, good boy, as long as you do this well, you won't have to stay in your clothes anymore. I have hidden my existence. They will not find me, they will only see you. You have my breath on you, they won't hurt you. Hearing Yan Yu say this, Black Dragon asked in confusion, since they can't discover your existence, why do they need me to attract attention? Yan Yu raised her eyebrows and said, maybe I have to pack up a small thing, and the movement may be a bit loud later. I can hide it, but the other party can't, so I still need you, Xiaohei, you are my right-hand man, I believe you can do it. After Yan Yu finished her compliments, she completely disappeared from Black Dragon's sight. Even if the Black Dragon expanded the power of his soul, he could not find Yan Yue's existence. The Black Dragon couldn't help crying, and said through the message, Master, how could you throw me into the boundary sea? What the hell? When the Black Dragon was halfway through transmitting the message, a killing monster stretched out its tentacles and poked the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon finally used the power of his soul to see clearly the appearance of the killing monster. It seems like this thing looks a bit like a jellyfish in the sea. The head is round. The tentacles are crystal clear and soft. It's just the color on this one, too much. The black dragon tried to count: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple, black, white, grey, gold. It can count more than 30 kinds alone. Black dragon felt a little dizzy. Do these guys think they can stay in the dark and grow as long as they want? There are so many colors on my body. A soft voice came from the black dragon's ears, and a tentacle touched its horn. This tentacle is colorful, making the black dragon feel dazzled. Roar. The black dragon roared and asked majestically, "What do you want to do?" Killing groaned a few times. The black dragon found that it actually understood what the other party was saying. Kill monsters, you have the aura of a lord. What is your relationship with the lord? Can you take us to the lord? Ah, master, come on, I actually have a common language with the killing monsters. Have I been assimilated by them and turned into a killing monster? Black dragon anxiously sent a message to Yanyu. The language system for killing monsters is unique. In addition, the legal restrictions of the boundary sea are added. It is impossible for the creatures passing through here to understand the words of the killing monsters. Shut up, I just passed on their language to you, so you can communicate with them. Remember to fool them and don't let them leave. After Yanyu finished transmitting the message, he ignored the black dragon. The black dragon's eyes were slightly dull as he listened to various discussions coming from his ears. It has the aura of a lord on it. What's going on? Maybe it's another poor guy who was beaten by the lord. Don't we always have this kind of thing here? Oh, then the lord beat it for a long time, otherwise it wouldn't have left such a strong aura. The lord beat it. Did it offend the lord? Should we beat it too? Well, it didn't take the initiative to attack us. Wouldn't it be better to attack us directly? A colorful killing monster said, so I just poked it several times to make it attack me, so we can naturally fight it in groups. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1029 Black Dragon Collapse. Black Dragon was completely speechless. Why is killing monsters different from what it imagined? The killing monster it thought should be bloodthirsty, with a ferocious face, full of killing aura, and showing its teeth and claws when it sees a living creature. And the group of cute colorful balls in front of them were actually discussing whether to hit it or not. It doesn't look like killing monsters at all. It looks so stupid. Will our lord really find an opponent? How about we let it go out to the sea? A killing monster said softly. That, the moment Hei Long spoke, he felt as if countless rays of light were piercing his body. It seems to know our language. A killing monster asked uncertainly. The black dragon tried his best to appear kind, waved his dragon claws and said, "Who is the lord you mentioned just now?" Another tentacle sneakily extended towards the black dragon's horn. At this time, rumble. The explosion came from not far away. The entire world sea shook for a moment. The group of killing monsters became restless. Immediately, the terrifying killing energy overflowed from the colorful ball's body. They collectively headed toward the explosion. Seeing this, the black dragon spread out its huge body and said, "What is your lord's name? Maybe I can recognize him if you tell him." The killing monsters collectively looked at the black dragon. The black dragon's whiskers became stiff and did not dare to float anymore. It was shrouded in murderous intent. A monster said, "I think you have ulterior motives and want to get information about the lord from us. If you don't get out of the way, we won't be polite." You misunderstood. I really know your lord, otherwise I wouldn't know your language, right? The black dragon tried his best to divert their attention. Boom. Boom. Several sounds came from far away again. The killing monster ignored the movement in the distance, stared at the black dragon and asked, "Then who taught you this language? Can you tell me about the other person's clothing and characteristics?" Seeing that they didn't want to trace the source of the noise, the black dragon breathed a sigh of relief. It's a woman who looks majestic and domineering. Her power. You're talking nonsense. Our lord is not what you describe. Our lord is as bright as a spring flower, with a clear body and graceful bones, and an unparalleled majesty. He is an incomparable existence. A monster retorted. Black dragon, is there any difference? Hai Long nodded helplessly. I didn't describe it well enough. It's just like what you said. Her dress, well, it's a bit similar to yours. Her features, she shouts, "Loki," but she always secretly looks for trouble. Beat. Yanyu's clothes are full of nobility at first glance. After all, so many colors stacked together can make clothes look beautiful, which is really not easy. A killing monster said to the side, "It said it should be our lord. The lord's clothes were knitted by us, and we matched the colors. There are none outside. It knows the lord and has learned our language. It seems that the lord has a good relationship with it. Then could it be a plaything that the lord found for us?" Shut up. That's called a pet. Pet, can we play with it? A killing monster asked ignorantly. The monster next to it slapped it with its tentacles, and said, "I told you to study hard, but you don't. You don't even know how to use words. That's called playing with it. If you encounter words you don't understand in the future, just use your mouth. Shut it." Oh, then when will we play with it? I really want to take it apart piece by piece and put it back together into another creature. Ellipsis. The black dragon wanted to disappear on the spot. At the same time, it wants to roar, "You are killing monsters. Killing is the point. Why do you speak in such an ignorant tone?" Black dragon sent a message to Yanyu. "Master, when will you finish? I can't bear it anymore." Bang bang bang. Distant voices told it that the battle was raging. For a while, I'm afraid there is no way to end it. The black dragon's eyes darkened, and he almost went crazy. What kind of tiger and wolf words did these monsters say? They actually want. At this time, Yan Yue's message came from the black dragon consciousness sea. "So hey, stop them and find you a dragon after we get out. I noticed the existence of true dragon bloodline in the fairy world before. When we leave the boundary sea, we will go find it." As soon as the black dragon heard that he was looking for a partner, he immediately got excited and sent a message, "Master, don't worry, I am here." Yanyu received the message from the black dragon and showed a satisfied expression. The movements in his hands did not stop. She held a bamboo pole in her hand and whipped a huge toad back and forth. Yanyu wrapped a layer of barrier on the bamboo pole. Although the bamboo pole hit the toad, it did not touch the toad's skin. Nor did he touch the black mist emanating from it. Yanyu used the bamboo pole to whip the toad, which was twice her height, back and forth. Boom. The toad hit the space barrier hard. There's no fighting back at all. Yanyu twitched, and the black mist no longer flowed out of the toad, so her movements slowed down a little. The toad got a breather and roared angrily, "How dare you beat me? Do you know who my master is?" The toad was absolutely furious. If it hadn't been unable to defeat Yanyu, it would have wanted to tear it into pieces at this moment. It transformed into the image of a black dragon. Yanyu actually turned it into a toad. "Who is your master? Tell me." Yanyu chuckled. She stopped beating and played with the toad with a bamboo pole. "My master." The toad hesitated for a moment. It can reveal its master's identity. Even so, the toad was still very proud and said, "My master can crush you to death with one hand. I have already sent him a message. You should let me go quickly, otherwise when my master comes, I will let him crush you." "You." Yanyu hit the toad on the head with a bamboo pole. "You must have just gained your sanity. You must have just learned this language, right? Otherwise you wouldn't be able to say such stupid things." The corners of Yanyu's lips curved, but the smile did not reach her eyes. When the Mother of Decay is unconscious, she can harm all creatures in the universe just by relying on her instincts. Now he is allowed to develop his sanity. If it is allowed to develop, it will be another catastrophe for the universe. I just don't know how many such Mothers of Decay are there. You seem very unconvinced by what I said, Yanyu asked, still smiling. HMPH, I don't want to talk to you before my master comes. Anyway, you don't dare to kill me, the toad said proudly. It can control the decay of the entire plane. As long as its body does not perish. No matter how powerful Yanyu is, she would not dare to attack her. Even though Yanyu beat it so hard, she still wanted to let it go later. Yanyu seemed to have read through the toad's mind and kicked it. This kick was like a kick on his soul. The toad twisted and cursed, "You bitch, you dare to hurt my soul. Just wait, when my master comes, I will make your life worse than death." Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 10:30 The Future in the Past, Additional Update 1. Yanyu heard the toad's curse and picked her ears. It's outrageous. The creatures in the world of cultivation are born with sanity for the first time. I have never seen anyone so stupid. So it only grew wisdom, but did not receive the inheritance of wisdom. Yanyu whipped the toad with a bamboo pole again before stopping. Then she said, "Mother of Decay, your master is tens of thousands of cosmic rulers away from here. What kind of voice transmission did you use to transmit it?" "You, how do you know? No, are you the master's enemy?" The toad was shocked. When the owner placed it here, he never thought that it would become sane. So the master will not come here in advance. And it's still a long time before the time it agreed with its owner. Of course the owner will not come to save it. Since Yanyu saw through the trick, it could only use another trick. Snapped. Yanyu hit the toad on the head with a bamboo pole. "Shut up. Your mind is as stupid as mine. Also, don't even think about informing the main body. If it dares to summon all the decay in the plane, I can find it. Mother of Decay, you have given birth to sanity now. You want to fuse souls. Do you want to have the ability to reproduce? Shut up. Listen to me. I know what you want to do, and I tell you this plane cannot become a place of decay, and your wish to have children and grandchildren here will not come true. You swallowed a soul before, giving you sanity, but you didn't completely swallow that soul, so you are now like a retard. You left that soul because you wanted to study the special features of his soul so that you could find similar souls for other decays to devour. I can tell you very clearly, don't have any wishful thinking, that kind of soul does not exist. The reason why Su Exingheng's soul can make you sane is entirely because you are being devoured by him, not because you are devouring him. If you continue to keep Su Exingheng's soul for research, he will one day become your new master and your controller. Of course, you may not understand what I say. After all, due to Su Exingheng's deliberate actions, you have almost no IQ. Your body should have rescued Su Exingheng's remaining soul. If you don't believe me, can you sense it? After Yanyu finished speaking, the Mother of Decay really followed Yanyu's words. A flash of color flashed across Yanyu's beautiful eyes, the corners of her lips were slightly raised, she raised her hand and grabbed it, and a black mist appeared in her hand. You lied to me, the toad screamed with red eyes. What have I lied to you about? Yanyu said, wiping away the black mist in her hand with slight disappointment. She almost caught the main body, but unfortunately the other party was too cunning. This stupid toad in front of me is still cute. So cheating. The toad cried angrily, my body has cut off the connection with me. I can't go back to find it. I will have no master in the future. Yanyu. Shut up. Yanyu scolded him first, and then said seductively, do you want to take revenge and go back? Become a new master. The toad stopped crying, I become the main body, what about the main body? My strength is not as good as it, how can I become the main body? Yanyu raised a bright smile, a dark light flashed in her eyes, she was still a fool. I almost got scammed. Yanyu tapped the toad with the bamboo pole, just tell me, do you want to be as powerful as the main body? As a clone, you also use your own consciousness to always come out and take the blame for the other party. Are you willing? The toad said, then what should I do? I am not my main opponent yet. Yan Yu said with a smile, follow me, I will lead you to fight for the position of overlord, let you. Yan Yu promised baskets of big cakes. The toad was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and it was almost impossible to conceal the greed that suddenly appeared in his eyes. How is it? Are these enough? Don't worry, if you follow me, you will not suffer any loss. Yan Yue said angrily. Okay, I'll follow you, you must let me be the host. Okay, after Yan Yue finished speaking, a mark quietly flew into the toad's body. The toad was unaware of this. A cunning look flashed across its small eyes, practitioners are really easy to deceive. After Yan Yu finished dealing with the Mother of Decay, she immediately went to rescue the Black Dragon. After returning to Ling Yun's sect, the Black Dragon collapsed slightly and said, Master, I finally understand why you don't want him to know your location. It was so noisy that it gave me a headache. Xiao Hei, you have grown up and know how to understand me. Yan Yue patted Hei Long on the head happily. Master, what did you do in the Boundary Sea? Why is there such a big movement? Black Dragon took the opportunity to ask the doubts in his heart. Yan Yu smiled and said, I just packed up a small thing. The Black Dragon's eyes turned slightly, Master, I saw it clearly. Don't try to deceive me. Are you going to solve Yan Moyu's trouble? Yan Yu nodded. Master, you actually did good deeds without leaving your name. If you were to be robbed of your credit by other beings, wouldn't it be thankless? Yan Yu slapped Hai Long on the head and said, this is not something they should be exposed to. I can handle it easily, so why bother? TSK, TSK, TSK. Master, this is definitely not you. Tell me, what is your purpose? Hai Long stared at Yan Yu with burning eyes, like to get to the bottom of things. The Black Dragon's eyes were filled with words that it wanted to know the truth. Help them, and you also help me, Yan Yu said meaningfully. Hai Long looked confused and asked his previous question, Master, will you agree to Feng Qingran to become the leader of Ling Yun sect? Do you have other wishes? If Yan Yu loves talents, there are countless ways to teach them without becoming their sect leader. Intuition told Black Dragon. The identity of the sect leader is meaningful to Yan Yu. Xiao Hei, have you encountered your future in your past? Yan Yu said with deep beautiful eyes, staring into the distance. Did you predict the future? Black Dragon seemed to have something in mind. Master, you mean to say that they from Ling Yun sect will be helpful to you in the future, so you want to train them? Yan Yu shook her head, her eyes seeming to be nostalgic. I'm just helping my past self, Xiao Hei. There is also a future in the past, and the shadow of the past can also be found in the future. There was something she didn't tell Xiao Hei. There is actually a shadow of that venerable in her memory. But she couldn't be sure who the venerable was. Xiao Hei said that the venerable was Feng Qingran, but the strength of Feng Qingran and the venerable was really very different. She remained skeptical. However, in her subsequent conversation with Feng Qingran, she saw a trace of that venerable person. That's why she decided to stay. Master, you didn't make any mistakes before, which led to Ling Yun sect having your bloodline, right? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1031. Snapped. Yan Yu slapped Xiao Hei on the head, and at the same time grabbed Xiao Hei's beard and pulled hard. Ow. Xiao Hei's scream was miserable. Xiao Hei was very wrong. What is the future in the past? The past in the future. Isn't it a big cause and effect cycle? In addition, the master herself said that helping Ling Yun sect is helping herself, which means that the master has cause and effect here that needs to be settled. The master and the Ling Yun sect were not born in the same era. There is no possibility of friendship. The only possible communication is that there may be blood of the owner here. After all, bloodline only needs to be sown as a seed, and then there is no need to control it anymore, just let it grow anywhere. This is the most common thing among the dragon clan. If you go to any plane, you can see beasts with dragon blood. Xiao Hei, I think your skin is itchy, Yan Yue said sadly. Master, the Ling Yun sect, we have never met you before. You are here because of the immortal domain lord. This is nothing at first, but you suddenly decided to stay and become the sect leader. Xiao Hei explained all the doubts. Come out. Before, it only thought about his holiness and did not think that much. However, when it communicated with the killing monster just now, it discovered many secrets of Yan Yu. Those colored balls were very annoying, but they understood the truest side of Yan Yu. Yan Yu knocked Xiao Hei's head hard and said, according to my previous explanation, you didn't understand at all. There is no bloodline of mine in Ling Yun sect. I became their sect leader because I wanted to repay my kindness. That's it, Xiao Hei said calmly. Neither said he believed it nor said he didn't believe it. Xiao Hei did not intend to continue this topic. It was afraid of being beaten again. Xiao Hei raised his dragon's head, his dragon eyes shining brightly. Master, didn't you say before that there is a real dragon in the fairy world? When will you take me to see it? Female dragon. It's finally going to have a female dragon. Yan Yu's eyes flashed with cunning light and she said, go now. Xiao Hei was extremely excited, really? Yes, Yan Yu waved her hand, and she and Xiao Hei arrived at the entrance of Chang Pavilion. Xiao Hei changed his body shape and settled on Yan Yu's shoulders obediently, his eyes full of anticipation. Yan Yu stood quietly at the entrance. Time goes by. Inside Chang Pavilion. The painting scholar raised his pen and paused in midair, his eyes blank, letting the ink stain the paper, and made no other movements for a long time. Wu Jin stopped studying the ink and looked curious. Ever since he noticed a visitor outside Chang Pavilion, the owner had become distracted. Hardware, how long has it been? The painter asked in a low voice. It's been an hour. The painter's eyes were complicated and he put down his pen. Wu Jin, you go out first. Okay, Wu Jin responded. After the hardware is out. The painting scholar covered his eyes, remained silent for a long time, and sighed softly. That's all, you have to face it, and what happened back then is already in the past. And outside Chang Pavilion, Xiao He waited anxiously. Master, how long do we have to wait? Yan Yu said calmly, keep waiting. Xiao He always felt that something was strange. He had been waiting for several hours. It didn't look like his master's style at all. In the past, when the master entered any territory, he would greet him politely and then serve him with force. Could it be that the owner has such a good attitude just because he can get out of singlehood? Xiao He was very moved. At this time, a figure appeared at the entrance of Chang Pavilion. The white clothes are clear and elegant. His appearance is elegant and handsome. He is a scholar of painting. The painter scholar raised his eyes and saw the familiar face of Yan Yue. The hands hidden in his sleeves were trembling slightly, and there was some emotion surging in his eyes. She still looked the same as before. The painting scholar looked into Yan Yu's beautiful eyes, and his dusty memories seemed to be awakened. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The painting scholar's eyes changed several times, but finally calmed down, and he showed a calm smile. Yan Yu looked calm. Zhenwu, long time no see. The Danqing scholar was stunned for a moment and said, my name is Ken Danqing now. Ken Danqing, my name is Yan Yu. Yan Yu smiled calmly. Why did you come to this plane? Scholar Danqing still asked the question in his heart. Passing by, but I decided to stay now. I forgot to mention that I am now the leader of Lingyun sect. Yan Yu said in a relaxed and natural tone. When the painting scholar heard these words, a flash of color appeared in his eyes. You. Yan Yu shook her head decisively. No, I stayed in Lingyun sect to repay the great karma I owed. The disappointment in the painting scholar's eyes was visible to the naked eye. Xiao He was entrenched on Yan Yu's shoulder, not daring to move. Why is this atmosphere so weird? Could this be the master's old friend? It's not right. Wasn't the master chasing Mo Jinggong before? I have never heard the owner mention the existence of a painting scholar. As Xiao He thought about it, he suddenly realized he didn't know much about Yan Yue at all. On the contrary, everyone knows its details. Xiao He felt a little depressed. But in the next moment, its depression deepened tens of thousands of times. Another young man appeared beside the painting scholar. When he noticed that the young man had the aura of true dragon blood, Xiao He was instantly confused. Male. Male. So, the owner is looking for a male dragon for it. Xiao He angrily sent a message to Yan Yu. Master, you tricked me. I obviously like a female dragon. Why did you find a male dragon for me? Have I ever said that I am looking for a female dragon for you? Yan Yu said in a message. Xiao He. It seems not. Yan Yu never mentioned the male and female dragons from beginning to end. But it subconsciously thought it must be a female dragon. What? Xiao He wanted to look up to the sky and scream. But thinking about the young dragon clan in front of him, he finally held back. It must maintain the majesty of the black dragon. Master, let's go back. Xiao He sent a message. There is nothing good to know about the male dragon. Wu Jin's eyes fell on Yan Yue's shoulder, feeling Xiao He's powerful dragon bloodline, and a sense of surrender arose spontaneously. This is the bloodline level at work among the dragon clan. The other party's bloodline is more noble than your own. It's just that the other party looks at me a little strangely. Wu Jin didn't plan to come out originally, but while he was waiting inside, he noticed that the Danqing scholar's mood fluctuated too much, and he came out because he was worried about an accident. As a result, the scene was different from what he expected. Want to go in and have a look? The painter carefully invited. Okay, Yan Yu smiled. The painting scholar turned sideways, Yan Yue came to his side, and they walked in side by side. Xiao He didn't know what to do for a moment. Wu Jin followed the two, and his eyes met Xiao He's without any surprise. Xiao He was so focused on the anomalies of Yan Yue and Scholar Dan King that he forgot to maintain his previous majestic aura. Xiao He finally couldn't resist his curiosity and asked via voice transmission, Master, do you know this Ken Danqing? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1032 Follow my rules. He is the former Zhenwu Emperor, don't you recognize it? Yan Yue asked via voice message. At the same time, she was also observing Chang Pavilion. From the outside, Chang Pavilion looks like an ordinary attic. But after entering it, I found that there is another world inside. There is still a faint fragrance of flowers in the air. He is the Zhenwu Emperor. How is this possible? Xiao He said in disbelief. The strength of Emperor Zhenwu it remembered was on par with its master. The Ken Danqing in front of him clearly only has the strength of the Emperor realm. How could he be the mysterious Zhenwu Emperor? Yan Yu sent a message. He was tricked by Xuanmen. Xuanmen. He is the original rebel against God. Hearing this message, Xiao He suddenly thought of something. Xiao He immediately sent a message to Yan Yu angrily. Master, you mentioned the God rebels, and I'm angry. Those guys used tricks to defraud a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures from the dragon clan. Yan Yu was transmitting messages to Xiao He while admiring the scenery in Chang Pavilion. She and the painting scholar didn't speak. The hardware that follows always feels a bit redundant. Wu Jin glanced at Xiao He a few more times. Why didn't he detect any embarrassment in Xiao He? Was he the only one who discovered the anomaly between the two? The next moment, Wu Jin felt a black thing flying towards him. Wu Jin subconsciously reached out to catch it, and a small black dragon entangled between his palms. Yan Yu's voice came, I brought it here specifically to see you. You guys have a good talk, and your master and I will go to other places to enjoy the scenery. The painting scholar nodded to the hardware. Then, he and Yan Yu went to other folding spaces. Wu Jin and Xiao He looked at each other. Xiao He took the initiative and said, how many of your 5-clawed golden dragons are left alive? Wu Jin said honestly, it's just me. What, isn't your clan the largest in number? Xiao Hei was a little surprised. There was only one single seedling left. This is very dangerous. Wu Jin recalled the memories in the inheritance and said, after the ancestral dragon sacrifice, our ancestors encountered enemies again on their way to escape and had to disperse and escape. We followed the Dragon King here. Then there was another battle between the gods. Only a small number of dragons were sent away by the Dragon King, and the rest were forced to stay here. But as the ancestors died in battle one by one, the Dragon King realized that things were not simple, so he left the inheritance of the Dragon clan to me, sealed my true dragon bloodline, and mixed me with ordinary eggs, so that I could save your life. After Wu Jin finished speaking, Xiao Hei immediately explored the seal on the opponent's body. There was a familiar smell coming from above. Your seal cannot be lifted yet, Xiao Hei said. It's actually hard to say anything about what happened to the Dragon clan. After all the methods it could use had been used, but in the end it could not prevent the disaster that should have occurred. Even if it didn't leave and stayed in the Dragon clan, it still couldn't save the entire Dragon clan. Since it is the past, let it pass. At this moment, Yan Yu's words flashed in Xiao Hei's mind. There is also a shadow of the future in the past. The choices of the past determine the trajectory of the present. Xiao Hei felt sad for a while, then quickly adjusted. Now that the Dragon clan is withering, the previous method of ranking can no longer continue. So, let's just treat you and me as equals. When Xiao Hei said this, he also had his own thoughts. Ken Danqing, the owner of the hardware, obviously has a close relationship with his owner. The master has given up on Mo Jinggong now. If something happens between the owner and Ken Danqing in the future, it will definitely not be good if there is a generation gap between it and the hardware. Might as well settle now. This, according to inheritance, I should call you Black Dragon Ancestor. Wu Jin said respectfully. Be brothers with your ancestors. Hardware is very panic. Moreover, it is divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, black and yellow. The blood of the Black Dragon is the highest level of heaven. The bloodline of the 5-clawed Golden Dragon only has the Xuan level. What ancestor, hardware, do you want me to be the queen? Xiao Hei asked seriously. Hardware. Silence is gold. Xiao Hei continued, if you call me ancestor, how can I find a female dragon in the future? I don't want to be a single dragon all my life. Hardware remained silent. There is a huge difference between the memories of Black Dragon and heritage. The Black Dragon in my memory is aloof and unruly, always making enemies everywhere. The Black Dragon in front of him was humorous and considerate, and he was no longer as unruly as before. Ancestor Black Dragon, this is not in line with the rules of the Dragon clan. Wu Jin whispered. There is a distinction between the superior and the inferior in the Dragon clan. Did the Dragon King die in the Battle of the Gods? Xiao Hei asked. Yes. Then I am the boss of the Dragon clan now. My words are the rules. Just listen to me. From now on, the Dragon clan will start with you and me. Xiao Hei pretended to be serious. The hardware is very confusing. Seeing this, Xiao Hei decided directly, don't hesitate, just follow my rules. I am going to revive the Dragon clan. I have traveled to all walks of life over the years and found that there are very few dragons surviving in each place. Although they are respected, in the end their weak and have to be controlled by other ethnic groups. So we have to unite and put aside the seniority thing for the time being. We are not allowed to mention it again. Do you hear me? Xiao Hei showed his unique dragon pressure. Since this kid always talks about tradition, he uses bloodline pressure to control him. Xiao Hei didn't want to continue this topic and asked coquettishly, do you know about your master's romantic affairs? Wu Jin shook his head and said, the master keeps his integrity and is not romantic. Then have any beauties appeared around your master? Xiao Hei asked unwillingly. Not what you said. Hardware had an illusion. Xiao Hei's previous words were all paving the way for the current problem. Xiao Hei was disappointed when he heard Wu Jin's answer. It seemed that Wu Jin, like him, didn't know his master's relationship history. Seeing Xiao Hei's eyes full of regret, Wu Jin reluctantly explained, I met the master in this plane, and I don't know much about his past. That's it. Xiao Hei understood instantly. It met its master in the prehistoric period, and Emperor Zhenwu appeared in the chaotic period. Hardware was not even an egg at that time, so it was impossible to know anything. Fairyland. On the playing field. Although Yan Miyu defeated Wen Jingjun, his cruel methods made the Wen family extremely dissatisfied. The spectators in the God Realm shouted that Yan Miyu could not be counted as the winner. Otherwise, what should we do if the Lingyun sect imitates this next time? Most of the spectators in these shoutings were instructed by the Jiang family. The tragic situation of the Feng family and the Wen family really frightened Jiang Changfeng. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to maintain the dignity of the family leader, he would have wanted to give up the game. The rules of the finals are life and death. Yi Xingchen responded. After Yi Xingchen finished speaking, he announced the next match, Lingyun Zongfang Qingran vs Jiang family Jiang Changfeng. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1033 It's your turn next time, additional update 2. Yi Xingchen finished speaking. There was a smile on Feng Qingran's lips, and her eyes met Su Yanran's behind Jiang Changfeng. Su Yanran's expression under the veil suddenly changed. She understood Feng Qingran's hint, it will be your turn next time. Su Yanran understood that Feng Qingran recognized her and was ready to fight. Who would have thought that Feng Qingran would choose Jiang Changfeng? The next moment, Jiang Changfeng and Feng Qingran appeared on the playing field. Feng Qingran did not choose Su Yanran because Su Yanran could just admit defeat. But choosing Jiang Changfeng is different. As the head of the Jiang family, he will not admit defeat directly. Feng Qingran, in this competition, you don't have to go to a desperate situation. Jiang Changfeng said through a message. Feng Qingran sat on the swing behind her and said casually, Master Jiang, it is true that there is no fight between you and me, we are just fighting to the death. Before my mother became the Lord of Heaven, suffering came from the Jiang family and the Feng family. Therefore, she will not let go of any of these two families. Feng Qingran, as long as you show mercy, I can tell you a secret. Jiang Changfeng continued the message. Before the final started, Jiang Changfeng made a prediction for himself. Life and death are unpredictable. This means that he is no match for Feng Qingran. The only option is to find a way to change your life. I don't want to know. I can find out by killing you or searching for your soul. Feng Qingran's posture was leisurely, admiring the fear in Jiang Changfeng's eyes. Feng Qingran, there are some things that cannot be seen in the memory. Ever since the Jiang family was born, there has been a mark on the soul. If there is a soul search, the memory will be automatically destroyed. Jiang Changfeng said in a message. In the past, he hated the various imprints of the Jiang family. Now he is lucky to have this mark. Is it a mark? Feng Qingran had deep almond-shaped eyes, a bright and open smile, and raised her hand to issue a spell. Puff. Jiang Changfeng spit out a mouthful of blood. Isn't it gone? Feng Qingran said. Why can you break the seal of my Jiang family? Jiang Changfeng was so anxious that he forgot to transmit the message. Feng Qingran didn't answer Jiang Changfeng's question, and just looked at Jiang Changfeng quietly, as if she was looking at someone through him. Feng Qingran smiled sarcastically and said, Why don't you come out yet? Who are you talking to? Jiang Changfeng's spiritual consciousness spread and no one else was found except Feng Qingran and him. Feng Qingran did not answer Jiang Changfeng. She raised her hand and made a seal, and a burst of white light flashed. Come out, the mysterious mirror has been blocked, and the scene here can't be seen by the outside world. The next moment, a shadow slowly emerged from Jiang Changfeng. Ancestor, Jiang Changfeng said in shock. You step back first and let me meet her for a while. With one movement, the shadow sent Jiang Changfeng far away and laid a layer of barrier. The phantom stared at Feng Qingran, with a majestic pressure on his body, and a vast voice sounded, Little girl, how did you discover me? Feng Qingran narrowed her almond-shaped eyes. This ancestor of the Jiang family was one level stronger than her. But here comes the clone. You've been hiding from him since the finals, right? Feng Qingran asked. As expected of the blood of the Lord of Heaven, he is better than his master. The ancestor of the Jiang family praised. The more he looked at Feng Qingran, the more satisfied he became. The sacrifice chosen by the holy ancestor was indeed the best. If she is allowed to grow any longer, she may escape control. But the time given by the holy ancestor has not yet come. You can't act in advance either. Now let's dampen her spirit and let this little girl understand what it means to have a better world. The pressure on the shadow of the ancestor of the Jiang family spread, and several beams of light formed, surrounding Feng Qingran. Little girl, even the Lord of Heaven could not escape my grasp, and you are no exception. Shuing said, raising his palm. A broad palm in the void pressed towards Feng Qingran. Countless light chains appeared on the surrounding light pillars, flying towards Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran's expression remained unchanged in response to this, and she continued to swing leisurely. Ancestor of the Jiang family, if you only have this trick, you should return to the tower as soon as possible. There is no need for Feng Qingran to take action. The god-killing spear appears. He flew up and pierced the void with his palm. The light chains that appeared around him also broke. The beam of light disappeared. Seeing this scene, the ancestor of the Jiang family exuded a coercive aura. You are so capable. You can control the god-killing spear. It seems you have already met her. Feng Qingran's eyes became sharp as she stared at the ancestor of the Jiang family. He actually knew the woman in her memory. Feng Qingran jumped off the swing and decided to fight quickly. Qingluan's sword jumped into his hand. The vines between the sleeves moved slightly. Feng Shichu was very happy that he was finally going to let it play. You should be able to condense entities, right? Feng Qingran asked coldly. Cut a ghost. You can't let the other person taste the physical pain. At that time, the Jiang family wanted to trample my mother into the mud again and again. Now, it's time to pay back some interest. The shadow of the ancestor of the Jiang family gradually solidified and turned into an old man, exactly the same as the old face in the land abandoned by the gods. Feng Qingran was not surprised at all by this. Feng Qingran, your performance in the street fighting arena really impressed me. The ancestor of the Jiang family said, and power began to gather in his palms. Feng Qingran turned over in the air, her eyes full of murderous intent. We, Lingyun sect, are not the victims of your battle with Shuanmen. The moment Feng Qingran finished speaking, she was already behind the ancestor of the Jiang family, and the Qingluan's sword pierced his back. This position cannot kill him. But it can take away the opponent's essence. The ancestor of the Jiang family swelled in strength, and a terrifying big palm appeared on Feng Qingran again. Feng Qingran chuckled and threw thousands of high-level talismans towards the big palm. Then he stabbed the Jiang family ancestor unswervingly. Bang bang bang. The explosion sounded. The ancestor of the Jiang family suddenly felt something bad and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The formation lit up from under his feet. If he were here in his true form, Feng Qingran's talisman would naturally be unable to deal with that big palm. But this is his doppelganger. Only 1/3 of the power of the body. Naturally, he was no match for Feng Qingran's full blow. Pooh! A sword penetrated the Jiang family ancestor's chest. Feng Qingran had a crystal-clear marrow in her hand. She destroyed the marrow without hesitation. The formation that trap you was taught to me by the ancestor of the Jiang family. How does it feel? Feng Qingran asked coldly. Killing is just a matter of nodding. Killing the heart is the main thing. The ancestor of the Jiang family wanted to open his mouth to speak, but no sound came out, and blood kept oozing out of his mouth. Feng Qingran pierced his dantian with another sword. She turned the ancestor of the Jiang family into a physical body, not to increase his strength, but to let him experience physical torture. By the way, there's more. Fang Qingran kicked the ancestor of the Jiang family down. Then, without hesitation, she dug out the immortal bones from the ancestor of the Jiang family. When she noticed the aura on the immortal bones, Fang Qingran's aura became even colder. It really belonged to her mother. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1034 The Young Master of the Black Abyss Sect. Fang Qingran erased the complicated seals and auras on the immortal bones. Only the breath of Fang Qingwu was left. Then he took out a simple box, put the immortal bones in it, and attached the power of law to the box. My mother is the Lord of Heaven, and she is also the Lord of the Plains. Everything on her body can be nourished by the power of law. And her mission is to find her mother's things and save them. The ancestor of the Jiang family lost his divine marrow and had his immortal bones dug out. His eyes gradually turned red as he stared at Fang Qingran. He really didn't expect that Fang Qingran could easily subdue his clone. He can also take out his immortal bones and marrow. Only then did the ancestor of the Jiang family realize that Fang Qingran wanted him to transform into a physical entity just to take away the divine marrow and immortal bones in his body. Now this clone is useless and has no power to fight. But even so, he didn't want Fang Qingran to have an easy time. The ancestor of the Jiang family turned his attention to Jiang Changfeng. At this time, we can only use Jiang Changfeng to leave here. Anyway, the mark on his soul has been erased by Fang Qingran and can be invaded. Jiang Changfeng also happened to meet the cold gaze of the ancestor of the Jiang family at this time. He was all excited. A chill rose up my back, and a sense of danger of death came over me. When Jiang Changfeng still wanted to take a closer look, the ancestor of the Jiang family withdrew his gaze. The ancestor of the Jiang family used the remaining power in his body and activated the restrictions on his body. Waves of light flashed across his body, and his body gradually became illusory. At the same time, the void trembled. Cracks in space and time appeared. The breath of killing overflowed from it and gradually enveloped the entire competition venue. Immediately afterwards, ink-colored mist began to saturate the space, turning everything into pitch black. The situations in which this darkness and decaying air appear are different. The aura of decay can use spiritual consciousness to detect the surrounding situation. At this moment, even with the power of the soul, nothing could be seen. A proud voice reached Fang Qingran's ears. Fang Qingran, savor the punishment I bring to you. After the ancestor of the Jiang family finished speaking, Jiang Changfeng's screams were heard again. Then everything around him became calm. Fang Qingran noticed a cold touch on her face. Like jade. Master, there's a ghost. I didn't see anything, but I felt a lot of tentacles pulling at me. Fang Zhichu's nervous voice sounded in Fang Qingran's sea of consciousness. Fang Qingran felt a burning sensation in her palm. She raised her hand, and the mark left by the small box was faintly visible on her palm. The next moment, a colorful and crystal clear tentacle appeared in Fang Qingran's sight. It seemed to want to touch the mark, but quickly retracted. Chu, don't worry, they don't seem to have any ill intentions. Fang Qingran comforted Fang Zhichu through a message. Master, I can't find them. What are they? Fang Zhichu was trembling with fear. It didn't know where it was being dragged. In short, it had lost its ability to sense. It has never encountered this situation. Fang Qingran said in a message, they're probably weird monsters in the sea. When she was on the battlefield of the gods before, the ancestor of the Jiang family also summoned a small box to deal with her. At that time, after listening to the little box's story, she thought everything was just an accident. Looking back now, the Jiang family hides far more secrets than she imagined. Even weird creatures can be summoned and used. Is such a family really inferior to Xuanmen? While Fang Qingran was transmitting messages to Fang Zhichu, several colorful tentacles were trying to come and go in Fang Qingran's palm, as if he wanted to touch but didn't dare. In the void, Yanyu and Xiaohei had a panoramic view of the game scenes. Seeing this scene, Xiaohei said, Master, killing monsters and leaving the boundary sea without permission is against the rules, right? Yanyu shook her head. No, they didn't leave on their own initiative. There were cultivators who sacrificed their souls to lure them out. Master, why don't you summon them back? Xiaohei asked slightly worriedly. It's tough enough to kill monsters. What's more, Fang Qingran is at this moment. Don't look at it. Killing monsters is just for fun now, without tentacles. But once they take action, what awaits Fang Qingran will be death. Don't worry, they don't dare to touch her. There was excitement in Yanyu's eyebrows. Staying in Lingyun's sect was truly the right decision. The fun goes on. Fang Qingran had the protective mark left by the domain lord on his body. There are also marks left by the small box. And the mark she gave. They are all marks that can make killing monsters fearful. Therefore, Fang Qingran must not be in danger. The killing monsters who came this time were not the group that obeyed her, but they were very afraid of the small box group. Maybe. Yanyu had a special idea. He began to stare at Fang Qingran with burning eyes. Xiaohei noticed Yanyu's change, and the dragon's body trembled. Master, why are you looking at the lord with wolf-like eyes? Yanyu was not angry this time. Xiaohei, your master and I are about to retire. She had never dared to stay in one place for too long. She was afraid that the killing monster would find her and stick to her. But, if they were given new leaders, she wouldn't have to worry, she could just stay in one place as long as she wanted. Yanyu raised her hand and drew a piece of language inheritance through the void, giving it to Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran felt a force flying into the sea of consciousness, and then countless noisy sounds appeared in her ears. Is this our food this time? How can we share it with such a small one? Suck it. The thin skin and tender meat look much more delicious than those of the orcs. How about we grill it? I also want to add some cumin. I can finally go out to the sea to relax. It's killing me. Wait, don't touch her yet, she has a familiar scent on her. Damn it, what's going on? Why does this cultivator have the mark of the Black Abyss sect on his body? This aura belongs to the young master, right? Something's wrong. This cultivator not only has the aura of the young master of the Abyss sect, but also seems to have two other familiar auras. Can't capture the other two breaths. If we don't eat her anymore, is this trip in vain? Ellipsis. Fang Qingran heard the discussion in her ears and opened the eye of nothingness. In an instant, countless colors rushed into the sea of consciousness, leaving her unable to react. What are these things? The whole body is full of colorful colors. It's hard for them to have so many colors on their bodies. Fang Qingran could guess that the young master of the Abyss sect they were talking about was probably Little Box. Why are the little boxes only black, but they come in so many colors? Fang Qingran didn't want to think too much. She found Fang Zhichu's location. Fang Zhichu was surrounded by a group of colorful jellyfish. They seemed to be very curious about Fang Zhichu, and kept pulling at it with their tentacles. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1035 Elder Yi wants the beauty pill. This seems to be the gourd vine from the prehistoric times. I heard that it produced 7 gourds at that time, and each gourd was an innate spiritual treasure. I saw it from a distance in the boundary sea. What do those gourds look like? It's just 2 circles at the top and bottom, but the color of those gourds is very single, not as good looking as ours, but they look delicious. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to grab them. It's delicious, suck. Can it make gourds now? I want to eat spicy gourds. It can't detect our existence at all, and it can't understand our language. It has no way to communicate. A monster said regretfully. Fang Qingran heard these words when she rushed to Fang Zhichu's side. She did not hesitate to send Fang Zhichu back to the void space. These killing monsters are actually hidden foodies. Hey, why did the vine disappear? I was planning to take it back and plant it to produce gourds. Stop talking, the boss wants us to go back to the sea. I haven't even eaten a bite of food, why did I go back? The boss said that this cultivator cannot be eaten. She has the mark of the young master of the Abyss sect. If we touch her, we will become enemies with the Abyss sect, and the gain will not be worth the loss. That's it. Can I take a few bites to satisfy my craving? Snapped. One of the monsters slapped the talking monster and said, no, with your stomach, it will be gone after 1 bite, and you still have 2 bites. Get back here quickly, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. The killing monster retreated noisily into the boundary sea. The black mist on the field also disappeared, and all the cracks in the void closed. Only Fang Qingran was left on the playing field. The next moment, she left the playing field and appeared on the square. The second elder of the Jiang family immediately stood up, full of energy, and said, Emperor Yi Qian, I have reason to suspect that the Lingyun sect's matches are all fake. Evidence? Yi Xingchen asked. The second elder of the Jiang family glanced at Jiang Changfeng, who was in a coma, and said, one moment our head was still competing with her and did not admit defeat. The next moment he suddenly left the competition field and fell into a coma. This is simply not consistent with the picture shown on the mysterious mirror. The master of the house was not injured at all on the mysterious mirror. How come he was suddenly traumatized after he came out? And the black mist that appeared at the end also appeared in Yan Moyu's game. Fang Qingran and Yan Moyu both come from Lingyun sect, how come it's such a coincidence? The second elder of the Jiang family listed them one by one. After hearing this, the spectators looked suspiciously. Being able to control the mysterious mirror also meant that they could control the playing field. Maybe you can also control winning and losing. What second elder Jiang said is really funny. What is the point of our competition? Lin Yang's charming voice sounded. As soon as she opened her mouth, the practitioner's eyes fell on her. It's not because she has strong appeal. It's all because Lin Yang's every move is full of charm. She has a kind of charming beauty, but is not tacky at all. On the contrary, I find it pleasing to the eye. But Elder Jiang cast a disgusted look at Lin Yang. What the god realm likes to see is a pure, elegant, kind and gentle female nun. Lin Yang's beauty is not only charming, but also aggressive. He always felt that he was not in control, so Elder Jiang hated Lin Yang deeply when he saw her for the first time. He was also glad that she was not in the god realm, otherwise she would definitely lead the female cultivator into trouble. Elder Jiang frowned and said, the most important thing in a competition is of course fairness. If the rule of fairness doesn't even exist, what else is there to compete with? Lin Yang's red lips curled up slightly. The competition is about strength. Ask yourself, does your family master have the strength to control the mysterious mirror? Fang Qingran's voice also sounded at this time. If second elder Jiang is not convinced, you can send another Jiang family practitioner to compete with me, or how about you all come together? Elder Jiang's face froze. Besides, isn't this the one delivering food to Fang Qingran? He knew full well that Jiang Changfeng was no match for Fang Qingran. Now that he stood up, he was just trying to control speech and let the practitioners attack Fang Qingran. Now Lingyun sect has threatened the Jiang family's status and must be suppressed. Cough cough cough. The eldest elder of the Jiang family pretended to cough a few times and said, Second elder, this competition was caused by the coma of our family leader, which led to the end of the competition. Stop talking about it. But. Elder Jiang was about to speak but stopped. Elder Jiang hurriedly interrupted him and said, Everyone, our Jiang family has some family matters to deal with, so we will return to the god realm first. The positions of the Fang family and the Wen family are already vacant. Obviously, in this great competition in the immortal realm, everyone from all walks of life understood the strength of the immortal realm. Strictly speaking, both Luan Jin and Yan Miyu came from the Lingyun sect. So the final winner is said to be a fairyland. When the spectators from the god realm saw that the Jiang family had left, they couldn't stay any longer, so they immediately left. But before they left, they all looked in Luan Jin's direction. Seeing this, Yi Xingchen glanced at everyone in the square. The results of the finals had obviously come out. Yi Xingchen didn't wait for the announcement of the results of the competition. A cultivator in the immortal realm immediately shouted, "Palace Master Luanjin, now that all the outsiders have left, do you want to seriously consider leaving the immortal realm?" "That's right, Emperor Yi Qian, stop pretending to be the Emperor of Heaven all the time and speak up quickly to keep the Master of Luanjin Palace." "Emperor Yi Qian, just let the Lingyun sect lock up your competition prize and divide it up. We don't have any objections. We only have one idea, let Master Luanjin stay." "Yi Xingchen. It's a bit embarrassing. I want to throw them all out." Elder Yi saw that Yi Xingchen was attracted by the attraction and the spectators did not pay attention to him, so he quietly walked towards Lingyun sect. He came to Goddess Qingqiang. His attitude was respectful and a little flattering. "What does Elder Yi want from me?" Goddess Qingqiang asked. Elder Yi hesitated for a moment, his cheeks became a little rosy, and he said awkwardly, "Goddess, can you refine the beauty elixir for men here?" "Who is the beauty pill you want for?" Elder Yi said in an extremely nervous voice, "That fellow Taoist is in a similar situation to me, similar in age, and similar in cultivation. He wants to become young and handsome, so he came to me." A smile flashed in the eyes of Goddess Qingqiang, and she glanced at Elder Yi's face, "Then he can't just use the beauty pill, he also needs the yuan return pill and the beauty pill." Elder Yi suddenly felt like he had been seen through, but he was afraid of being exposed, so he gritted his teeth and said, "What is the total price of what the goddess said?" "Great Elder, you can actually advise your Taoist friend that you don't need to care about his appearance." Goddess Qingqiang said euphemistically that the asking price was very expensive. Elder Yi Da sent a message, "That Taoist friend made a strong request, and I can't refuse it. The goddess can just make her request." At the same time, Shaman, the goddess Qingqiang, laughed like crazy, "Ha ha ha, master, he obviously wants to give his own. I have seen it." He looked at Linyang several times, wanting the old cow to eat the young grass. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1036 The Uninvited Guest. Spirit World. The ancestral land of the Jiang family. The ancestor of the Jiang family looked at the person coming in front of him, his eyes were cold. "What are you doing here?" When the visitor heard this, he was not annoyed at all and said, "Ancestor of the Jiang family, I'm here to give you an opportunity, do you want it?" "Clan, the transaction between you and me has ended a long time ago, and I have no plans to continue our cooperation. Please leave here." The ancestor of the Jiang family looked at Clan warily. It was the holy ancestor's choice to cooperate with this group of masked men that gave the Jiang family a chance to rise. After that, the holy ancestor took the opportunity to destroy Xuanmen. From Taoism, he obtained the art of witchcraft, taboo magic, deduction, etc. The holy ancestor used these things he obtained from Xuanmen to make the Jiang family the first family at that time. Later, when the War of the Gods began, the holy ancestor covered up the cooperation between the Jiang family and the masked man, and also sent many strong men to fight against the masked man. All forces from all sides came out in force. Naturally, the Jiang family cannot be that exception. For this reason, the holy ancestor failed to return from the battlefield of the gods. Before the holy ancestor left the Jiang family, he sealed the scene of his cooperation with the masked man and left it to the next heir. The holy ancestor also left instructions in the picture, asking the descendants of the Jiang family to take root only in the divine world, and not in heaven under any circumstances. If this article is violated, the Jiang family will be destroyed. In this way, the teachings of the holy ancestor reached him. He also saw the scene where the ancestor of the Jiang family cooperated with the masked man. He knew that these things must not be exposed. This secret is like a hot potato. If the masked man comes again, he can use it to threaten the Jiang family. But it was not the masked man who first threatened the Jiang family. It was Feng Qingwu, the reincarnation of the Lord of the Plains. At first he bought Feng Qingwu from the Feng family, only because he was interested in her divine marrow and fairy bones. After digging out its divine marrow and immortal bones, we are ready to deal with the opponent. But in the process, he discovered that the divine marrow and immortal bones in Feng Qingwu could regenerate. So he kept Feng Qingwu, and after she had grown her divine marrow and fairy bones again, he dug them out and made a clone for himself. He dug it 3 times in a row. The divine marrow and immortal bones in Feng Qingwu's body did not regenerate. But what surprised him was that Feng Qingwu, who had no divine marrow, immortal bones, or spiritual roots, could actually practice. He stayed with the other party. Used the forbidden technique to trace all of Feng Qingwu's past and find the secrets hidden in her body. In the long river of time, he saw Feng Qingwu's predecessor as the Lord of the Plain. It is also the existence that protects the entire plain. She died and was reincarnated into the Feng family because of the Saint Ancestor's plot. The ancestor of the Jiang family can never forget the shock and fear he felt when he knew that Feng Qingwu was the master of the plain. Whether it was the holy ancestor or him, what he did to Feng Qingwu was irreparable harm. So Feng Qingwu must disappear. But with his strength alone, there was no way he could kill Feng Qingwu. He thought of the masked man at that time, and it would not be a problem for them to kill Feng Qingwu. Therefore, he took the path of the holy ancestor and actively sought the cooperation of the masked man. It actually allowed him to find Qian, who was hiding in the plain. Qian said that he could not deal with Feng Qingwu openly, but he could find ways to hurt her soul and reduce her strength. If you really want to erase Feng Qingwu's existence, you still have to rely on the ancestor of the Jiang family. In this way, he and Qian conspired for a long time before getting rid of Feng Qingwu. As for Feng Qingren's existence, he only found out later. When he learned about Feng Qingren's existence, he also discovered an ancestral precept left by the holy ancestor in his ancestral land. After seeing this ancestral precept, he asked his clone to follow Jiang Changfeng to the fairy world and meet Feng Qingran for a while. The result was that the clone was destroyed. If he hadn't sacrificed Jiang Changfeng's soul in time, the soul he left in his clone would probably be wiped out by Feng Qingran. His soul was rescued, but the Jiang family lost a head. He was worried about this matter when Qian appeared. The ancestor of the Jiang family had a premonition that something bad would happen if he saw Qian. Although Qian looks modest and kind, he is darker than anyone else on the inside. Are you sure you don't want to cooperate? Your situation seems not very optimistic. If you don't make a breakthrough, your lifespan will be exhausted. Qian said in a warm voice. What do you want? The ancestor of the Jiang family asked coldly. Invitation to the God Exchange competition. Qian said. The Shenyun sect was created by Feng Qingwu. I didn't deal with the 8 people in the sky back then, so naturally I didn't receive the invitation. But God was very surprised that he couldn't get in without an invitation. God's communication competition is much grander than the fairy world. Qian wants to participate in God's competition to understand the strength of the entire plane before making subsequent moves. The ancestor of the Jiang family frowned slightly when he heard what Qian wanted. Heaven is not like the lower world. If you go to heaven, you will definitely be exposed. If they work together to deal with you, do you think you can escape? The Jiang family ancestor's hidden meaning was, if you can't escape, you will implicate me. You don't need to worry about this. No matter what happens to me in heaven, I will not harm you. Qian said with a firm tone. The ancestor of the Jiang family thought for a moment, I can give you the invitation, but I want you to swear an oath that you will never expose your cooperation with the Jiang family in this plane. Okay, Qian agreed happily, and then left an oath. After listening to Qian's oath, the ancestor of the Jiang family handed the other party an invitation card. The cultivator who came to give this gift from heaven specially gave 3 invitations to the Jiang family. After Qian got the invitation, he gave something to the ancestor of the Jiang family. After taking this, you will be able to break through your current realm. The ancestor of the Jiang family took the thing and looked suspicious. What's the difference between this and Dao fruit? However, Qian did not want to answer the question of the ancestor of the Jiang family. Instead, he reminded, for the sake of our happy cooperation before, I would like to remind you to use less deduction techniques. There is nothing good about Xuanmen. What do you mean by this? The ancestor of the Jiang family asked in confusion. In the Jiang family's ancestor's view, Qian was just an outsider, and he could not understand Xuanmen better than the Jiang family. Qian just gave the ancestor of the Jiang family a meaningful look, without explaining anything, and quickly disappeared in front of the ancestor of the Jiang family. The ancestor of the Jiang family looked at the place where Qian disappeared with a gloomy face. After thinking for a moment, he calmed down. He removed the barrier on his ancestral land and decided to deal with many issues of the Jiang family first before retreating to break through the realm. After the barrier opened, the elders who had been waiting outside for a long time walked in with Jiang Changfeng. The first elder of the Jiang family stepped forward and reported everything that happened in the immortal world. Although the ancestor of the Jiang family knew everything about the immortal world, he did not interrupt Elder Jiang. Instead, he pretended not to know and listened carefully. Ancestor, Yi Xingchen in the immortal realm doesn't take the Jiang family seriously at all, and is clearly favoring their team in the immortal realm. We have no choice but to bring the family leader back. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1037. Brother and sister recognize each other, asking for golden ticket. After Elder Jiang finished speaking, he looked at the ancestor of the Jiang family anxiously. Jiang Changfeng, the head of the Jiang family, was injured like this, but they were helpless against the murderer. This incident was simply a great shame and humiliation for the Jiang family. But when they were in the fairy world, they did nothing but brought Jiang Changfeng back. This matter ends here. I'm here to heal Changfeng. During this period, the Jiang family's affairs will be handled by Jiang Chanyu. The Jiang family ancestor's words shocked all the elders. Why didn't the ancestor even show his anger about the family leader's injury? The elders looked at each other, but no one made any move. They were all wondering if the ancestor was testing them. After all, the head of the family was injured, but they came back intact. Anyone would think that they did not take good care of the family master. What, are you dissatisfied with Qian Yu's management of the Jiang family? The ancestor of the Jiang family asked coldly as his pressure spread. He understood what these elders were thinking, but he was not prepared to explain anything to them. Jiang Changfeng's soul has been destroyed. Naturally, this matter cannot be further investigated. No, young Master Chanyu's strength is obvious to all. We will definitely assist young Master Chanyu. After the elders came to their senses, they all said. Then stand down. Don't disturb me while I'm healing Changfeng. The ancestor of the Jiang family waved his sleeves and sent all the elders out. He also set up barriers and formations before looking at Jiang Changfeng, who was lying on the ground. What exists in Jiang Changfeng's body is his clone soul. That's why the elders misunderstood that he was still alive. This also saves him a lot of explanations. After all, he had not told any disciples of the Jiang family about his possession of Jiang Changfeng. The ancestor of the Jiang family withdrew Jiang Changfeng's soul with one movement. At the same time, a courtyard. Jiang Chanyu looked at Su Yanran opposite him coldly. Su Yanran, who are you and me? Brother, we are really brothers and sisters from the same father and mother. It's just that my father reached an agreement with the Jiang family at that time, so he sent you to the Jiang family. Su Yanran explained. Even if I am really the child of Wen Yun and Su Exingheng, what about you? Your body is Yi Jamin of the Yi family. Naturally, we are not brothers and sisters. Jiang Chanyu frowned deeply. In the land abandoned by God, there was still a grudge between him and Su Yanran. Now she actually ran over to him and told him that she was his sister. Jiang Chanyu didn't want to accept it. And just because of Su Exingheng's collusion with the Mother of Decay, he can recognize this father. Jiang Chanyu just wants to stay in the Jiang family and slowly repair his soul. Besides, if Su Yanran came to recognize her at this time, it was just 2 things. God communication competition. Perhaps the Lingyun sect in the immortal realm. Brother, you can't deny me. If I hadn't been killed, I wouldn't have had to resurrect myself. And my mother, she has been secretly protecting you and me. In order to let us live a good life, she did not hesitate to take risks. Su Yanran started to talk about Wen Yun's contribution. Since Jiang Chanyu didn't deal with her, she brought up Wen Yun. In short, she must let Jiang Chanyu stand on her side and be used by her. But when Jiang Chanyu listened to Su Yanran's words, his face became colder and colder. There was no point in saying these things that he didn't know. From birth, he grew up in the Chu family, a place abandoned by God. Later, when he arrived at the Jiang family in the God realm, it was his ancestor who cared about him. During this process, the so-called mother and father never appeared once. They hadn't appeared before, so he didn't need them to appear now. It was even more impossible for him to recognize this cheap sister. The reason why he was willing to listen to Su Yanran's nonsense here was because he wanted to hear her purpose and find a way to get her out of the Jiang family. However, he wanted to hear Su Yanran's purpose. But the other party refused to say anything and kept talking about Wen Yun. Jiang Chanyu said impatiently, Su Yanran, I promised you to join the Jiang family team and take you to the God realm. I have fulfilled my promise, and it is time for you to fulfill your promise and leave. When Su Yanran heard this, her eyes were stunned. Brother, do you really want to be so ruthless? The situation in all walks of life is turbulent now. If our family can unite. What do you want? Jiang Chanyu asked directly. Su Yanran was silent. She couldn't tell Jiang Chanyu what she wanted. She wants to regain the luck she lost in the land abandoned by the gods. But her current strength is too weak, and Su Xingheng and Wen Yun cannot help her. She can only find Jiang Chanyu. She met a mysterious man not long ago. The man showed him some images. The picture is about the memory of her past life. In the memory of his previous life, Jiang Chanyu died in the place abandoned by the gods and never returned to the Jiang family. Fang Qingran and the others all died, and all their luck and treasures belonged to her. She had a smooth life in the land abandoned by the gods, and her qualifications gradually became unparalleled. But just when she was about to ascend, time reversed and she returned to the day she entered the Tianjin sect. That is this life. Everything has changed dramatically. She didn't get the bracelet in Fang Qingran's hand, she didn't get the formation disc in Liu Kanglan's hand, and she didn't get Bigu Jianyi's sword body. Piles. One piece. All are completely different from the trajectory of the previous life. After seeing those pictures, she felt a strong sense of unwillingness in her heart. Since she could take away those treasures in her previous life, she should also get those things in this life. But she saw those memories too late. Fang Qingran and the others are no one she can deal with now. She must unite other forces to deal with Lingyun sect. Zhang Jia is a good choice. Besides, strictly speaking, Jiang Chanyu and she were still brothers and sisters. With this relationship, why worry about the Jiang family not being able to be used by her? However, Jiang Chanyu seemed reluctant at the moment. In this case, she can only use other means. Brother, I know your secret. If you want to keep your secret in the Jiang family, only I can help you. After all, if they know that you have lost the power of speech spirit. Su Yanran said half of what she said. Jiang Chanyu felt cold in her heart, but she still suppressed it. The ancestor only knew that his soul was damaged. As for losing his power of speech, he never told anyone. Su Yanran noticed the change in Jiang Chanyu's mood and continued, Brother, my mother told me about this. She has a way to restore your power of speech. What do you want? Jiang Chanyu's tone was much better this time. I want to stay in the Jiang family and go to the God communication competition with you. Su Yanran said bluntly. This is the request of the mysterious man. Let her sneak into the Jiang family's team and report the Jiang family's news at all times. In what capacity do you want to stay in the Jiang family? Jiang Chanyu asked with cold eyes. My mother has prepared an identity for me as the legitimate daughter of a branch of the Jiang family. A smile appeared on Su Yanran's face. Okay, I will find a way, but the Jiang family is not as good as outside. If you are found to be abnormal, I will not protect you. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1038 Meeting God. When Su Yanran and Jiang Chanyu reached cooperation with each other, the order assigning Jiang Chanyu to temporarily take charge of the Jiang family spread throughout the Jiang family. The elders are happy to see this matter come to fruition. If Jiang Changfeng had been in a coma before, they would have fought for the right to manage the Jiang family. But it was different now. They had seen Fang Qingran's strength and had no intention of fighting for the rights of the Jiang family. How cruel the ancestor of the Jiang family was to Fang Qingwu back then. As the elders of the Jiang family, they can see it more clearly than anyone else. And Fang Qingran was of Fang Qingwu's bloodline, so it was only a matter of time before she found the Jiang family. At that time, it is unknown whether the Jiang family can withstand it. Therefore, they should take precautions early and concentrate on improving their strength. Even if they cannot defeat Fang Qingran, they still have a chance to escape from the Jiang family. As for why they don't leave now, of course they can't leave. As long as the ancestor of the Jiang family does not die, they will stay in the Jiang family forever. This is the oath they made when they joined the Jiang family, and they cannot break it. As soon as Jiang Chanyu sent Su Yanran away, he received a token from the elders to take charge of the Jiang family. Jiang Chanyu held the token with a dark look in his eyes. He only relied on the power of words and spirits to win his ancestor's favor. Young master, the elders handed over the tokens so happily. Is there any conspiracy? Jiang Chanyu looked at the speaker. The speaker's name is Jiang Chen. They were the confidants he had cultivated after coming to the Jiang family. Unlike the secret guards given by his ancestor, the speaker in front of him was completely obedient to his orders. Jiang Chen analyzed carefully. Young master, I just inquired about it. As soon as the elders returned to the Jiang family, they sent the patriarch to the ancestor. Then the ancestor began to retreat, and the patriarch also stayed in the ancestral land. Now that the ancestors and family heads are in the ancestral land, the elders have the greatest rights. They can take advantage of this opportunity to seize more resources and control more Jiang family children. But they didn't do anything. They left their ancestral land and sent you the token. They didn't want to care about anything. They even didn't want to have anything to do with the power of the Jiang family. Even if there is an order from the ancestor to let you manage the Jiang family, they still have reasons to delay and give you the token later if they want. Young master, if something goes wrong, there must be a demon. The elders of the Jiang family usually have their own selfish motives. In addition, they are also dissatisfied with Jiang Chanyu, the young master. Jiang Chanyu suddenly appeared in the Jiang family, and his strength was not high. The ancestor of the Jiang family did not tell the elders that he had the power of speech and spirit. As a result, the elders of the Jiang family only had superficial respect for Jiang Chanyu. Jiang Chanyu also knew this. So as soon as Jiang Chen analyzed it, Jiang Chanyu immediately thought of the key. But the token has been obtained, and even if there is a conspiracy, there is no reason to give it away. Jiang Chen, since they are willing to hand over the token and indicate that they will not interfere with me, I should make good use of this opportunity. What do you want to do, young master? A land abandoned by gods. Huolingzhu. Xiao Feng, what do you want to do here? Hong Mengshu asked via voice transmission. Let's see what the legendary god looks like. Feng Qingran stepped out of the way and stepped into an ancient alley. The winding path is deep and secluded. There are mottled marks on the walls on the left and right sides. If you don't look carefully, you just think they're traces left by the years. Hong Mengshu sent a message in shock. Xiao Feng, you don't have a fever, do you? The gods of various universes have long since fallen. What gods are you looking for here? If there is a god in this plane, it should be responsive. Hongmeng, don't you remember the name of this small world? Feng Qingran asked via voice message. The land abandoned by the gods, this name doesn't mean anything, right? After all, there are no gods in the god realm. Hong Mengshu's tone was slightly uncertain at this moment. Feng Qingran flipped her wrist, and the map of mountains, rivers, and the country unfolded before her eyes. What catches the eye is a layer of gauze-like mist. Under the misty purple mist, the mountains are winding and rolling, and ancient trees stand in the mountains, and they're thriving. On the top of the mountain, there was another scorching sun, breaking through the fog and casting a faint golden light. Under the golden light, a beautiful tower loomed. The whole painting connects the virtual and the real, the heaven and the earth are present, all-encompassing, and seems to be alive. From different angles, you can see different scenery. Feng Qingran attached her hand to the blazing sun in the picture and recited the magic formula. The next moment, the wall in front of the ancient alley began to collapse, gradually changing, and turned into a scene like the one in the Mountains and Rivers Society map. Hong Mengshu noticed the changes outside and was startled. He sent a message. Xiao Feng, have you entered the Mountains and Rivers Sheji map? How could you enter alone? If someone destroys the painting outside, you will come out. Not going. There are indeed countless treasures of heaven, material and earth in the map of mountains and rivers. But there are also countless risks in exploring the mountains, rivers, and the country. One of the dangers is that the mountains and rivers Sheji map will be destroyed, resulting in being trapped in the exploration and never being able to get out. I am not in the map of mountains and rivers, Feng Qingran said in a message. Hong Mengshu heard this, checked it, and was shocked. He sent a message. The map of mountains and rivers is actually the key. How did you find out? Guess. Feng Qingran did make a guess, but it was not an unfounded guess. As early as when she encountered the god of sacrifice from the battlefield of the gods, she began to think about where the god existed. Combined with the actions of those who rebelled against God and Shranman, we guessed that God must still exist. Because only God really exists. Only certain behaviors of Taoism can be reasonably explained. But these things are a long story, and there are still many doubts that she has not figured out, so she doesn't want to explain too much now. After meeting the true God, Hong Mengshu should be able to figure it out after thinking about it for himself. Feng Qingran was currently in a purple mist, standing in the air. The power of his consciousness spread out, but he was unable to detect the surrounding environment. There is a special layer of restrictions here, and many spells are restricted. At the same time, there were sounds of quarreling in the woods not far away. An old man with grey hair threw the chess pieces heavily on the chessboard and said, "You are such a bad old guy, you use all your tricks to play chess." The old man sitting opposite had his beard raised and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I am not using any tricks to blind you. It's your chess that sucks. You cheated after losing." The grey old man jumped up and said, "Why am I cheating when I lose? Stop slandering me. It's obvious that you used a blind trick to change the chess piece, Mo Chan. I tell you, I have tolerated you for a long time. If you dare to do this again, I will throw you instead Kyonghua Tower." Mo Chan glared at the grey old man. "Humph. Yunshang, you have to find trouble, right? Every time you play chess with me, you quarrel with me, so don't play chess with me next time." Yunshang's eyebrows twitched. He couldn't help but play chess with Mo Chan. Mo Chan is the only one here who is willing to play chess with him. The other brats couldn't sit still and always ran out to run the black market. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1039 Ancestor Yunshang. Yunshang wanted to apologize, but couldn't save face. So he could only stare at Mo Chan, who was opposite him. Mo Chan just shouted casually that he didn't like going to the black market, and only Yunshang could stay with him here. Although Yunshang always likes to be noisy, he is actually a good chess player. Otherwise, he wouldn't always change chess pieces. Thinking of this, Mo Chan coughed and was about to apologize first, but at this moment he noticed a special smell. Familiar yet a little strange. Yunshang naturally noticed it too. The two looked at each other and jumped into the sky together. Look towards where Feng Qingran is. Little Venerable, Yun Shang exclaimed and prepared to go over. Mo Tian grabbed Mr. Yun and said, "Don't go yet." Yun Shang's wise eyes looked a little more puzzled. The Little Venerable's strength shouldn't be like this, and the look in her eyes when she looks here is unfamiliar, Mo Tiandao said. She is the Little Venerable, I will not admit my mistake. Yun Shang said with determination. Mo Tian fell into silence. The cloud is the god of cause and effect, and he can see through the connections of all living things at a glance. Yun Shang said that Feng Qinggran was the Little Venerable, so he should be the Little Venerable. But why did the Little Venerable become so weak? And how did she get in with her strength? Mo Tian, that's not right. She is a Little Venerable, not a Little Venerable. The joy on Yun Shang's face disappeared, and his expression turned solemn. Someone touched the causal thread on the Little Venerable body. There will be cause and effect on the path of a cultivator. These causes and effects arise from practice and can also be eliminated through actions on the way to practice. But the cause and effect of the Little Venerable is very confusing. There were even some causes and effects that she shouldn't be responsible for. The more Yun Shang looked at it, the more he shook his head and frowned, and then his face suddenly turned cold. What a vicious idea and method, this is the rhythm of slowly destroying the Little Venerable. What's wrong? Mo Tian asked. Yun Shang did not explain, but said seriously, Mo Tian, summon the gods to return, I will make those turtle grandsons pay the price. When Mo Tian heard what Yun Shang said, he immediately went to recall the gods in the black market without asking any questions. Yun Shang calmed down and appeared in front of Feng Qinggran with a smile. Hello, little girl, how did you get in here? Yun Shang's face almost broke out in laughter, and he seemed to be showing off his courtesy for nothing. Feng Qinggran said politely, Senior, I broke in here unintentionally. I wonder what this place is called. This place has no name, it's just an idle place, Yun Shang said. Damn it, there is actually a god in this plane, and my laws are going to be restructured. Hong Mengshu's voice sounded in Feng Qinggran's sea of consciousness. The laws that accommodate the world of God must be of a higher order. Otherwise, if God fights, the world will collapse. Feng Qinggran was in no mood to respond to Hong Mengshu. She found that the way Yun looked at her was strange, like an old friend meeting her again. Little girl, why don't you go to the shabby room for a cup of tea? Yun Shang took the initiative to invite Feng Qinggran out of fear of embarrassment. Old man Mo, why are you so anxious to summon us back? Why else? It's probably because I have another fight with Patriarch Yun Shang. We need to judge. Ancestor Yun Shang is a stinky chess player, and Old man Mo is a great master. It's a match made in heaven between the two of them. Ancestor Yun Shang used to be a very good chess player. If it weren't for some unscrupulous person who always cheated him, he wouldn't have become like this. Hey, that's right, we are asked to comment every time. After our discussion is over, they will reconcile next time, but it will be us who won't. If Patriarch Yun Shang hadn't controlled Kyonghua Tower, I really wouldn't want to get involved in their affairs. Arguments erupted one after another. Mo Tian couldn't get a word in at all. Wait a minute, there seems to be a special aura in Yunshangfeng. A woman said. Let me see. All the gods looked at Yunshang Peak. I saw a bright and pretty woman talking to Patriarch Yunshang. The attitude of Patriarch Yunshang was indescribably strange. There's something vaguely tactful about it. The gods looked at each other, and then looked at Mo Tian with burning eyes. Old man Mo, the ancestor of Yunshang wouldn't be so conscience-stricken, would he? Mo Tian's head was full of black threads. What are you thinking about? That is the Little Venerable we mentioned before. It is for her that I have called you back. She is the Little Venerable. The gods seemed to be thinking of something. God exists to protect living beings. It was this duty of protection that forced them to give in every step of the way, to the point where they almost wiped out the clan. Later, the Lord God sacrificed himself to help them get rid of the constraints of the rules and sent them away. However, the so-called rebels did not want to let them go. The god rebel wants to drain all their flesh and blood. And due to some rule restrictions, they cannot exterminate all those who rebelled against God. In the end, only a few gods successfully came to this plane. A group of rebels also chased after him. They don't want to be discovered by the anti-gods, they just want to hide. It was at that time that they met a time traveler. The Venerable found this place for them as a hiding place. Sure enough, the anti-gods never discovered their existence again. However, they only knew about the existence of that Venerable and had not seen the face of that Venerable. Only Ancestor Yunshang and Mo Tian have seen it. Why did the Little Venerable come here? The God of the Universe said. The God of the Universe is a tall man with a straightforward personality. Before he stepped down as a priest, he controlled the laws of the universe and the sky. Before Mo Tian could answer, the God of Destiny spoke first and asked, Mr. Mo, is the young Venerable in trouble? The God of Destiny is a man with gentleness in his brows and eyes, and even his voice is as soft as spring water. I have to ask Yun Shang about this. By the way, the Little Venerable is not the Little Venerable we met. You'd better not be exposed. Mo Tian reminded. Today is the world of Taoism. Thousands of causes and effects are intertwined, and Feng Qinggran is still under the Taoist system. If she knows too much, it will not be a good thing for her. The God of Destiny smiled gently. Okay. It is destiny that the Little Venerable came here. Helping the Little Venerables of the present is also saving them in the past. The God of Destiny saw through everything, but just smiled and said nothing. Some things are really inappropriate to reveal. Then do we want to see the Little Venerable? Asked the God of the Universe. Ancestor Yunshang had already started playing chess with Feng Qinggran. Feng Qinggran looked calm and moved very quickly. The whole layout looked a little messy and calm. Seeing this, Patriarch Yunshang thought about whether to let go. But gradually, Ancestor Yunshang discovered that that was not the case. What seemed like a hasty and messy move was actually a hidden secret that could kill the opponent at the critical moment without any defense. Of course, you can also play chess according to your mood. Ancestor Yunshang's expression gradually became strange. He had seen such a weird and unpredictable chess game once. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1040, Constructing the Past, added one more to ask for a golden ticket. Miss Ran, who did you learn this chess game from? Patriarch Yunshang asked tentatively. Do you know my 7th senior brother? Fang Qingran asked. Patriarch Yunshang breathed a sigh of relief. The current 7th senior brother of the young venerable was naturally not that one, so he said decisively, I don't know him. The chess game came to an end shortly after. Unsurprisingly, it was a draw. Patriarch Yunshang was already worried, and Fang Qingran's demeanor when playing chess misled him. By the time he realized something was wrong, Fang Qingran had basically taken control of the chess game. If Patriarch Yunshang hadn't been experienced in the chess field for a long time, he might have lost in the end. Yunshang, all the gods have been recalled. What should we do next? Mo Qian's message sounded in the sea of consciousness on Yunshang. Ask the god of destiny to come and accompany the young venerable. The message came from the cloud. He really didn't dare to leave the little venerable here alone. This place is too dangerous for the current little venerable. The reason why the god of destiny is allowed to accompany the young venerable is because she can see through his purpose due to her strength. Ancestor Yunshang looked around and found that everyone was here. Co, as the god of time, you don't need me to say more, you should have noticed something is wrong with the little venerable, right? The god of time looked calm and nodded slightly. The little venerable must have been designed by someone to cut off her past and future. This is a vicious witchcraft that even the most powerful people cannot detect. And as the level increases, the little venerable will slowly step into a place of eternal destruction. The young venerable cultivates Taoism. As long as we are not detached from the Tao, we will not be able to discover the problems in the little venerable person. Witchcraft and Gu are both created by the witch clan. It's just that after the witch clan disappeared, the art of witch and Gu also disappeared. Now the little venerable has also appeared in the body of the witch clan, so the person who did it behind the scenes must be related to the witch clan. There is involvement. But fortunately, the poison on the little venerable's body has been taken out. Otherwise, the little venerable might just disappear into her past. After hearing what the god of time said, the expressions of the gods turned cold. If the little venerable disappeared in the past, then they would not have a present. Is this plot against the little venerable aimed at them? Or is it just for the little venerable? Ancestor Yunshang spoke slowly. You have all heard what the god of time said. I called you back just to solve this matter. The future depends on the past. Without the little venerable from the past, there would be no chance to travel through time. By helping the little venerable, we are also saving ourselves. I found several strange causal lines in the little venerable. Those causal lines are caused by the reversal of time and space, so just reversing time and space cannot solve the problems in the little venerable. So I want to use the power of the gods to build a past for the little venerable. If you don't want to, you can refuse. Ancestor Yunshang said seriously. Building a past was extremely simple for them in the past. But now that they have resigned from the priesthood, if they want to use their divine power, they will inevitably lose themselves. But the best way to solve the little venerable's situation is to construct a past so that no accidents occur. Perhaps, I can find the past by myself. Fang Qingran's voice sounded suddenly. Next to her stood the god of destiny with a gentle look on her face. The god of destiny said, I think she has the right to know the truth. Only by understanding it clearly can she change it. Blind protection will only cause more harm. Ancestor Yunshang looked at Fang Qingran with majestic eyes and said, but you have walked the path you mentioned many times and failed. And that path carries great risks. It's like going back to the time when you were at your weakest and most clueless. If you are not careful, you may not be able to come back. When Fang Qingran heard Ancestor Yunshang's words, she raised her hand slowly, and a purple lotus flower appeared. Reincarnation Purple Lotus, the god of time and the god of reincarnation exclaimed at the same time. By controlling time, Zillion can indeed go back to the past with her current strength and memories. But there are still risks. The body of the little venerable in the past could not carry the soul and power of the present. The little venerable must be restricted everywhere. What if we add this? Fang Qingran raised his other hand, and a blue lotus flower appeared. Now the expressions of all the gods changed. Little venerable master, since you have made up your mind, we will not stop you. However, after you enter, there will be a world of Taoism inside. We cannot interfere. It is all up to you to handle it yourself. Ancestor Yunshang said. He originally wanted to sacrifice himself with the gods. Now it seems that their existence is just the icing on the cake. Even if they don't exist, the little venerable still has a way to solve his own problems. Did any of you release this on purpose? Fang Qingran asked, taking out the map of mountains, rivers and the country. When she bought it, she thought she had successfully picked it up. But later, as she experienced more, she discovered something strange. But because she was slow to practice, she didn't have the chance to study it in depth. When she wanted to study it in depth, she went to the fairy world again. Ha ha ha, it's just an unintentional act. The one who spoke was the god of prophecy. He also accidentally saw some pictures and followed the guidance before selling the mountains, rivers and state map. As for whose hands the things fall into, it's really not something he can control. He pays attention to things that come naturally and goes with the flow. The gods glanced at the god of prophecy, then looked at the words in Fang Qingran's hand, and a fragment flashed through their minds. It seemed like they were acting in a show at that time. The painting was later sold to a little girl. That should be the little venerable from the past. Thank you. Fang Qingran bowed to the gods. She had no way of remembering what the gods said she had saved them. But at least now she needs the gods' help. This opportunity is extremely precious. Patriarch Yunshang and Mo Qian looked at each other. It seemed that they were the only ones who didn't know about this matter. A bunch of little bastards. Such an important thing was hidden from them. You must find an opportunity to clean it up. Then the gods, who were still smiling happily, suddenly felt a chill in their backs. The god of destiny said, "Young master, you don't have to be polite, it's just retaliation." After the god of destiny finished speaking, he stepped forward and handed something to Patriarch Yunshang. Ancestor Yunshang looked at the thing in his hand and was slightly surprised. "Are you sure? If something goes wrong along the way, will there be no divine power to repair your injuries? I am already a god of leisure. I don't need to take care of the common people. I can still bear this risk." The god of destiny may seem gentle, but there is a kind of tenacity in his bones. She is never afraid of any difficulties or sufferings. Okay. Ancestor Yunshang nodded and put away his things. Mo Chan's eyes flashed when he saw this, and he took out something with great pain, handed it to Feng Qingran and said, "Young master, take this. It may be helpful to you after you go in." Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1041 River of Time. After Feng Qingran thanked her, as soon as she took Mo Chan's things with her hands, the sound of the Hongmeng tree sounded in her consciousness. "My dear, fragments of the jade disc of good fortune, Xiaofeng. This is a great good fortune." "No, Xiaofeng, Mo Chan is actually willing to give this thing to you. Have you saved Mo Chan's life?" Hong Mengshu finally reacted now. Not only Mo Chan, these gods also had a very good attitude towards Feng Qingran, strangely good. Feng Qingran touched the jade butterfly fragment with cold tentacles, and could feel the terrifying power of law contained in it. This thing is as precious as the Hongmeng pearl. When the gods saw Feng Qingran staring at the fragments of the jade dish of creation and fell silent, they thought she was embarrassed, so they all took the initiative to speak. "Little Venerable Master, it's rare for old man Mo to be generous, so just keep it." "Yes, Little Venerable, the past was very dangerous and there were many rules and restrictions. This jade plate of good fortune is just right. My Little Venerable Master, don't be reluctant to part with treasures. Treasures are created for the use of living beings like us." As the gods talked, they all took out the treasures they had treasured for a long time and presented them to Feng Qingran. Feng Qingran looked at the mountains of treasures in front of her with complicated eyes. She didn't understand why they called her Little Reverend. All she knew was that they had known her before. "Little Venerable Master, you may not need these things when you go back to the past, but you can save them now. They will still be very useful in the future. I still have a lot of these things here, Little Venerable Sir, don't be reluctant to use them." Mo Chan glanced at the things sent by the gods and his eyes widened. These bastards really have a lot to hide. "Old man Mo, don't look at it. This is for the young Venerable, and it is not for you." The god of the universe said cheerfully. "Get out, you little bastard, you will only make me angry." Mo Chan roared. The god of destiny walked to Feng Qingran and said gently, "Little Venerable Master, these are their wishes, just keep them, I will take you around here." "Okay," Feng Qingran responded. Immediately after thanking the gods, he followed the god of destiny to various mountain peaks. After Feng Qingran left, the gods immediately stopped smiling and looked serious. Ancestor Yunshang said, "The young Venerable doesn't want to sacrifice us to build the past, but we can't just send her to reincarnation in the past. We still have to do something. I will build a long river of time to make the Little Venerable's journey smoother." The god of time stepped forward and said, "Then I will ensure that the rules of the long river of time do not collapse. I will be responsible for showing her all the memories related to the Little Venerable. In this case, the stability of the place where the young Venerable is staying is entrusted to me, and the order and balance must be maintained. All things originate and creation is endless. My role is to help the Little Venerable gain more insights in the long river of time. After the Little Venerable comes back, his strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds." Ellipsis. "You all seem to be useful, but I seem to be unable to contribute." The god of evil spoke cautiously. In an instant, dozens of scorching gazes fell on the evil god. The god of evil is an ignorant child. He always has a pair of pure and clear eyes, and no one would associate him with evil at a glance. Therefore, the gods call the evil god Chun Chun. "Chun Chun, you are useful. The Little Venerable has been here for a long time this time, and there are many evil people. You can find a way to make the evil have no place to hide. And Yuanyuan, you are the god of chaos, you can make those who are against the Little Venerable have no peace." So with the concerted efforts of the gods, the construction of the river of time was completed. The gods stood at the entrance. "How about sending someone in first to give it a try?" the god of the past asked uncertainly. He was actually a little uneasy. Everyone is so crazy that they can hardly exert their full strength in order to maintain stability. He worried too much. This is the Little Venerable's cause and effect line. No one can enter. Patriarch Yunshang blocked it. Feng Qingran went in this time not only to cut off the cause and effect that bound her, but also to see her past clearly. After thinking about this, Patriarch Yunshang felt a little uneasy and personally placed a seal at the entrance. He was really afraid that these little bastards would go in out of curiosity. When the gods saw Ancestor Yunshang's things, they all shouted, "TCH. Ancestor, don't let this happen." "Why not? You little bastards only get into trouble. If I hadn't wiped your butts, your whereabouts would have been exposed." Ancestor Yunshang raised his eyebrows and shouted. "What whereabouts were exposed?" The evil god raised his little face and asked curiously. Ancestor Yunshang snorted coldly, "You haven't noticed anyone using the black market to make puppets, have you? And Shahua, you almost provoked Chuanan last time you went out." The gods were shocked to hear this. Could it be that Patriarch Yunshang and Mo Chan never went into the black market to solve their troubles outside? The god of destiny and Feng Qingran stood not far away, watching the scene below. The god of destiny said in a gentle tone, "Ever since they stepped down from the priestly duties and came here, they can always see smiles on their faces, and they're living a carefree and unrestrained life. Actually, God is just looking at us from above. If I could, I would rather never become a god." The universe created God and gave him supreme strength, just to enable him to shoulder all kinds of responsibilities and sacrifices. God wants to maintain the balance of all universes and is also responsible for all living beings. God is responsible for the birth, old age, illness, death, reincarnation, etc. of all living beings. God seems to have the power of life and death, but in fact God cannot deal with any living being at will. Everything must abide by laws and regulations. But from the perspective of these other creatures, it is God who controls them. So all the tribes united to attack the gods, trying to remove the gods from the position of worship by all living beings and replace them. They have completely forgotten that God was watching over them. I have also forgotten the sacrifices God makes every time to save all sentient beings. They only see God's glory and ignore God's responsibilities. What they want to replace is God's status. As for responsibilities, they can't see them at all. They found that they could not kill God by their own strength, so they began to unite with other beings to deal with God together. They confuse right and wrong, create rumors about various gods, and claim to be in a higher position than gods, and want to kill the gods who protect them. And God, under the constraints of rules and priesthood, can only inflict simple punishment on them. This also makes all races more unscrupulous in their crusade against gods. They are no longer worthy of God's protection, but when they are really in danger, God has to step in. God just keeps falling in one designed disaster after another. The various races and people who have been protected by the gods are indifferent to the gods' fall, and even start to hide away. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1042 Gift from the God of Destiny. The number of gods continued to decrease sharply. In the end, there were only a few dozen powerful gods, resisting the backlash from the laws of the universe. In fact, after the anti-gods appeared, many gods thought of ways to deal with them. But these gods, without exception, have all suffered the backlash of the laws of the universe. God has entered the situation of the common people, protection is the responsibility, dedication is the norm, and sacrifice has become a matter of course. Finally, the Lord God can't stand it anymore. If this continues, all the gods will fall. But God's duty binds the gods and makes them unable to escape. When the people are in trouble, God must take action. If he does not take action, he will suffer backlash. The Lord God is compassionate and merciful, and he also loves all gods. So the Lord God sacrificed himself so that the remaining gods could get rid of the shackles of the priesthood and be free. Ever since we were freed from the shackles of the priesthood, everyone seems to have been given a new lease of life. We no longer have a straight face all the time. Although our current strength is not as strong as it was back then, at least we can protect ourselves, we don't always have to take responsibility, and we are happy and carefree. Ancestor Yunshang and Old Man Mo are the ones who have been gods for the longest time among us. Even though they always call us bastards, they're actually the ones who worry about us the most. The God of Destiny was talking about this, and the tenderness in his eyes almost overflowed. Fang Qingran seemed to be influenced by the God of Destiny. At this moment, she felt peaceful and no longer worried about the upcoming adventure. What Destiny told her was slightly different from what she heard. However, she had a feeling that Destiny was telling the truth. After all, it can be seen from Xuanren that the character of those who rebel against God will not be much better. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes moved slightly. Have you ever thought about revenge? The God of Destiny sighed softly. How could you not want to take revenge after being betrayed like this? But for existences like ours, every move is implicated in too many things. If you are not careful, your life will be ruined. With this kind of revenge, how are we different from the original rebels against God? So we just need to live in the moment and wait for the opportunity. Having said this, the God of Destiny raised his hand, and a gleam of light appeared on his fingertips and sank into Fang Qingran's body. Little venerable master, all fates have their own cause and effect, and you will receive the gifts that fate deserves. The God of Destiny's voice fell, and his face turned visibly white. Fang Qingran could feel a unique aura coming from her soul, which made her heart feel more stable. Fang Qingran looked at the God of Destiny nervously and wanted to speak. The God of Destiny smiled at Fang Qingran and shook his head. His eyes were firm and he said, "This is what you deserve, and no one can take it away from you." Fang Qingran, let's name him Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran, remember, only by entering Tianjin sect can your destiny be changed. Remember, you must remember. A voice full of love and expectation, gentle and beautiful. A voice was exhortation and command, without emotion. After Fang Qingran listened to these two voices in a trance, her consciousness completely came to her senses. Her eyes were as sharp as a knife and she looked around. This is a square. Gathered were men and women aged 11 or 12. They were all looking at her. There was jealousy, disdain, and resentment in her eyes. There just wasn't a kind look. Fang Qingran, are you willing to join our Heavenly Sword sect and become a disciple of it? Fang Qingran heard this majestic voice, raised her head and looked along the sound, and saw a man with a resolute face looking at her. Fang Qingran always felt that this scene was so familiar, but she couldn't remember the details. Strange, as if something important has been forgotten. Sudden. A memory flashed through the sea of consciousness. She is Fang Qingran, this is a sect election, and the speaker is Xiao Hongyu, the leader of Tianjin sect. But she has the 5 elements spiritual root and cannot enter the path of cultivation. But she met a kind-hearted Su Yanran who wanted to take her into the sect. Sister, didn't you want to join the Tianjin sect with me before? Now I have given you a chance, you must cherish it. Just as Fang Qingran was thinking about it, Su Yanran's soft voice rang out. Fang Qingran's eyes fell on Su Yanran's face, and many bloody scenes flashed through her mind. It seems like these are memories from the future. So she has gone back in time. The corners of Fang Qingran's lips curved up, and as soon as it came, she just let it take its course. Disciple is willing, Fang Qingran said casually. Fang Qingran saw Su Yanran's obviously relieved look and Xiao Hongyu's dissatisfied look, but she didn't care at all. Again. It's a repeat of the past. Or revenge. Fang Qingran, from now on, you're an inner disciple of my Tianjin sect. I hope you will work hard to practice, be kind to your fellow disciples, and not let down the trust the sect has placed in you. Disciple must take responsibility. Fang Qingran responded. Then Fang Qingran and Su Yanran entered the sect together. Su Yanran approached Fang Qingran and said, Sister, after we join the same sect, we must be friendly to each other from now on. Fang Qingran raised her eyebrows slightly. What kind of friendship method do you want? Su Yanran pretended to hesitate, then her eyes fell on Fang Qingran's wrist in surprise. Sister, how about you lend me the bracelet on your wrist? I like it very much. I won't borrow it. Fang Qingran simply refused. After Fang Qingran said that, she turned around and left to find her yard. Before he stepped into it, a whip came towards him. She turned sideways, grabbed the whip very quickly, and pulled it. A girl was taken out. It is Sheng Shike. Sheng Shike stared at Fang Qingran angrily and said sternly, Who are you? You dare to pull my whip? Do you want to die? Fang Qingran raised her wrist and the whip flew out. Snapped. Hit Sheng Shike. I'm here to practice and improve my strength. Don't cause trouble if you don't want to cause yourself to commit suicide. Fang Qingran remembered it very clearly. In his memory, Sheng Shi was the one who committed suicide. Oops, when I attacked Tindao just now, I forgot to shield the little venerable. The forgotten god shouted in panic. What do you mean? It's just, the god of forgetting hesitated, it's just that the little venerable may only have part of the memory, and the other part may be affected by the rules, so he can't remember clearly. The god of time said seriously, speak clearly. Well, the little venerable needs to see the people and things in her memory before she can remember the current events. If she doesn't meet them, she won't be able to remember them. You little bastard. Mo Qian grabbed the ear of the god of forgetfulness. I stopped letting you interfere just now. You insisted on saying it couldn't work without you, but what happened? Do you know how serious it is for the little venerable to lose his memory? Losing your memory may prevent you from avoiding dangers that should be avoided. Old man Mo, don't be angry. Everything has its fate. Some things may seem like disasters, but they may actually be blessings. Old god, the god of prophecy, said. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1043 Forgetting, additional update 2 asking for golden tickets. Shut up, you old bastard, Mo Qian interrupted. Mo Qian continued to glare at the god of forgetfulness. The little venerable is returning to the river of time at this time, rather than experiencing an illusion. Loss of memory is fatal, you must find a way to make up for it. The god of forgetting wanted to save his ears, but couldn't. Old man Mo, although the little venerable has no active memory, she has passive memory. She can remember everything she encounters. Old man Mo, please let go of the heart disease. I have a way to save you. Mo Qian looks at the one who speaks first, the god of all things, also known as the god of wisdom. The god of wisdom smiled inscrutably. I gave the little venerable a third perspective. She can view anything related to her. Doesn't this make up for the lack of memory? Mo Qian thought for a moment and thought this method was feasible. Old man Mo, don't worry, I have injected the law before, and it should be effective now. The god of wisdom smiled. Mo Qian let go of the forgotten god's ears and decided to go and play chess with Patriarch Yun Shang. Xiao Ji, you are still the best. The god of the universe gave him a thumbs up. It's as if you haven't given me this ability. Old man Mo didn't even react. Without extra memory, how could the young venerable go check things related to it? It's not that old man Mo didn't react, he was also negligent. The god of wisdom said. What, old man Mo, such a rigorous god, can also make mistakes. The god of forgetting jumped up and said. The god of wisdom patted the god of forgotten on the head. Yixinyi, you still have a lot to learn, and there is a long way to go. By the way, have you seen the god of destiny? The god of time said slightly worriedly. He searched several places but could not see the god of destiny. The god of forgotten exclaimed, is sister destiny missing? I remember she was still here before the little venerable entered the river of time. Heavenly Sword Sect. Senior sister Fang is so handsome. She has only been in the sect for a year and she has already become the top one. You don't know this, right? In fact, it was a complete accident that senior sister Fang entered Tianjin sect. She almost had no chance to practice. I remember what you said, I was there at the time. So there is this part. Su Yanran is really senior sister Fang's benefactor, but why didn't I see her interacting with senior sister Fang? Shush, keep your voice down. When Su Yanran entered the sect, she had a top-grade ice straight route. This qualification should have been the best, but she committed suicide. Fang Qingran hid among a group of monks, observing Su Yanran with a distorted face in the distance. Sure enough, Su Yanran listened for a while, but finally couldn't stand it anymore, turned around and ran to the back mountain of Tianjin sect. Fang Qingran became invisible and followed Su Yan then. A man in black appeared across from Su Yanran. The man in black wears a mask. Su Yanran's eyes were full of sinisterness and she said, why is this happening? Didn't you say that as long as I bring Fang Qingran into the Tianjin sect, everything will be smooth sailing? Why is that not the case at all? And Fang Qingran has a 5-element spiritual root. Why can he cultivate it? When exactly are you going to get rid of Fang Qingran? After listening to Su Yanran's words, the man in black looked not far behind her with cold eyes. What do you want to do? Su Yanran was frightened by this look and took a step back, feeling a strong sense of oppression. The man in black looked away and taunted, you are useless. Who is to blame? You were asked to take a bracelet from her, but you have been unable to do so. Su Yanran's expression turned even more ugly now. I would like to, but she doesn't give me any chance at all, and Fang Qingran is very evil, so there is nothing I can do about it. The man in black seemed impatient to listen to Su Yanran's words anymore, turned around and disappeared into Tianjin sect. Fang Qingran touched the colorful bracelet on her wrist and followed him. This one follows. Just follow to a dense forest. The man in black stopped, his eyes falling on Fang Qinggran's hiding place. Come out, Fang Qinggran, how dare you follow me? Fang Qinggran didn't move, but the invisibility charm on her body shattered. The man in black stared at Fang Qinggran who appeared, his eyes suddenly turned cold. At this moment, Fang Qinggran gave him a very dangerous feeling. Are you really Fang Qinggran? The man in black asked. Are you the mastermind who wants to control my destiny? Some fragments flashed through Fang Qinggran's mind. When the man in black heard Fang Qinggran's words, his eyes showed murderous intent. What he wanted was Fang Qinggran who could be well controlled. Fang Qinggran's eyebrows felt hot, and then he felt the overwhelming malice from the man in black. The next moment, Fang Qinggran felt an extra sword in his hand. Qingluan's sword. Isn't this something that only happens at auctions? Why did it get to her early? It belongs to you, don't worry. A gentle voice sounded in Fang Qinggran's sea of consciousness. Fang Qinggran was taken aback and hurriedly sent a message to ask, who are you? The voice in the sea of consciousness sounded again, I am you, do whatever you want. But at this moment, the man in black launched an attack on Fang Qinggran. Fang Qinggran subconsciously raised his sword to block the attack, and then swung out a blade. Pooh! The man in black was really injured without any precautions. Seeing this, Fang Qinggran took the opportunity to strike with another sword. A phantom of Qingluan appeared on the sword. The phantom flew into the sea of consciousness of the man in black. The man in black's consciousness suddenly felt the pain of burning fire. He looked at Fang Qinggran with shocked eyes. You are not the Fang Qinggran you are now. Fang Qinggran narrowed her eyes slightly and was about to speak. The man in black disappeared quickly, and now Fang Qinggran could not find any trace of him. Fang Qinggran looked up at the sky, feeling that something was connected to her. She calmed down, felt it slowly, and then grabbed something strange. Like an eye. What? You are actually my master, how is this possible? Eye of covering the sky shouted. Contract. Fang Qinggran felt dizzy, and many strange and familiar memories poured into her consciousness. At this moment, Fang Qinggran's eyes were full of confusion. It took a long time for her to recover. She entered the river of time and returned to the past. Logically speaking, with Samsara Zillion around, she should have all her memories with her. Why did she lose all her memories before? The gods should not mess with her memory. Could it be that she was not strong enough and had the sequelae of traveling through the long river of time? Eye that covers the sky, long time no see. Do you want another glass of bitter juice? Fang Qinggran showed a dangerous smile. Since the eye that covers the sky has forgotten the process of the contract, she will help it remember it. Fang Qinggran handed over a cup of dark blue liquid in front of the sky-shading eye. Although the eye that covers the sky has no memory, it still shook its body subconsciously, and a layer of black cloud appeared, wrapping its body. I don't want to drink. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1044 all can be combined into one. When Fang Qinggran sent the sky-covering eye back into the sky, a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. She remembered all the memories of the god-forsaken place. She came across the long river of time to find the past and cut off several major causal lines in her body. She is herself now, but not entirely herself. This body is not enough to support the power of her soul. So when she grabbed the eye of the sky and asked questions, she suffered a backlash from the law of time. Fang Qinggran's eyes fell on the Qingluan sword in his hand, and he murmured softly, why can you come with me through time? Qingluan's sword buzzed. Several seals appeared on the sword. Then a colorful stream of light appeared. Two phantoms flew out of Qingluan's sword. A shadow is shaped like a phoenix, with gorgeous and colorful feathers, and its wings are as green as blue waves. A shadow is a mighty dragon, and the colors all over its body are also changeable, shining like stars. I am a green phoenix. I have mastered the law of rebirth. After making a contract with my master, I have combined the laws of space, life and death, and the 5 elements. I will live forever and follow my master without being blocked by space and time. I am a blue dragon. I control the power of origin. I am not afraid of the rules of time and space and follow the Lord. The voices of King Feng and Kanglong sounded one after another. They all showed their submission to Fang Qinggran. Fang Qinggran's eyes flashed slightly when she saw this. No wonder she had vaguely noticed something was wrong with Qingluan's sword before. It turned out to be a weapon with 2 spruts. The sky-opening axe can accommodate 2 spruts because of the era in which it was derived. The Qingluan sword in front of him is an innate spiritual treasure. According to legal restrictions, it cannot carry 2 spruts. Why did you all become the sword spruts of this sword at the same time? King Feng said respectfully, returning to the master, it is not that we took the initiative to become the sword sprut of this sword, but when we fell, we happened to encounter this sword and became the sword sprut inexplicably. After we became sword spruts, we were forced to sleep. It wasn't until you contracted this sword that we awakened to a glimmer of sanity. Later, as your strength grows, our sanity recovers more and more, and the level of the sword increases, and we can exert greater power. Now that the master is a 6th level Taoist, Kanglong's sprut body and I can escape from the Qingluan sword for a short time. To be honest, I have to thank the god of destiny and god Mo Chan for their intervention, so that we can travel with you through the river of time. Actually, we still don't know why he became the sword sprut of Qingluan sword. Had it not been for the appearance of Qingluan sword, it and Kanglong would have disappeared in the long river of time. Therefore, King Feng and Kanglong never complained about becoming Qingluan sword sprut. When you entered the sword body, did you ever feel the abnormality of Qingluan sword? Fang Qinggran's eyes darkened slightly. It was unheard of for the swordsman to actively seek out the sword sprut. No, after Kanglong and I moved into this sword, we didn't feel any other spiritual energy in the sword, and this sword had no owner before. King Feng guessed what Fang Qinggran wanted to ask and explained carefully. After listening to King Feng's words, Fang Qinggran was silent for a long time. She had heard of a sword that could find its owner. This was the first time she had heard of a weapon that would actively seek out spirits for herself. King Feng said that Qingguan's sword has no owner, reminding her that they became Qingguan's sword spirits, and no one deliberately did it. Because no one would be kind enough to draw the spirit to the sword or give the sword away. Attracting spirits to the sword is not a simple matter. If you are not careful, your soul will be counterattacked. Fang Qingren's fingertips traced the gem on the hilt of Qingguan's sword, her eyes moved slightly, and she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth on the gem. The blood is absorbed by the gem. The next moment, a symbol she had never seen before appeared in the middle of the crystal-clear gem. The shadows of King Feng and Kang Long became more solid. Master, Kang Long and I came out just to remind the master that since you are back to find your past, there is no need to stick to the form. The way of time and space is not determined by rules. Everything can be unified. After King Feng finished speaking, he and Kang Long returned to Qingguan's sword. After they were attached to the Qingguan's sword, their whole bodies turned green. The scabbard appears automatically and wraps the sword body. Can all be combined into one. Fang Qingran seemed to have thought of something. In the previous lives she had experienced in the land abandoned by the gods, except for the first one, her subsequent rebirth was the result of Mo Jinggong reversing time and space. Mo Jinggong seemed to be reversing only her time. In fact, it is retrograde. Changed the fate of all creatures in the land abandoned by God. In this way, it wasn't just her karma that Mo Jinggong was contaminated with. It is the cause and effect of thousands of creatures in the land abandoned by God. That's why his injuries are getting worse. If she erases Mo Jinggong's action of reversing time and space for her, everything will get back on track. But in that case, Liu Kanglan, do you know your guilt? Liu Family Ancestral Hall. A group of superiors looked down at a young man from above. The young man knelt on the ground, his back straight. Kanglan realizes his guilt and is willing to abolish his cultivation, return all his treasures, and sever ties with the Liu family from now on. The young man's voice was filled with sadness and relief. He no longer wanted to stay in this dirty Liu family. The head of the Liu family stared at Liu Kanglan coldly and said, Liu Kanglan, you have no right to leave the Liu family. You are a member of the Liu family in life, and the soul of the Liu family in death. Liu Kanglan is the young master of the Liu family and is familiar with many secrets of the Liu family. There was no way they were going to let him go. Even if he died, Liu Kanglan could only die in the Liu family. Even if I die, I don't want to stay in the Liu family. Liu Kanglan said loudly. When the head of the Liu family heard Liu Kanglan's words, his face turned livid and he flicked his long sleeves. Come here, Liu Kanglan has committed a serious crime and is deposed as the young master. From now on, he will be imprisoned in the contemplation room and will never be able to leave. The head of the Liu family had just finished speaking. Liu Kanglan stood up slowly and said with firm eyes, the Liu family can't keep me here. After speaking, Liu Kanglan's whole body flashed with brilliance, and the formation unfolded from under his feet. When the superiors saw the formation, their expressions changed slightly. They did not expect that Liu Kanglan could secretly set up the formation under their noses. How terrifying it would be to grow up with such a talent. Sure enough, the head of the family was right not to let Liu Kanglan leave. Even if such a genius cannot be used by the Liu family, he cannot be allowed to belong to other forces. Fortunately, Liu Kanglan has only just established a foundation now. With such strength, the formation he has set up will not pose a threat to them. When the head of the Liu family saw the formation below, he became murderous towards Liu Kanglan. Liu Kanglan felt the killing intent from the head of the Liu family. The next moment, Liu Kanglan bit her fingertips, pinched the magic formula, and the formation glowed brightly. Before the superiors could do anything, Liu Kanglan's figure disappeared in front of them. Space transfer. His strength is only foundation building. Being able to move out of the Liu family is probably his limit. In short, it is definitely impossible to leave Huolingzhu. After listening to the words of the two elders, the head of the Liu family said cold-bloodedly, issuing a wanted order. If there is resistance after being caught, he can be killed on the spot. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 10:45 Variable Emergence. When Fang Qingran came to Huolingzhu, she saw Liu Kanglan's wanted poster posted everywhere. In this life, Yi Wenshan still doesn't know Liu Kanglan, has no sympathy for him, and will not save him. After Liu Kanglan was wanted, he stayed in Huoling Prefecture City, thinking that the most dangerous place was also the safest place, and grew stronger little by little under the eyes of the Liu family. When Su Yanran came here to participate in the spirit fighting competition, she unexpectedly discovered his existence. As a result, Liu Kanglan was besieged by many powerful people, and no one offered him a helping hand, forcing him to a dead end. So Liu Kanglan used the formation to kill all the powerful forces besieging him. But for some reason, he ended up using formations to massacre the city. Countless casualties. In the end, only Su Yanran and a few strong people escaped. Fang Qingran's body flashed and she arrived at Chu's house. Sure enough, I saw Yi Wenshan and Chu Chanji here. Chanji, Liu Kanglan has left the Liu family. I have hidden his whereabouts. The Liu family will not find out that he is in the city. All we have to do is wait for the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven to come here. Yi Wenshan said in a bad mood. Chu Chanji's eyes were neither sad nor happy. Wenshan, his spiritual roots are still there. Chanji, he can't escape your control, so why should we kill him all? Yi Wenshan said. If you have spiritual roots, you can at least practice. If Liu Kanglan could break through nascent soul before Su Yanran arrived in Zhaocheng, he would still have a glimmer of hope. Wenshan, if you leave him a chance to live, you are leaving trouble for you, me, and the Emperor of Heaven. Besides, what the Emperor of Heaven's daughter wants is all of his luck. If you leave him alive, the luck that the Emperor of Heaven's daughter gets will be reduced. Chu Chanji said calmly. Yi Wenshan took a sip of wine depressedly. Chanji, I've given him this chance of life. If it doesn't work, I'll use my luck to supply the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven. Anyway, he was following the Emperor of Heaven to commit evil. After rescuing his sister Jamin, he doesn't have to worry about luck. Chu Chanji stared at Yi Wenshun. Do you really want to do this? If the Emperor of Heaven discovers your little behavior, the Yi family will also be affected by you. Let's just get involved. Anyway, I saved the entire Yi family. From now on, it's up to them. Yi Wenshun said in a muffled voice. After Su Exingheng became the Emperor of Heaven, his methods were ruthless. All families who refused to submit to Su Exingheng were exterminated without exception. The Yi family values integrity and does not bow to Su Exingheng. They did have the ability to compete with Su Exingheng, but they were unable to compete with the forces behind Su Exingheng. So he could only take the initiative to bend his back and pretend to submit to Su Exingheng. No one in the entire Yi family understands him. On the surface, they recognized him as the head of the family, but secretly they had been spurning him. But he never cared. He just wanted to protect his sister and wait for her to wake up. Yi Wenshun thought about this and solemnly said to Chu Chanji, Chanji, don't worry, I will bear all the blame once the Emperor of Heaven takes the blame. When the time comes, Jamin will be entrusted to you. Chu Chanji's eyes were complicated and he finally nodded. Dagu Janyi doesn't need us to take action. The Bailey family is hunting down the Dagu family. In order to take revenge, he will naturally appear in the fighting arena. Let Su Yanran do it on her own. Yi Wenshun said. Chu Chanji moved his fingertips, and 2 copper coins appeared, as if he was calculating something. Chu Chanji's eyes darkened and he said, Wenshun, there is a problem with the Emperor's daughter, she is in trouble. When Yi Wenshun heard what Chu Chanji said, the corners of his lips curled up subconsciously. Live it. Who told her to take the path of taking away her luck? But since she was on a mission, Yi Wenshun still asked, why is this happening? Didn't the Emperor of Heaven make arrangements for her? Chu Chanji said coldly, something changed. Fang Qingran, who was supposed to be her stepping stone, failed to be suppressed by her. Instead, she became the leader of the sect. Her relationship with Fang Qingran was hostile. One waxes and wanes, the other waxes and wanes. Now that Fang Qingran has not followed the path, Su Yanran naturally cannot suppress her, and there is no way to take away Fang Qingran's luck bit by bit. Wenshun, go to Qingyun Prefecture and see if Fang Qingran has someone to help you. Yi Wenshun's eyes flashed brightly and he asked, Chanji, how far will this variable grow? Chu Chanji's aura was changing, and he said coldly, no matter how far she can grow, it is impossible to overthrow Su Exingheng. The chess pieces only have value if they stay on the chessboard. When Yi Wenshun heard what Chu Chanji said, he stared at him for a long time. The Chu Chanji in front of him felt a little strange. I can't tell what is strange about it. It's like he doesn't have the slightest objection to taking away his luck. Yi Wenshun withdrew his gaze, turned around and walked out, leaving behind a sentence, Chanji, I have reached a point of eternal doom, and I don't want to lose my true heart again. Chu Chanji watched Yi Wenshun leave without any disturbance. After listening to the conversation between the two in the dark, Fang Qingran sneered. This time she really discovered a lot of things. Chu Chanji really knew their whereabouts very well. No wonder she can get rid of Su Yanran no matter what in this life. Chu Chanji is a Taoist and cannot be killed. He can be killed, but he always had to pay a price. Fang Qingran transformed a mask on his face. Neither the Chaos Law Enforcer nor Xuanman were from their own planes, so it was necessary to stir up grudges between them. Fang Qingran deliberately let out a little breath. Come out when you're here. Chu Chanji looked at the place where Fang Qingran was hiding, with a bit of caution on his face. The strangeness of this visitor. I don't know how long the other party has been here. What do you want to ask for? Chu Chanji said again. Fang Qingran transformed into the figure of a masked man, tore off the invisibility charm, and instantly launched an attack on Chu Chanji. Chu Chanji was startled and hurriedly dodged. But he didn't want to see a sword behind him. Chu Chanji looked at the wound on his chest in disbelief, then looked at Fang Qingran's mask, and asked weakly, Chaos Law Enforcer, do you want to be the enemy of Xuanman? Fang Qingran ignored it and attacked again, directly entering Chu Chanji's sea of consciousness. What? Chu Chanji felt a sharp pain in his soul. Almost fainting. Fang Qingran glanced at Chu Chanji coldly, turned around and disappeared. Fang Qingran appeared again in a dark alley. The dark alley was silent. Fang Qingran stepped inside. A young man was lying dying inside. Sensing her appearance, the young man looked over warily. Fang Qingran smiled, looked at the young man and said, you want to join Lingyun sect? Do you know who I am? It doesn't matter who they are, I only choose people who I like. Fang Qingran said in a brisk voice. Lu Kanglan was stunned for a moment, are you sure you want me to join your sect? I'm sure, but I have to agree on one thing first. As soon as the sect is completed, you will be the first disciple. Where is the sect? Lu Kanglan suddenly felt that the person in front of him was a bit unreliable. Only then did he realize that she seemed not to be as old as him. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1046 Pie in the Sky. Qingyun State. Lu Kanglan looked at Fang Qingran and said seriously, girl, I am Lu Kanglan. Fang Qingran's smiling eyebrows curved, Lu Kanglan, welcome to join Lingyun sect and become the senior brother of Lingyun sect. I am Fang Qingran, please take good care of me in the future. Lu Kanglan was absent-minded for a moment, why did he feel that this scene seemed familiar? Lu Kanglan looked at Fang Qingran's unrestrained smile and seemed to be infected. She felt that the previous gloom had been swept away. Maybe it's time for him to usher in a new life. Take care of me. Lu Kanglan smiled like a clear breeze and a bright moon, holding onto the wall to support his weak body to stand up. Gulu gulu. Lu Kanglan's body froze for a moment. Although he was a monk, he had not transcended the world, so he would still be hungry. He had been here for a long time, and the Bigu pill in his body had long been used up. If Fang Qingran didn't show up today, he would have left here to find Bigu pill. Liu Kanglan felt a little embarrassed and said, Sect Master, can you give me a Bigu pill? Ha ha ha, here. Fang Qingbran handed Liu Kanglan a bottle of Bigu pill and explained, I am not the sect leader, our sect leader is someone else. Yi Wenshan will no longer be their master. They don't need to owe this cause and effect. Liu Kanglan took the Bigu pill and asked curiously, who are you? I am your junior sister, the 9th disciple of Lingyun sect. The master has not returned yet, so I am here to accept a disciple for her. Fang Qingbran did not intend to change her identity in Lingyun sect. Little junior sister, how do we get to Qingyun state? Liu Kanglan asked. With his status, he must not be able to go to the teleportation array. I won't go to Qingyun state for the time being. There is still a disciple who needs to be accepted. Fang Qingbran said, handing Liu Kanglan a mask and motioning for him to put it on. When Liu Kanglan put on the mask, not only his appearance changed, but his stature also changed. Turned into a little carrot head. Liu Kanglan. Why does this little junior sister look a little unreliable? Fang Qingbran suppressed her smile and said, Senior brother, don't worry, this is to hide you better, so no one can recognize you. What else could Liu Kanglan say? Since he was on the pirate ship, he could only follow her. Fang Qingbran found Dagu Jianyi without much effort. After a few words, Lingyun sect had another disciple. Fang Qingbran was very satisfied. She decided to send these two back to Lingyun sect first, and then pick up 3rd senior sister and 5th senior sister. After Fang Qingbran settled Liu Kanglan and Dagu Jianyi, she left Lingyun sect. Liu Kanglan and Dagu Jian were left alone in the wind. They watched Fang Qingbran circle a piece of land, then surround it with a fence and install a wooden door that creaked when the wind blew. Then, he randomly found a piece of wood, wrote, Lingyun sect, with a pen, and placed it on the wooden door. Now the entire sect, only the 3 characters, Lingyun sect, looked quite impressive. When I walked in, I could only describe it as a barren mountain. Liu Kanglan remembered what Fang Qingbran said before leaving, Senior brother, 2nd senior brother, this will be our territory from now on. Don't worry, it is absolutely safe and reliable. As long as you don't go out, no one can break in and hurt you. Liu Kanglan turned around and glanced at the crumbling wooden door, holding her forehead. If he could turn back time, he would still join Lingyun sect, but he would never let Fang Qingbran choose this place as the sect's location. Compared to Liu Kanglan's speechlessness, Dagu Jianyi's expression remained unchanged. For him, as long as he can have a place to settle down and no longer have to be on the run, it is the greatest gift. Dagu Jian looked at the storage ring Fang Qingbran handed him. Elder brother, Dagu Jianyi exclaimed in surprise. Liu Kanglan was startled. Ah, what's wrong, 2nd junior brother? Dagu Jianyi couldn't calm down for a long time. Look at what the junior sister left behind. Only then did Liu Kanglan remember to look at the storage ring in his hand. When he saw it, his eyes widened. Such huge cultivation resources were enough for a sect to practice. Fang Qingbran actually said it was for him. Pie in the sky is nothing more than that. Liu Kanglan suddenly had many associations and said cautiously, 2nd junior brother, you don't think the junior sister is some 10,000-year-old monster, right? You only gave me resources to fatten us up. Dagu Jianyi seemed to have thought of something. If this is really the case, just give me a chance to take revenge. Liu Kanglan didn't know what to say for a moment. Here is a list of plans. Dagu Jianyi calmly checked the things in the space and handed Liu Kanglan a book. The book is not very thick, only a few pages. Liu Kanglan opened it and felt a little dizzy. It was densely packed with training plans and experiences. Liu Kanglan immediately rummaged through his space and found a copy. It's a bit thicker than Dagu Jianyi's. The training plan written in it was actually a bit closer than the one written by Dagu Jianyi. If he practiced according to this, he would have to count the time to even take a breath. Liu Kanglan looked up and saw the endless wilderness. He looked down at the training plan in his hand and said, 2nd junior brother, are we on a pirate ship? Dagu Jian shook his head and said, junior sister is not a bad person. As long as it allows me to take revenge, I am willing to act like a cow or a horse. Liu Kanglan. What kind of life did this child live before? 2nd junior brother, before we can practice, we have to build a courtyard. It can be regarded as a sect after all. We can't have nothing, Liu Kanglan thought. What is it built with? Dagu Jian asked. Before leaving, Fang Qingbran warned them not to let them out of this door. Liu Kanglan looked around, looking at the ancient trees on the mountain in front, and glanced at the sword in Dagu Jian's hand. 2nd junior brother, aren't you a sword cultivator? You chop down the trees, and I'll build the yard. Dagu Jian looked at the towering ancient trees in the distance and nodded in agreement. So they flew with their swords and found a courtyard under the towering ancient trees. There are colorful flowers planted in the yard. The courtyard seemed to appear out of thin air, out of place with its surroundings. While Liu Kanglan and Dagu Jian were stunned, a man with a clear breeze and bright moon walked out of the courtyard. The man looked up at Liu Kanglan and Dagu Jianyi, smiling lightly. You too, do you want to come to the courtyard to enjoy the flowers? A dark dungeon. Yanyan, can we really escape? Ning Shiyu nervously grabbed Qin Hanyan's hand and whispered. Qin Hanyan comforted him. Yes, if we follow the plan, we will be able to escape. But I heard that we are going to be sent to the Bailey family this time. The Bailey family has power across all 9 states. As long as no one they want to catch can escape, why don't we advance our plan? Ning Shiyue said fearfully. She was actually more afraid that her Ning family's identity would be exposed after going to Bailey's house. It will then be more difficult to escape. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1047 Meeting. Qin Hanyan's eyes flashed with strange emotions. All those who escaped on the road met with tragic consequences. With the current strength, there was no way they could fight against the people who escorted them. Qin Hanyan wanted to comfort Ning Shiyu, but there was already a noise outside. Ning Shiyu trembled when she heard the voice. Yanyan, let's not separate. Okay, Qin Hanyan took Ning Shiyu and took the initiative to follow the person who came. The groom who escorted them was very satisfied when he saw that they were well behaved. These two goods are the most satisfactory among the above. If you send them to Bailey's house, you will definitely get a generous reward. However, when he arrived at Bailey's house, what greeted him was not a reward, but death. The groom fell down unwillingly. The housekeeper ordered the secret guards to deal with the groom, and his eyes fell on Qin Hanyan and Ning Shiyu. These two should be the high-quality goods mentioned in the message. The housekeeper waved to the secret guard to take them down alone. Qin Hanyan and Ning Shiyu followed the secret guard obediently. Qin Hanyan began to think about it. If they wanted to escape, they must first use Bailey's family to leave Diling Prefecture. If they stay in Dailingzhu, they will never escape. Qin Hanyan squeezed Ning Shiyu's hand, indicating that she could take action. Ning Shiyu carefully threw out a guiding talisman. The talisman fell to the ground. Disappear. There was no breath fluctuation during the whole process. The secret guard in front was completely unaware. Stop. The sudden sound made Qin Hanyan and Ning Shiyu break into cold sweats. They were all afraid that their action of placing the talisman would be discovered. This talisman will be the basis for their future escape and must not be discovered. Master Wenyu. The secret guard saluted. My yard is short of 2 cleaning maids. Send them to my yard. Bailey Wenyu asked loudly. Master Wenyu, these two can't do it. If you want a maid, you can go to the housekeeper. The secret guard was confused. Bailey Wenyu never came here in the past. Why are you here today? The other party must be sent away quickly, and he must not be allowed to discover the secret here. No, I want both of them. Bailey Wenyu insisted. He has recently observed that few of the girls sent here have a good ending. He can save it before. But now that he has encountered it, he must find a way to save him. The secret guard looked at Bailey Wenyu with an embarrassed expression. It was definitely impossible for him to give it to the other party, but he didn't want to offend Bailey Wenyu. Otherwise, the other party can kill him for any reason. In the Bailey family, the secret guards are the least valuable. While the secret guard was hesitating, the butler appeared. The housekeeper smiled and said, Master Wenyu, these two little girls are unknown and cannot go to your yard. Don't worry, they will be sent to your yard when their identities are found out and there are no problems. After the butler finished speaking, he winked secretly. A secret guard appeared behind Bailey Wenyu and knocked him unconscious. The butler's face immediately darkened and he handed the secret guard a transmission order, send them to Huolingzhu. Remember, don't mess up this time. Thank you butler for saving my life. The secret guard cupped his hands. The housekeeper unfortunately glanced at Qin Hanyan and Ning Shiyu. Such good goods could only give the guys in Huolingzhu an advantage. The secret guards grabbed Qin Hanyan and Ning Shiyu and left Dilingzhu. When they arrived at Huolingzhu and exited the teleportation formation, Qin Hanyan and Ning Shiyu looked at each other and nodded to each other. Ning Shiyu quickly attached several talismans to the guards. Qin Hanyan raised a handful of powder, then picked up Ning Shiyu and started running. The secret guard was unprepared for Ning Shiyu and Qin Hanyan until he realized what was happening. Bang bang bang. Several talismans exploded. Flesh and blood flew. The secret guard's flesh and blood fell to the ground and instantly turned into black liquid. Something was moving in the liquid. Make a rustling sound. Things crawled towards the direction where Qin Hanyan and Ning Shiyu escaped. Fang Qingran came out of the teleportation array and saw that the ground was covered with rotten people. The Decay immediately noticed her aura, stopped chasing Qin Hanyan and Ning Shiyu, and instead crawled towards Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran took out the Qingguan sword, and with the help of the power of King Feng and Kanglong, all the decayed ones were reduced to ashes in an instant. Deal with the decayers. Fang Qingran was ready to chase Qin Hanyan and Ning Shiyu. Ran, a slightly trembling voice sounded. Fang Qingran looked in the direction of the sound. A woman in red came out of the air, her brows still full of majesty, and her whole body revealed an aura that transcended all things. Fang Qingran's almond-shaped eyes narrowed, and she tentatively called out, Mother. It's me. Fang Qingwu landed in front of Fang Qingran, with a touch of gentleness on her face. Mother, you are still alive, why don't you go see me? There was guilt in Fang Qingwu's eyes, and she shook her head and said, Ran, I'm sorry, I'm just a trace of my soul, not my real self. I owe you a debt of gratitude to Aunt Kaching, so I'm waiting here to help you. Her daughter escaped death. Fang Qingran felt very uncomfortable, but she didn't know what to say. Seeing Fang Qingran's silence, Fang Qingwu felt sour in her heart. If she could, she would also like to grow up with Ran, but it was a pity that they could not interfere with her growth. Ran, the bracelet I left for you must not be given to anyone, remember. Fang Qingwu reached out and wanted to touch Fang Qingran's head, but she put her hand down halfway. Facing the hundreds of millions of creatures in the world, she can say that she has no regrets. The only thing I owe is this biological daughter. Fang Qingwu felt sour in her heart, but she protected the common people. Protect the plane from persecution by outsiders. She protects the balance of laws in the world, but she alone cannot protect her daughter. Look, I'm still wearing the bracelet. Fang Qingran raised her wrist and showed it to Fang Qingwu. Okay, Ran, why are you here? Fang Qingwu asked softly. Fang Qingran thought for a moment and said, Mother, I came across the river of time to change something. Fang Qingwu was shocked, feeling the power of Fang Qingran's soul, and found that it was really the soul of the future. Fang Qingwu's heart became heavy, as if he crossed the long river of time, he would suffer the backlash of the law. And as the timeline spans longer, the backlash suffered becomes more serious. But she had no position to stop Fang Qingran. Fang Qingwu said softly, Ran, no matter what you choose, I will support the path you take. Okay, Fang Qingran thought for a moment and then asked, Mother, was I really born to cope with the calamity? Ran, you are who you are, and you are not born for anyone. Fang Qingwu immediately denied it. After Fang Qingwu finished speaking, he seemed to have remembered something, and his expression changed slightly. She was thinking whether she should tell Fang Qingran something at this time. After Fang Qingran listened to Fang Qingwu's words, the last bit of grudge in her heart disappeared. Mother, I met many interesting people on my cultivation journey. I later ascended and met Da Kun, Shen Shuli, and Wugui Pavilion. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1048 Go to the Mermaid Palace again, additional update 1. Fang Qingran told Fang Qingwu what he encountered, saw and heard on the way of cultivation. Fang Qingwu listened to Fang Qingran's story, sometimes smiling, sometimes frowning, and sometimes worried. Of course, Fang Qingran deliberately concealed her experience of several reincarnations. Her several lives must overlap, so there is no need to mention them again. Suffering is suffering. The past should be let go. You met Kang Xuanji, and she said you were born to cope with the disaster. Fang Qingwu's eyes were a little complicated. Kang Xuanji ruined her relationship. If she didn't love Ning Qiongling so much, she wouldn't have ended up like that. The Kang people practice authentic witchcraft. The witchcraft of the Kang people exists to benefit the common people and resolve disasters. However, as times changed, the conditions for practicing witchcraft became more and more stringent, and witchcraft gradually evolved into talismans. Kang Xuanji is the last wizard trained by the Kang clan with all their efforts. Since Kang Xuanji concluded that Ranran was born in response to the calamity, it is really possible. But in the past, God was the only one who was born in response to the catastrophe. The tribulation of Yingji refers to the catastrophe of a universe or a plane, and it is not a simple disaster. Only gods derived from the laws of the universe can use their own power to resolve catastrophes. If a person wants to possess the power of God, the years he has to go through are too long, and he will fall if he is not careful along the way. Fang Qingwu thought about this and suddenly thought of a possibility. Ranran, did you receive some guidance to return to the present? Fang Qingran nodded. I was disturbed before and left too many hidden dangers here, so I came back here. Fang Qingwu's body trembled slightly, and he gradually became fainter. Ranran, I hope you will be selfish and put your own safety first. In this world, her sacrifice is enough. She didn't want her daughter to devote her life to this. Okay. Fang Qingran noticed the change in Fang Qingwu and said obediently. Fang Qingwu knew that she didn't have much time, so she said, Ranran, don't be used by anyone, especially be careful of Xuanmen. There is also the matter of the soul-eating goo. It was indeed Yuan Ji who put the soul-eating goo into my body back then, but it was a show performed for the ancestors of the Jiang family. As for Mu Dao, he sacrificed not to save me, but to save Mu Chanjue. He sealed up all his last power in the cauldron as much as possible. When Mu Chanjue reaches a certain level of strength, he will be able to discover that power. You don't need to feel guilty towards your fourth senior brother. 2 of the 8 major families in the sky are your mother's forces. They will protect you secretly, but they probably won't face you openly until you are not strong enough. There is also the Big Dipper alliance in the God realm. It has always existed. I hid the real leader of the alliance before I came to the land abandoned by God. Kun is very stubborn. If you encounter it again, tell it not to look for me. Ranran, your future will be smooth. After Fang Qingwu said this, his body completely disappeared and turned into a purple light that fell in Fang Qingran's palm. Fang Qingran spread it out and saw that it was actually a law order. Fang Qingran held the order of the law tightly and said with firm eyes, Mother, if you want to protect the common people, then go and protect it. Let me protect you. The mysterious realm. Mermaid Palace. The mermaid priest was always feeling uneasy, as if something important was disappearing. At this time, Fang Qingran came to the mermaid palace. Go straight to the palace of the mermaid priest. What Baiji said before she died may only be solved by the mermaid priest. The high priest looked at the light cyan figure in front of him, his pupils trembling slightly. How could Fang Qingran appear here at this time? High priest, as smart as you are, you should have guessed why I came, right? Fang Qingran wanted to know what the secret was in Baiji's mouth. I also want to know the secret of the high priest coming to this plane. Even if Fang Qingran came across the long river of time, what would he be able to change? The high priest asked calmly. Fang Qingran hasn't reached that state yet. She cannot let her future and past coexist in the same time and space. So only his soul came. No matter how strong the power of the soul is, it will still be limited without a strong body to support it. And Fang Qingran couldn't kill her now. This is why the high priest had no fear. I don't want to change anything, I just want to know why you mermaids came to this plane. Are you here for the treasures or the mysterious ones? Fang Qingran said bluntly. When the high priest heard Fang Qingran's question, his blue pupils trembled slightly. Swish! Jingluan's sword was placed on the neck of the high priest. A dragon and a phoenix flew out, forming a barrier around them. You have found the correct way to practice, the high priest said in surprise. Only by practicing ancient techniques can one successfully activate the sword spirit. The sword in Fang Qingran's hand was also one of the reasons why she wanted to bring the mermaid tribe here. This plane is the oldest. There is a way to change the weak situation of the mermaid. The strong man who brought you here is Mu Dao, right? Fang Qingran sat on the shell brought by King Feng and said firmly. The high priest's lips moved. It's him, how did you guess it? It's just speculation, no basis. Fang Qingran really had no basis. She had thought about Qi before, after all, the mermaid tribe was hiding in his territory. But Qi Lai came to this plane with Mo Jinggong. It doesn't seem like it has a purpose. So she guessed it was Mu Dao. The identity of the predator is enough to frighten countless strange creatures in the world. He is so powerful that bringing a mermaid with him will not affect him. Now can you tell me the purpose of your coming to this plane? Fang Qingran asked again patiently. The expression on the high priest's face became colorful, and his eyes kept glancing at King Feng and Kanglong. With them around, she couldn't hurt Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran observed the expression of the high priest. If it's difficult, let me change the question. What do you want from me? The high priest was silent. Boom. A mermaid fell in front of the high priest. Baisi. The high priest hurriedly stepped forward to check and found that Baiji was no longer breathing. The high priest was trembling all over. Fang Qingran, you dare to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Aren't you afraid of the law's backlash? Don't be afraid. She plotted against me. Killing her will settle the cause and effect in advance, Fang Qingran said calmly. Of course the high priest doesn't care about Angelica Daharika. She was only afraid that Baiji would reveal some secrets before she died. Fang Qingran observed the high priest's expression and said again, she said a lot before she died. Does the high priest want to know what they were? What is it? The high priest asked, obviously panicked. Fang Qingran chuckled and said, she told a secret about me. This secret is related to my life and death. You can use this secret to plot against me, take away everything from me, or even replace me. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1049 Hidden Evil Intentions, Additional Update 2. Fang Qingran's eyes were sharp and he observed the expression of the high priest as he spoke. Every word the high priest uttered and every expression he made might be an act. Fang Qingran had no hope of hearing the truth from his mouth. She just used heuristics to guess whether some things were true or false. And when Fang Qingran said, replace, the mermaid priest's expression was obviously wrong. He wanted to hide something, but he was afraid of something, and he couldn't help but tremble. High priest, is what Baiji said the truth? Fang Qingran's voice became colder. The high priest immediately shook his head. No, any deduction technique has its limitations. The place I was before is thousands of universes away from here. It is impossible for me to calculate such a far distance in time and space. We, the mermaid clan, are here just to pursue a chance of survival. There were too many strong people in that place before, and our mermaid clan had no chance to resist. If we don't move, we are afraid that we will be exterminated. Our original intention here is to cooperate with Xuanmen. The deduction skills of the mermaid tribe can just make up for the lack of Xuanmen skills. But after we came here, we discovered that Xuanmen was not as good as we thought. If we cooperated with them, the mermaid clan might not even have any bones left. So I led the mermaid tribe to hide here. The mermaid priest spoke sincerely and looked at Fang Qingran calmly. The high priest knew that words that were both true and false were the most convincing, so she did not hide some truths. You came to Xuanmen to cooperate. If you couldn't cooperate, how did you escape? According to Xuanmen's style, you couldn't escape, right? Fang Qingran stared at the high priest and asked. The high priest holds the scepter tightly, and Xuanmen will certainly not be able to let go of the mermaid tribe easily. But this life-saving process involves Fang Qingwu. The high priest did not dare to speak. While the high priest was thinking, she suddenly felt a strong pressure coming on her. She raised her eyes and saw King Feng staring at her with eager eyes, the flame in his mouth looming. That is the Kingling fire. The flame that the soul fears most. King Feng was a naked threat. Actually, it's okay for you, high priest, not to tell me. I can go back and find you again, but at that time, my strength was different from what I am now, and my actions may not be serious. Fang Qingran said in a light voice. The high priest understood Fang Qingran's hint. Fang Qingran could not kill her after crossing the River of Time, but after leaving the River of Time, Fang Qingran could kill her without any scruples. The high priest thought about it again and decided to confess part of it. In order to protect the mermaid clan, I cooperated with the Jiang family. The Jiang family came forward to kill all the mysterious people who knew the whereabouts of the mermaid clan. Sure enough, the saint ancestor of the Jiang family showed up and killed all the mysterious practitioners who knew about it. The mermaid tribe has had a moment of peace since then, but the Jiang family is also greedy. It's not enough for him to want the deduction technique, he also wants our spell. I didn't want to give it to him, so he threatened me. At the critical moment, I discovered the mysterious realm of Yuxuan and hid in with the mermaid tribe. From then on, no foreign tribe came to invade us. After the high priest finished speaking, he observed Fang Qingran's expression anxiously. Fang Qingran's eyes were deep and stern. What else? Why do you know about me? I wasn't born before you entered this mysterious realm, right? How did you figure out that I was born in response to a calamity? When the high priest heard Fang Qingran's question, he cursed Baiji in his heart for telling Fang Qingran all these things. She really regretted taking Baiji as her disciple. Fortunately, she was always on guard against Baiji, and what she could tell him was limited, otherwise she might not be able to survive Fang Qingran's hands. The high priest said softly, I just followed the existence of the Lord of Heaven and calculated it for you. As for what happened in response to the catastrophe, it wasn't me who said it, it was the ancestor of the Jiang family who said it. He said that as long as he uses you well, he can seize control of thousands of worlds. The holy ancestor of the Jiang family also wanted me to give him a spell to count you when you were born, but I didn't agree. And any deduction, even if it's 1,000 and 10,000, is just a deduction and not factual. Some trajectories will change with luck and luck. Miss Fang, you are a person of great luck. Even if there is a disaster in the future, you will be able to turn it into a good one. There is no way that your cultivation path will be disrupted by these nonsense. At the end of the high priest's words, there was some sincere admonishment in his words. Fang Qingran didn't hear the answer she wanted to hear from the high priest's words. But a lot of things can be analyzed from it. When Fang Qingran was done asking questions, she stretched out her hand and said, bring it here. What? The high priest was a little confused. Spell book, Fang Qingran said. This thing would have fallen into her hands. It was better for the high priest to give it to her than to snatch it from her. The expression of the high priest changed. Miss Fang, this is something that the mermaid tribe needs to live and settle down. It cannot be handed over. If you want this, you might as well take my life. I don't want your life, I want the spell book. Fang Qingran said seriously. She didn't want to be tainted by the karma of the mermaid clan. It'll be okay to kill other merfolk. But there is definitely danger in killing the high priest. The loss she suffered from Bai Ji was enough. Regarding Fang Qingran's actions, the high priest was slightly speechless. She had said so, but Fang Qingran actually had the nerve to ask for it. If you are not willing to give it, Fang Qingran deliberately paused for a moment, let King Feng take it. The high priest really couldn't hold himself any longer now. Why did the kind and gentle Fang Qingran in the predictions become like this? The high priest finally gave the spell book under King Feng's friendly eyes. Miss Fang, I have already explained everything that needs to be explained. You see, this mermaid palace is not suitable for you. If it weren't for you, the high priest just wanted to send Fang Qingran away as soon as possible. Fang Qingran had no intention of leaving. One last thing to trouble the high priest, please calculate for me, what kind of disaster will I have in the future? The high priest's face turned green. It's really green. Fang Qingran can travel through time, how can it be easily calculated? Fang Qingran didn't want to predict the future at all. But he wanted her to shorten her life. The high priest said with a bitter look on his face, Miss Fang, the stronger you are, the less your future will be. Deductions will damage your luck. I don't care, Fang Qingran said. She couldn't hurt the high priest herself, so naturally she didn't want to let him go easily. Seeing the rejection on the high priest's face, Fang Qingran asked casually, High priest, do you remember that you have a daughter named Wen Yun? It's strange to say that she looks exactly like my mother. The high priest's eyes flashed with panic, Miss Fang, don't embarrass Wen Yun. She doesn't know anything, she left the mermaid tribe long ago. I will calculate the future for Miss Fang. When Fang Qingran left the mermaid palace, she took away the eye of nothingness. As for the mermaid priest, he had a head full of white hair and lost nearly half of his lifespan. Mo, this Fang Qingran is really interesting. The mermaid priest is so willing to eat. Are you happy that someone comes in and out of your secret place casually? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1050 Know Everything. Chi said nonchalantly, of course I'm very happy. I set up all the traps in the secret realm just for people to break into them. After all, this way, I have fresh blood to water the flowers. Master, this guy is just a pervert, ignore him. Duo Yan fell on Mo Jinggong's shoulder and said speechlessly. It really doesn't understand Chi's bad taste. Plant flowers without watering. You have to use blood. The hotter the blood, the more Chi liked it. Duo Yan was curious as to how those flowers survived and grew so beautiful. Duo Yan, your hair has become smoother recently, do you want me to trim it for you? Chi had a weird smile on his lips, staring at Duo Yan until the feathers all over his body exploded. Duo Yan shrank his neck in fear. But then he thought that Mo Jinggong was beside him, and he became bolder again. Duo Yan stretched his neck and said loudly on purpose, Chi, let me tell you, my master is here. You can't threaten me, I will never be threatened by you again. Really? Chi's slender hand raised and smoothed Juan's hair. Juan, you went out to check for news before. Do you have anything about this Fang Qingran? Duo Yan heard this question and shifted his attention. Yes, there are quite a few. Now the entire Juju has a wanted order about her. Many families and sects have sent strong men to look for her everywhere. And she is so slippery that no force can catch her. Not only can they not catch her, they can't even touch her shadow. But she always takes the initiative to appear in front of those forces and play with them. Those forces couldn't catch her, so they turned their anger on the sect she was in before. The Tianjian sect is in dire straits now. All the outstanding elders and disciples have been poached by other sects, and all the treasures and techniques within the sect have been stolen. They are almost disbanded. In short, this Fang Qingran has made a name for herself everywhere. Her behavior is unscrupulous, and she has a temper that is a bit like a wild goose plucking hair. Several families in the Bailey family have been evacuated by her. However, she didn't do anything evil, and she never bullied the weak. She only targeted the forces that were dominating the world. Because of Fang Qingran's existence, those forces don't dare to show up anymore. The atmosphere in Kyushu is not much better now. When Duo Yan said this, he looked at Chi with a mean look and said, Chi, I advise you to be careful, don't let her empty your place. While Duo Yan was speaking, Fang Qingran was seen sneaking back into the mermaid palace. The entire mermaid palace was emptied of treasures. Duoan. Chi turned his fingertips, and a colorful feather fell on his hand. Duoan, don't worry, I will find you a good-looking bird to match. Chi, give it back to me. Duo Yan exploded his feathers again and flew over to try to snatch the feathers from Chi's hand. Chi's body flashed and he was already several feet away. Duo Yan immediately chased after him. Mo Jinggong's eyes remained on the scene in front of him, turning a deaf ear to Chi and Duo Yan's noise. After Fang Qingran left the mermaid palace, she waved in one direction. Mo Jinggong's eyes were slightly cold. Fang Qingran had discovered their existence. Naturally, he could tell that Fang Qingran was the soul of future generations, coming through the river of time. He just tried to deduce Fang Qingran's origin. No trace of her was found in the river of time. There are only two kinds of existence, and they cannot be seen in the river of time. The first kind of death is the disappearance of the body. The second one is like him. But Fang Qingran was not consistent with either situation. Another person who threatens the status of Taoism has appeared. Will Tao allow such a being to grow? Ah, Master, she is going to stew me, you have to make the decision for me. Juoyan flew back again and hid behind Mo Jinggong. Chi shook his head and said, Mo, don't listen to his nonsense. Chi was mid-sentence when he caught a glimpse of Fang Qingran and asked in surprise, is Fang Qingran going to the Fierce Beast village? She knows your mysterious realm inside out, Mo Jinggong said in a cold voice. Fang Qingran left the mermaid palace, not a single movement was unnecessary, and went straight to the ferocious beast village. Qi touched his chin. Did she come to the mysterious realm of Yukshuan in later generations? That's not right. Even if she had been to my secret realm, she wouldn't be able to understand it so well. Could it be that I gave this secret realm to her as a gift? When Juoyan heard Qi's analysis, he immediately noticed something was wrong and shouted, Qi, why do you give the secret realm to her instead of my master? Mo still needs me to send something. He doesn't like my secret realm. Then you can give it to others. Why don't you consider giving it to me? Juoyan asked confidently. Qi Wu said, what secret realm do you want for a bird? Juoyan seemed very angry. I don't want it, so how can you not give it to me? Mo Jinggong glanced at Qi and Juoyan, his expressions full of helplessness. It seemed so boring that even a hypothesis could start a fight. Fang Qingbran had already entered the ferocious beast village with great swagger. Suck, the food, it's so fragrant. Tao Ti was the first to rush towards Fang Qingbran, opening his mouth to bite Fang Qingbran's leg. Fang Qingbran raised her hand and pushed Tao Ti's dog's head into the mud without any courtesy. Another kick knocked away Qiongqi, who was running over. Next, Fang Qingbran beat up all the ferocious beasts that rushed towards him. Does any of you know where Luan Jin is? Fang Qingbran said, looking at the lying beasts. It's a good thing they are all clones, otherwise they really wouldn't be able to defeat them. The black pterosaur hid far away and asked timidly, what do you want from Luan Jin? Fang Qingbran raised her eyebrows. It seemed that she had found the right place. Luan Jin was really here. In this life, she will not die tragically, and naturally she will not meet Mo Jinggong. I am not the mountain, I am the mountain. This was another purpose for her to enter the mysterious realm. Of course, she also judged that Mo Jinggong was in the Yukshuan secret realm based on Juoyan's whereabouts. Only Juoyan can do this for a pigeon to learn the cry of an old hen. He also deliberately wandered around her several times to observe her deliberately. However, in order to let Juoyan lead the way, she pretended not to notice its existence. Fang Qingbran did not answer the black pterosaur's question and asked again, where is Luan Jin? The black pterosaur's wings trembled, almost forgetting how to fly. What are you afraid of? It's really worthless. The yellow pterosaur looked at the black pterosaur with great disgust. The black pterosaur has troubles that he cannot tell. Didn't you see that Tao Ti's dog head is still buried in the soil right now? Tao Ti can clean it up with just one slap. Fang Qingbran actually made Tao Ti unable to fight back. How could it not be afraid? The black pterosaur was very aggrieved. Old Huang, then you answer her question. She's asking about you, it has nothing to do with me. The yellow pterosaur retreated a little without leaving a trace. Black pterosaur, you still have the nerve to criticize me. The black pterodactyl could only face Fang Qingbran alone, and said cautiously, Luan Jin left here not long ago. If you want to find Luan Jin, you can't find it here. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1051 Let it lead to disaster. Qi heard Fang Qingbran's inquiry through the screen and asked curiously, how does she know about Luan Jin? Luan Jin is a special existence compared to other ferocious beasts. Luan Jin has everything a ferocious beast should have. Only it doesn't have the ferocity of a ferocious beast. Luan Jin can control his murderous nature very well and maintain good sanity. Luan Jin is the only female ferocious beast. So he and Mo observed it for a while and released Luan Jin. After all, if Luan Jin is allowed to stay among the ferocious beasts, he will probably develop a ferocious nature over time. Luan Jin should be guarding the entrance to Shifang Domain at the moment. A new sect appeared near there. It's called Lingyun Sect. Lingyun Sect happens to be connected to the entrance of the fantasy world. Entering the fantasy world and passing through the sword tomb is the entrance to the Shifang Domain. He was afraid that someone would break in by mistake. Just let Luan Jin guard there, and he wouldn't have to let his clone pass. She can't be Luan Jin's former enemy, right? Juoyan said hesitantly. No, Mo Jinggong denied. When Fang Qingbran mentioned Luan Jin, there was no malice on her part. But Fang Qingbran didn't find Luan Jin, so he turned to look for Fang Shichu and Loyalty Gu. Watching Fang Qingbran move freely in the mysterious territory of Yukshuan, Qi's expression changed, and a flash of interest flashed in his eyes. Mo, do you feel that Fang Qingbran looks familiar? Like the moon in the sky. Qi Ying said, yes, it's him. He was the one who handed over the Shifang territory to me at the beginning. He said that when the destined person comes, this Fang Qingbran should be the destined person. That guy Tianyu looks gentle and elegant. The daughter she gave birth to turned out to be like a little bandit. Specially pick out rare treasures in secret areas. But fortunately, Fang Qingbran took away various treasures with purpose, instead of taking them all at once. What are you going to do? Mo Jinggong asked. Qi never suffered a loss, and now that Fang Qingbran had quietly taken so many treasures from his secret realm, he would definitely have to pay a price. If I don't deal with it, this treasure in the mysterious realm is not mine. If she wants to take it, I can give it to him. Qi looked calmly and said in a low voice. It can be seen that he seems to be in a happy mood. Juoyan rolled his eyes and said, Master, you must be stupid. Stop playing with him. Qi did not look at Juoyan this time, but explained, I snatched this secret realm from a very annoying existence. I originally wanted to destroy it. However, when I thought about it later, it was a pity to destroy it. After all, it has become a small world of its own and there are living creatures inside. Although those who owned the secret realm before were annoying, the creatures in it are innocent. I will always keep this secret realm. I released the secret realm and have no intention of taking it back. This secret realm is a prehistoric secret realm. There are many heavenly materials and earthly treasures in it, which can just help the monks here to improve their strength. Fang Qingbran was able to get the treasure here because of her ability. After Qi finished speaking, Juoyan rushed towards Qi and grabbed Qi's hair with his claws. Juoyan said angrily, you dislike the secret realm so much, then you won't even give me any worms to eat. Did you do it on purpose? Speaking of the origin of the secret realm, Qi was in a slightly bad mood. As a result, Duo Yan made such a fuss. Suddenly all mood was lost. Qi grabbed Duo Yan and used a magic trick to straighten his messy hair. He could tell that Duo Yan was deliberately disrupting his thoughts to prevent him from thinking about the bad experiences in the past. I don't let you eat the bugs here because I'm afraid you'll get a bad stomach, Qi said aloud. Many powerful people came in before Feng Qingran. But they did not dare to go deep into the secret realm, nor did they find the entrance to the second level. They just wandered around the edge of the first level. They also used this place to raise goo. He was quite interested in goo, so he didn't stop them. HMPH, stop making excuses. Duo Yan didn't believe it at all. He was a phoenix that could burn out all the filthy existences in the world. How could he have a bad stomach? Qi held Duo Yan down and said, Mo, do you want to meet her for a while? Mo Jinggong's eyes were deep. She will come to us. Her strength can only reach the third level at most. Qi Ziran also saw through that Feng Qingran was the soul of future generations. He wants to keep the secret realm here, and it must be to ensure the balance of the world. He has restrictions on every level of the secret realm. Those who do not have the strength will not be able to find the corresponding entrance. This is a protection and a limitation. After all, any creature cannot avoid greed. If they knew that there was treasure in this secret place and there were no restrictions, everyone would probably want to break in and steal the treasure. Even if they knew they would die, they would still come. He left the secret realm to them because he wanted to give this world more opportunities, rather than letting more innocent souls here. She will come, Mo Jinggong affirmed. He had a premonition in his heart that Feng Qingran would come here. This is a feeling that can be possessed without any extrapolation. Qi's eyes narrowed slightly. Mo, you seem to be very concerned about her. Is there anything special about her? Before, he and Duo Yan had been fighting around, and Mo Jinggong had been looking at Feng Qingran in the picture. He had followed Mo Jinggong for such a long time, and this was the first time he had seen him interested in someone. Fuck, look, she's on the 4th floor, Duo Yan exclaimed. I saw Feng Qingran enter the 4th floor, go straight to a place, and pick up the beast who was still sleeping soundly. Then she asked the beast to take her to the entrance of the 5th floor. After the beast rejected her, Feng Qingran took action directly. After a few slaps, the beast immediately surrendered. When Duo Yan saw this, he suddenly felt a chill all over his body. This Feng Qingran was simply a bit more cruel. Qi is smiling on his face, but he is hiding behind his back. Feng Qingran, on the other hand, acted swiftly, without giving you a chance to react. Duo Yan was glad that it didn't have to stay with Feng Qingran, otherwise it would have died soon. She's on the 5th floor. Qi, don't you stop her, Duo Yan said. Qi ignored Duo Yan, but looked at Mo Jinggong and said, Mo, how long do you think it will take for her to reach the 7th floor? Mo Jinggong turned around and sat down in front of the chessboard, saying in a deep voice, soon. In that case, Mo, let's go out. I want to see how she enters the 7th floor, Qi said enthusiastically. After Feng Qingran entered the 3rd floor. Just find the entrance to the upper level and break the restrictions, without any unnecessary movements. But the entrance to the 7th floor is guarded by Zhu Jian's clone. The tricks that Feng Qingran used to deal with other beasts before could not be used against Zhu Jian. Zhu Jian is a noble ancient demon god. The status is equal to that of God the Father. Even though he now lives in the land of ferocious beasts, he has never regarded it as a ferocious beast. If Feng Qingran dared to slap Zhu Jian, Qi seemed to have thought of some scene, and the corners of his lips raised slightly. Mo Jinggong glanced at Qi and went out first. Duo Yan also quickly followed Mo Jinggong and called Qi, follow me quickly. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1052 Why don't you come to Lingyun sect? Additional update. Feng Qingran flew to a cliff. Below is an abyss with no bottom. Just one look at it gives people a chilling feeling. This is the entrance to the 7th floor. The person living below is the clone of Zhu Jian. Feng Qingran looked embarrassed. Zhu Jian was no better than the previous beast. It can't be defeated with force. She could only think of other ways to get senior Zhu Jian to let her go. Feng Qingran communicated with Qingfeng and Kanglong. Qingfeng sent a message, Master, we can fight against Zhu Jian's clone, but you can't withstand its power. Kanglong also sent a message, Master, you wait above, Qingfeng and I will go down to negotiate. Zhu Jian has a relationship with my ancestors, and I will definitely let you pass. Okay, Feng Qingran responded. Qingluan's sword flew into the abyss. There was a cry of Qingluan. Soon, it fell silent again below. Qi and Mo Jinggong stood not far from Feng Qingran, their auras hidden. Mo, there's something weird about that sword. I'll go down and have a look. When Qi left, he grabbed Duo Yan and followed him. Zhu Jian likes cold places. He didn't like it very much, so he wanted to bring a heater. Duo Yan didn't even have time to refuse, before he was taken to the abyss by Qi. Zhu Jian has a dragon body and a human head, originally in a deep sleep. Very dissatisfied with being woken up. But when it saw the Qingluan sword clearly in front of it, its eyes were serious. What are you doing here? I have already repaid the kindness I owe you. After Zhu Jian finished speaking, Kanglong and Qingfeng came out very confused. They seemed to have never seen Zhu Jian. When Zhu Jian saw them appearing, he frowned, you shouldn't have awakened in this time and space. Who brought you here? Qingfeng bowed respectfully to Zhu Jian and said, Senior, we are just passing by here and want to pass by here. There is no harm in it. Please make it convenient. Zhu Jian looked at Kanglong and Qingfeng with his eyes, and then looked at the sword body. The remnant spread from the beginning is no longer in the sword. It seems that it has really completely dissipated. There was a bit of sadness in Zhu Jian's eyes, it was all gone, only it was left alive. You are going to the 7th floor. That is not the place you should go, Zhu Jian said. The two people on the 7th floor can easily erase the existence of Kanglong and Qingfeng. Qingfeng heard the advice in Zhu Jian's tone and said, Senior, our master has a reason to go to the 7th floor. Master, there was a hint of hope in Zhu Jian's eyes, but then it quickly dimmed. Even if there was a master, it was gone. Zhu Jian refused. Take your master back. The 7th floor is not where you should go. None of the two on the 7th floor is good. The one named Qi looks like a gentle breeze, but is actually more ferocious than ferocious beasts. When those arrogant beasts saw Qi, they ran away faster than rabbits. And that Master Mo, who can determine the life and death of all sentient beings with a single thought, is an existence that even the Tao is afraid of. It is simply not something that the current masters of Qingfeng and Kanglong can face. Qingfeng and Kanglong hesitated. There was no need for Zhu Jian to lie to them, what he told must be the truth. But the owner seems to want to go to the 7th floor. Of course, if your master insists on asking, I won't stop him. The entrance is right there. Zhu Jian glanced at Qingfeng and Kanglong and sighed. Everything in this world has its own destiny and cannot be interfered with forcefully. The Qingguan sword is what it left behind. But since it is no longer there is no need to insist on protecting a dead thing. As for Qingfeng and Kanglong, it is up to their owners to decide. After Zhu Jian finished speaking, he glanced not far away, and then looked away in disgust. He couldn't stand such a well-dressed existence. Qi nodded politely to Zhu Jian as a greeting. He was actually very curious about the origin of Qingguan's sword. The look in Zhu Jian's eyes when he saw Qingguan's sword told him that there was a story. But Zhu Jian didn't like communicating with him at all, so Qi didn't step forward to ask. Instead, after Qingguan's sword left, he threw Juan over and sent a message to Juan. Asked Zhu Jian, what's so special about the Qingguan sword? Juan was completely confused. It met Zhu Jian's cold eyes, trembling, and said tremblingly, Senior Zhu Jian, I'm just passing by. I'm not curious about Qingguan's sword at all. I'm leaving now. Zhu Jian looked at Juoyan and knew it well. There is a price to pay for curiosity. You are curious about everyone else's secrets. If you don't let it, you will be beaten easily. Why is it called Qingguan's sword? Is it because the sword was transformed from Qingguan? Juoyan asked fearfully. It didn't want to ask, but Qi threatened it that if it didn't ask, it would be given a sparrow. And burn all its fur. So it could only continue to ask. After all, no matter how powerful Zhu Jian's intimidation was, he would never do something as dishonest as Qi. Choose one of the two. Juoyan chooses to keep his innocence and feathers. It's none of your business. If you have such leisure, you should study why white flowers can't be grown. Zhu Ju said darkly. Of course it knew that the question was not what Juoyan wanted to ask. Juoyan doesn't have the guts yet. Zhu Jian glanced at Qi's location and said, Tianshan is dressed impeccably, but his heart is dark. I guess pure things don't want to see you, so they don't want to grow out. Juoyan. It really wants to escape. Juoyan heard Qi's message. I am better off with a dark heart than a person who willingly falls into darkness. I cannot see the light every day and always hide in the corners. Juoyan wanted to cry. How could he dare to say these words to Zhu Jian? But Qi threatened it with its innocence. It could only choose to offend Zhu Jian. After Zhu Jian heard Juoyan's words, he swung the dragon's tail hard towards where Qi was. Qi dodged. You are really looking for trouble. Water your flowers when you have nothing to do. Don't hang around my place. Zhu Jian's voice was like a bell, and the force sent both Zhu Jian and Qi out. The sentimentality it had before also left with Qi and no longer existed. Zhu Ju secretly cursed, little bastard, and then decided to continue sleeping. Whoever wants to enter this 7th floor can enter. Qi, you are such a badass. Juoyan shouted as he flew out. Qi dodged and grabbed Juoyan, preventing it from being affected by Zhu Jian's power. Juoyan was very angry. Why didn't you tell me yourself that you insisted on offending Zhu Jian? If you want me to die, just tell me. Why do you insist on doing this? Qi Xiao was gentle and looked back into the abyss, with some light in his eyes. It doesn't like talking to me, so it won't listen to what I say. It's up to you to say that it will listen to what you say. What nonsense. I want to find. Juoyan was stuck and looked not far away. It suspected that its eyes were blind. Seeing Juoyan's expression, Qi also looked over. Fang Qingran stood in the air, smiled wildly, looked at Mo Jinggong and said, Young man, I see that you have very good bones. Do you want to become a disciple of my Lingyun sect? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1053 Combination of Work and Rest. Mo Jinggong stood there quietly. When he heard Fang Qingran's voice, he followed it and met a pair of bright apricot eyes. There was a smile in his eyes. Mo Jinggong stared at Fang Qingran with unclear eyes, as if he wanted to see into her soul. Qi and Juoyan concealed their auras at the same time, pretending that they did not exist. If things were normal, Juoyan would definitely laugh at Fang Qingran for not knowing his own capabilities, and even show off his strength to intimidate Fang Qingran into leaving. But it thought of the way Fang Qingran slapped the beast before. He conscientiously chose not to provoke Fang Qingran. Qi Zhe looked like he was watching a good show. It was very interesting to think about the fact that the domain master of the immortal domain became a disciple of a little-known sect. Qi saw it more clearly than Juoyan. Mo Jinggong's attitude towards Fang Qingran was special. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Lingyun Zong Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran's voice was light and soft, revealing a bit of wanton cunning. Mo Jinggong. Fang Qingran smiled brightly and said more seriously, Mo Jinggong, do you want to consider joining our Lingyun sect? In Lingyun sect, you are free. It is good. The eyes of Mo Jinggong and Fang Qingran met again. This time, the coldness in his eyes disappeared, and there were a few different emotions in his eyes. Mo Jinggong, welcome to join Lingyun's sect and become the seventh disciple. Fang Qingran stretched out her hand and said in a light voice. Mo Jinggong stretched out his hand and shook it back, feeling a similar feeling of deja vu. He can see through Fang Qingran's past and future, but when he came into contact with her, he vaguely saw some strange and familiar scenes. It was as if he and Fang Qingran had known each other for a long time. When Duo Yan saw this scene, the feathers all over his body exploded, and an ominous premonition arose. The master didn't throw Fang Qingran out. He also agreed to join Lingyun's sect. If it offends her in the future, won't it also be blasted by her? Qi, don't you do something? Duo Yan sent a message to Qi. Isn't this good? It's time for Mo to go out for a walk and make some friends. Qi Chuanyan said. A Lingyun sect, Mo liked it and joined it. You can quit at any time if you don't like it. This small cause and effect will not leave any trace in Mo's years. Of course, he was also curious about what was special about Fang Qingran. The soul of a 6th level Taoist. He actually couldn't see through the other person's past. Fang Qingran had many secrets hidden in her. Especially since there is something sleeping in her sea of consciousness. It seems to be an extremely powerful poison. Mo should have also seen the existence of the soul-eating goo. The art of witchcraft and goo was very mysterious when it originated. A small goo insect can actually destroy a strong person without being visible. Even the most powerful existence may disappear under the influence of goo insects. It's a pity that witchcraft didn't exist for long, and the danger caused the powerful people to be afraid, and then the powerful people destroyed all witchcraft. But all the powers knew it well. Witchcraft that is destroyed in the open will exist in the shadows. But as long as it is not used openly, no one will pursue it. He and Mo Xing traveled to countless planes, and this plane could be described as a holy land for raising goo. He had always wanted to find the witch and goo master in this plane. But there is no clue. Low-level goo can be cultivated without the help of a witch goo master. The goo in Fang Qingran's consciousness is a high-level goo. This kind of poison is performed by a witch and goo master. If you follow Fang Qingran, you may be able to find the hidden witch and goo master. Give this back to you, don't make trouble. Qi returned the burning feathers to it and smoothed its feathers. Juoyan was about to cry and felt so desperate. While it was talking to Qi, its master had agreed to leave with Fang Qingran. Juoyan wanted to run away when he thought about seeing Fang Qingran every day in the future. Ling Yunzong. Lu Kanglan practiced with pain and joy. Since entering this place, although Fang Qingran has been missing all day, his supervision has arrived on time every day. Qifeng Qingran completely left Lingyun's sect under his management. Even if there are no elders and mentors in the sect, there is not even a sect leader. According to Fang Qingran, the sect leader was traveling and his return date was uncertain. Big brother. Lu Kanglan looked at the person coming and said, Chanjue, are you encountering difficulties in your cultivation? Mu Chanjue shook his folding fan and said with a noble air, Senior brother, I figured it was time for you to leave seclusion, so I came to see you to relax. Relax, have you finished memorizing the exercises? Have you refined the magic weapon? Lu Kanglan said warmly. Ming exercises can be directly transmitted into the sea of consciousness. But Fang Qingran asked them to memorize every exercise they wanted to practice, saying that this would deepen their understanding of the exercises. Mu Chanjue's face froze, and he couldn't help but pick up any pot. He encountered no difficulties in his cultivation. As a result, there were no difficulties, so the junior sister created difficulties for him, asking him to memorize various magic formulas related to refining weapons, and to refine various strange magical weapons. Mu Chanjue sighed deeply and said, Senior brother, this is not the way for us to roll the paper. Cultivation emphasizes the balance between work and rest. The third senior sister, Shi Yue, and when you went to Yuehua Mountain for a barbecue. The second senior brother also went, and you are the only one left. Quote. Since the founding of Lingyun sect, there has been no intrigue between them. So even if Lu Kanglan is very strict with them on weekdays, they would not leave him behind even in group activities like barbecue. Let's go. Lu Kanglan started without hesitation. Before leaving, he asked one more question, do you have any wine? Mu Chanjue nodded, third senior sister has refined a lot of wine recently, so I'll take care of it. Lu Kanglan smiled now, junior sister probably won't be back soon. Let's take this time to relax. They both respected and loved Fang Qingran. While Fang Qingran urged them to practice, he never fell behind in his own practice. Senior brother, why do you think junior sister doesn't serve as our sect leader? Mu Chanjue asked doubtfully. She always has her reasons. Mu Chanjue suddenly said with a complex tone, actually, the feeling given to me by my junior sister is a bit unreal, as if she might leave us at any time. Lu Kanglan paused and said seriously, so you have also discovered that during the course of cultivation, as the gap between each other's strength widens, they will always drift apart. Junior sister is so harsh to us, actually she wants us to follow in her footsteps to some extent. I don't know why she did this to us, but I know that this is a friendship that cannot be repaid, so we cannot let her down, nor can we let ourselves down. Chanjue, junior sister, she. A thought flashed through Lu Kanglan's mind. The junior sister knew all of them very well. Could it be that she came back from the future? The thought just flashed by. Seeing Lu Kanglan mid-sentence, Mu Chanjue asked curiously, what's wrong? It's okay, let's get there quickly and don't keep them waiting too long. Lu Kanglan calmed down, there were some things that were still inappropriate to be spoken out. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1054 I came here when I smelled it. Senior brother, fourth senior brother, come here quickly. Bailey Wenyu shouted to the two people who were stunned in the air. Lu Kanglan and Mu Chanjue looked at each other and flew down. As soon as Mu Chanjue landed, he was pulled away by Bailey Wenyu. Fourth senior brother, all I need is your strange fire. Bailey Wenyu pointed to the lounge chair next to the grill. The corners of Mu Chanjua's mouth twitched. Bailey Wenyu said very proudly, "How about it? I'm considerate, you just need to lie down, and you can eat the kebabs immediately." "Sixth junior brother, you are so kind to me," Mu Chanjue said meaningfully. There is obviously a firestone, but he insists on using strange fire. Mu Chanjue was also helpless, but what could he do? He could only pamper his sixth junior brother. Soon, the skewers on the grill were sizzling with oil, and the unique aroma of barbecue spread. Bailey Wenyu flipped the roast skillfully. Under the light of the fire, the young man's handsome face became a little more pyrotechnic, and his movements were full of elegance. While Ning Xiu and Qin Hanyan were talking, she raised her eyes and looked over, and saw that the boy's movements were like the speeding wind, as if something was blowing through his heart, leaving a trace. Ning Xiu hurriedly looked away, clenched her sleeves, her eyes quickly cooled down. Even if her appearance changed, she still recognized Bailey Wenyu in front of her as the young master of the Bailey family back then. It was when he came out to cause trouble that Qin Yanyan had the chance to escape Bailey's house. But he is always the son of an enemy. Even if he didn't know about the grudge between the Ning family and the Bailey family, there was no way to change the facts. "Xiu, what's wrong?" Qin Hanyan was keenly aware of Ning Xiu's abnormality and asked. Ning Xiu shook her head. Yanyan didn't know that Bailey Wenyu was the young master of the Bailey family back then. In fact, everyone has cared about Bailey Wenyu's identity before. After all, everyone who joins the Lingyun sect has some grudges against the Bailey family. But they still chose to accept Bailey Wenyu, just because Feng Qingbran brought Bailey Wenyu here, and they believed that Feng Qingbran would not harm them. Not everyone in Bailey's family is guilty. Just like there will be traitors in the Ning family. "Who?" Liu Kanglan suddenly said, interrupting Ning Xiu's train of thought. Everyone looked at Liu Kanglan. The sword in Gu Jian's hand was unsheathed. Liu Kanglan looked around and his eyes fell on a towering ancient tree not far away. The fluctuations in the formation came from there. This ancient tree is the most special one in Yuehua Mountain. It towers into the clouds, with no branches visible, only a crown. Qin Hanyan stood up, protecting Ning Xiu behind him, and looked at the ancient tree. Bailey Wenyu was still turning over the skewers in his hand, while Mu Chanjue used strange fire to draw a circle around him and Bailey Wenyu. After Liu Kanglan spoke out, the fluctuations in his aura disappeared. Just when Liu Kanglan thought it was an illusion that he had passed by in a flash. Gudong. The sound of drilling sounded. Liu Kanglan and others looked at each other. Gu Jian shook his head. Mu Chanjue spread his hands. "It's not me. It's not me, nor Yanyan." Ning Xiu affirmed. "It's not me," Bailey Wenyu said loudly. Then all the scorching eyes fell on Liu Kanglan. Liu Kanglan's mouth twitched. "I didn't." They looked at each other. Liu Kanglan and others sat back. Bailey Wenyu also cooked a plate of kebabs and handed them over. The golden roasted meat looks very appetizing. One bite, the meat is tender, crispy and delicious, with endless aftertaste. "Sixth junior brother, our sect's cultivation resources are not enough. We can ask you to go out and sell kebabs in exchange for resources," Mu Chanjue commented after tasting. "Okay, but by then, fourth senior brother, you will also be tired," Bailey Wenyu responded. Mu Chanjue, unknowingly, I dug a hole and buried myself. As several people ate, they vaguely heard the sound of swallowing. But they all pretended not to hear it and ate it happily. "Hey, senior brother, are you embarrassed to fight me? This is the last skewer." Ning Xiu held on to the last skewer and refused to let go. Liu Kanglan refused to give in at all. "Xiu, you've eaten more than half of it. This bunch should be given to me. I'm a senior brother." Ning Xiu snorted coldly. "After we leave here, we won't discuss the size, but now this one is mine." Gu Jianyi, Qin Hanyan, Mu Chanjue, and Bailey Wenyu just watched Liu Kanglan and Ning Xiu fight back and forth. Unconsciously, Liu Kanglan and Ning Xiu began to fight with magic techniques. Ning Xiu threw away the talisman. Liu Kanglan used the power of the formation. Ning Xiu let go of the hand holding the skewers. Whoosh! An afterimage flashed by. The kebab disappears. Ning Xiu and Liu Kanglan stopped immediately. Liu Kanglan exuded coercion, and the formation lit up. "Come out." A graceful girl came out of the tree. The girl's cheeks are slightly red, her charming eyes are like waves on her temples, and her appearance is extremely gorgeous. With such an appearance, she should be a charming person. It's a pity that the corner of the other person's mouth is stained with a trace of grease that hasn't been wiped off yet. It makes her look like she is a fairy. Facing several pairs of scorching eyes, the girl seemed to realize something, and immediately applied the cleaning technique, and the marks on the corners of her mouth disappeared. Then she timidly apologized. "I'm sorry, your skewers smelled so delicious. I couldn't help myself and grabbed the last skewer. I can compensate you for whatever treasure you want." Liu Kanglan looked at her with inquiring eyes. "Who are you? Why are you in Lingyun sect?" "I'm Luan Jin. I'm not in your Lingyun sect. I came here because of the smell," Luan Jin explained. Liu Kanglan and the others did not let down the guard because of Luan Jin's words. None of them could detect Luan Jin's strength, which proved that the opponent's strength was much higher than all of them. A monk above the realm of transformation into gods should not be in such a state of ignorance. His eyes shouldn't be so clear. "You must not be human, right?" Bailey Wenyu asked aloud. Liu Kanglan and others instantly looked at Bailey Wenyu with strange expressions. Luan Jin, who was still timid at first, had a look of frustration in his eyes after hearing Bailey Wenyu's words, and he failed to pretend again. "It's really not easy to be a human being. Why are you looking at me like this? The aura on her body is wrong. She should be a high-level beast, at least the level of a holy beast." Bailey Wenyu spoke again. "Holy beasts can take form. Sixth junior brother, you are amazing." Mu Chanjue gave a thumbs up in admiration, which could be seen, but he couldn't see it for the time being anyway. The pride in Bailey Wenyu's eyes flashed away, and he was glad for his choice. Leaving the Devil's Cave and joining the Lingyun sect was truly the right choice. But he was able to escape from the control of the Bailey family, thanks to a guiding talisman. The Bailey family has a strong desire to control everyone. No matter where they go, there will be secret guards following them. There is no way to leave without permission. That day, he finally got rid of the secret guards and wanted to leave Bailey's house, but he still alerted the housekeeper. In the end, he had no choice but to hide in a remote yard. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 10:55 Friendly Exchange, additional update. But the housekeeper is more familiar with the Bailey family than he is. Soon, the housekeeper discovered his hiding place. Just when the housekeeper was about to find him, a guiding talisman appeared. He followed the guiding talisman and unexpectedly walked out of Bailey's house, which was full of traps, and successfully avoided the danger coming from the Bailey family. However, after leaving Bailey's house, another problem arose: how to leave Diling Prefecture. If you stay in Dilingzhu all the time. It was only a matter of time before the Bailey family discovered him. But this time, Fang Qingran appeared, took him away from Diling State, and gave him a place to settle down. There is no intrigue here. When he was at Bailey's house, he discovered that he was different. He could communicate with all spirit beasts. So he overheard a secret. It was the secret that made him decide to escape from Bailey's house. Bailey Wenyu looked at the Lingyun sect and was very happy to be a disciple of the same sect with them. Although I am a beast, I never eat humans. You don't have to be afraid. Luin Jin raised his hand in a gesture of surrender. Liu Kanglan saw Luin Jin's actions and believed a little. From the moment Luin Jin appeared, he didn't feel the slightest malice from Luin Jin. The defense within the formation has not been turned on. It proved that Luin Jin had never thought of attacking them. Liu Kanglan discussed with everyone and decided to keep Luin Jin to eat together, but asked Luin Jin to pay for it. Luin Jin readily agreed and gave all the treasures she snatched from Tati to Liu Kanglan and the others. Liu Kanglan looked at the mountains of treasures and was stunned for a moment. Chalcedony mushroom, Wangzianguo, ambergris. Exchange these items for skewers. Luin Jin is undoubtedly a foodie. Why isn't it enough? Luin Jin asked hesitantly when they didn't say anything. Enough, very enough. Bailey Wenyu happily took out the prepared meat from the space and asked Mu Chanjue to light a fire. Liu Kanglan handed Luin Jin a skewer of barbecue that he had hidden before. You eat first, as long as you have enough. Luin Jin took it and said, thank you, you are such a good person. Liu Kanglan, what's wrong? Have fun here. Over there, Qi took Fang Qingran to the entrance of Shifang Domain to look for Luin Jin. There was no trace of it. Qi didn't care much, guessing that Luin Jin went out to buy food. Zhuo Yan stayed on Mo Jinggong's shoulder, as quiet as a chicken. Miss Fang, do you want to go into the Shifang territory? Qi was about to hand over the Shifang territory to Fang Qingran. Those ferocious beasts were so noisy that he didn't want to take care of them for a long time. Can. Hearing this, Qi handed a black egg to Fang Qingran. This is the king of all spirits, the king of all beasts, with the power of blood. It was originally created to control all beasts. But it has another destiny. Qi planned to hide something and told Fang Qingran the truth about the power of blood. There is a seal in Wanling's body. If the seal is not lifted, it will not break out. The power of blood in it can be used to control all beasts when it becomes strong. It is not afraid of any power of blood. It is precisely this way that all spirits can sacrifice themselves and change the bloodline rules so that there is no bloodline oppression between all the beasts. It only depends on the strength of the beasts. The beast tribe is born with dignity and humbleness. And this dignity and humiliation are determined by blood. Many beasts are trapped by their bloodline, and no matter how hard they try, they can't improve even half a cent. So when all spirits were created, there were beasts that tampered with them, trying to change the status quo of this bloodline. Okay, Fang Qingran took Wanling without saying much. She didn't want to comment on whether blood superiority should exist or not. Dragons and phoenixes are born noble, but they also have the responsibility to protect all living beings. If the dragon and phoenix have great strength but do not protect the common people, then this innate dignity will slowly disappear. The more respect you want, the more faith you need to win. Many orcs only saw the domineering power of blood, but did not see the sacrifices of those with noble blood. Of course, there are also those in the dragon and phoenix clan who are not worthy of possessing the power of blood. The beast with a low bloodline also saved people, but because his bloodline level was too low, he did not get the faith he deserved. If you pass through this river, you can enter the Shifang realm. I won't accompany Miss Fang there. After Qi finished speaking, he stepped aside and became invisible when he needed to explain what was needed. Zhuo Yan couldn't help but send a message. Qi, the water in this river is weak, how do you want her to get across? Fang King dies the soul of a future generation, and cannot be touched by weak water. Qi heard Zhuo Yan's message and ignored it, but glanced at Mo Jinggong. Mo Jinggong's eyes were deep and straightforward, and he saw Qi's plan. Mo Jinggong moved his fingertips slightly, and an inexplicable force came to Fang Qingran. Fang Qingran walked to the river alone, took out a golden sword scabbard and threw it into the river. The scabbard entered the river and quickly disappeared. Soon, the river rose and the terrifying pressure spread. A huge golden dragon phantom floated above the river, looking at Fang Qingran as if it didn't notice Mo Jinggong and the others at all. Little girl, you brought the scabbard. The Dragon King said majestically. Yes. The Dragon Emperor stared at Fang Qingran and asked, can you ask for anything? Fang Qingran saluted respectfully and said, this junior wants to contract the Dragon Emperor sword. The Dragon King pondered for a moment, you have a special spirit. Are you sure you want to contract the Dragon King sword? Fang Qingran is the soul of the later generations, and the power of the soul is very powerful, but this does not mean that she can contract the Dragon Emperor's sword infallibly. If she suffered backlash during the contract process, it is necessary to repair the damage to the soul in this long river of time. Otherwise, this injury will always be with her soul. Okay, Fang Qingran said firmly. This time, she made a contract with the Dragon King in advance so that the Dragon King would not have to sacrifice her soul power, so that the other party would not be in danger of dissipating. The Dragon King summoned the Dragon King's sword and scabbard without hesitation. The two are one. A lifelike golden dragon is carved on the scabbard. The blade of the Dragon Emperor's sword shone with a sharp cold light, exuding a unique chill. The Qingluan sword on Fang Qingran also flew out at this time. The Qingluan sword stands not far from the Dragon Emperor's sword. The Dragon King glanced at the Qingluan sword and was surprised. It felt the breath of the blue dragon in it. Kang Long and Zhu Long sacrificed together when Long Han was measuring the calamity. King Feng sent a message to Fang Qingran. Master, you can make a contract, Kang Long and I will help you. Okay, Fang Qingran said with a smile. Fang Qingran drew the contract formation, and a drop of blood flew into the Dragon Emperor's sword. In an instant, dazzling golden light spread. A golden ball of light appeared in Fang Qingran's consciousness. There was a chilly air on the light group. The next moment, King Feng and Kang Long rushed towards the light group. Gradually, the coldness on Guang Tuan's body disappeared, and was replaced by a soft breath. Master, under the friendly persuasion of Kang Long and I, the spirit of the Dragon Emperor's sword is very willing to make a contract with you. We can form a contract, King Feng said respectfully. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1056 The demons dance wildly. 10 directions. Everywhere is filled with the smell of blood. There were fights everywhere in the sky and on the earth. There were also curses mixed in among them. Crowded. Qiongqi, you are so despicable, you actually want to take my money. Nine-headed bird, can you shut up and just watch the battle? Your 9 mouths are endless, right? Damn it, I advise you not to provoke the red and yellow ants. You won't be able to kill them all. The bites make my whole body itchy and painful. Has your head been eaten by gluttons? What kind of martial ethics do you need to practice when fighting ferocious beasts? Tao Ti heard this and shouted excitedly, whose brain can be eaten? Send it to me quickly. I don't mind whether it's an elm head or a head filled with water. I really don't have any. I can also eat love brains. Eat what you can. Ying Zhao said with great disgust, Tao Ti, you are the only one here who is a lover. You can't walk around after seeing Luan Jin. Nonsense. That 6-armed ape wolf has been fooled by Luan Jin time and time again, and always feels silly after being fooled. Tao Ti said unconvinced. Hearing this, the 6-armed ape wolf stopped fighting and roared angrily, Tao Ti, you are just jealous of Luan Jin for being nice to me. TCH, I'm good to you, which eye of yours can tell, Tao Ti said with disdain. I can tell with both eyes that Luan Jin must have a crush on me, otherwise why would she only lie to me and not other beasts? Lu-armed ape said confidently. After finishing speaking, the 6-armed ape seemed to feel that it was not enough, and added, by the way, Luan Jin has never beaten me. You don't have this treatment, do you? I have seen you and Qiongqi being beaten several times. Yang Yang, the 6-armed ape, finished speaking proudly and continued to fight. Tao Ti was trembling with anger and said, Qiongqi, the 6-armed ape is mocking us. Damn it. No time. Qiongqi was busy playing with the snake. The 6-armed ape said you could never win Luan Jin's heart. Tao Ti shouted. When Qiongqi heard this, he immediately turned around and went to fuck the 6-armed ape. Tao Ti, who was yelling fiercely before, now turned into a theatergoer, and shouted from the side, Qiongqi, pull its arm, yes, slap it in the face first. Tao Ti shouted, suddenly smelling the aroma of food. In an instant, its saliva flowed out unconsciously. Tao Ti didn't care to watch the fight scene, and quickly followed the direction of the smell. He must be the first to eat such delicious food. Gradually, many ferocious beasts stopped fighting. Yu Zhao's eyes rolled, this smell is human. There is absolutely nothing wrong with it. Why are the humans here? Could it be a trap set by Demon King Qi? Ying Zhao said this, and the other ferocious beasts began to think. Demon King Qi's methods are really terrible. He had strictly prohibited them from killing each other before. The beasts are also afraid of the existence of Demon King Qi, so they only dare to fight each other and do not dare to eat each other. With Demon King Qi's methods, it is impossible for a person to enter the 10 directions domain. Half of the ferocious beasts died down. They won't be fooled, it must be Demon King Qi's trap. When Qiongqi heard the discussion of the beasts, he was not afraid, but excited. Every time Demon King Qi tortured the ferocious beasts, he admired him endlessly. If this was a trap set by Demon King Qi, Tao Ti would definitely be the first to suffer. Qiongqi chased Tao Ti in the direction he left. The black pterosaur and the yellow pterosaur looked at each other and followed Tao Zhu quietly. Whether it's a trap or real food, there will always be something fun to watch. The other ferocious beasts looked at each other, and finally chose to follow. Tao Ti was the one who took the lead, so they had no reason not to go. When Tao Ti passed by, he was afraid of disturbing the food, so he transformed into a half-month-old black dog. Kick on your short legs and run towards the source of the fragrance. In a blink of an eye, we entered a depression surrounded by mountains. There are naturally no greens and trees in the Shifang domain. There are only strange rocks on the mountains. An exquisite and luxurious pavilion appeared on the concave ground. Out of tune with the surroundings. Sitting in the pavilion was a girl enjoying tea. Tao Ti stared at the girl in the pavilion with a pair of black bean eyes, and the laughter from the corner of his mouth flowed directly to the ground. It didn't feel that the scene in front of it was weird at all. All I can think about is food. Tao Ti lay on the ground and ducked outside the pavilion. Fang Qingran noticed the appearance of the ferocious beast, raised her eyes and looked over, and saw the gluttonous dog approaching furtively, with a hint of smile on her brows. Swish! Tao Ti stood up and flew towards Fang Qingran, aiming for her neck. Fang Qingran raised his hand casually and slapped Tao Ti far away, hitting him against the rock. Tao Ti's eyes were shocked. It was actually slapped and flew out. Outrageous. Tati transformed into its original form, with the head of a human and the body of a goat, and its body was like a mountain. It raised one front hoof and kicked towards the pavilion. Ouch. Tati let out a scream. The front hoof is swollen into a big round ball. Tati looked at the pavilion in disbelief. Why could this thing hurt its body? Tati turned into a little black dog again. This way the swollen hoof will not be visible. But the aroma of food always penetrated his nose, and Tati can control his salivation. Ever since Demon King Chi came to Shifang territory, he has never eaten meat again. How could it give up when something edible was brought to it this time? Tati's eyes shone brightly, and since he couldn't outsmart him, he would attack with force. The power of the terrifying ferocious beast began to spread throughout Tati's body. However, the next moment, two shadows flew out. Before Tati could see clearly who it was, he felt attacks falling on him like raindrops. Ouch. The only thing left in the entire depression was Tati's screams. At this moment, Kyongchi arrived, saw Tati being beaten, and shouted, "Let Tati go." Immediately, Kyongchi also rushed over and attacked Tati together. This time Tati screamed even more miserably. Tati knew something else was beating him. Kyongchi also knew that something else was eating. But he didn't see the ferocious beasts that had just rushed over from the sky. They only saw Kyongchi beating Tati. All the beasts were speechless. Zhu Yan said in confusion, "By the way, why doesn't Tati fight back? It's not like it can't beat Kyongchi. Is there something holding Tati down, preventing him from returning it?" Wait a minute, look at the little girl sitting in the pavilion. She is a little too calm. Could it be the Demon King Chi is backing her up? All the beasts looked at Fang Qingran, who was always calm and calm. Just a god transformation monk. After entering here, you still can't show your strength. Why isn't she afraid? Could it be the Demon King Chi was really supporting her behind her back? Ying Zhao said in a solemn tone, "I remember that every time Chi showed up, he always brought his own courtyard. This little girl brought her own pavilion. Could it be that she was really sent here by Demon King Chi?" Chaotic eyes examined Fang Qingran. She has Chi's aura. In addition, there is also a familiar aura, which seems to be Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1057 Understanding Current Affairs. Hurry up and look below. An exclamation interrupted Chaos' words. The attention of all the ferocious beasts shifted below. Chaos swallowed back the rest of his words. Maybe it's an illusion. How could a little god-transforming monk be involved with that kind of existence? Below. Tati is dying. Kyongchi gives birth to a dragon and a lively tiger. Seeing such gluttonous food, Kyongchi immediately had strange thoughts and opened his mouth wide, wanting to swallow the gluttonous food. At this moment, a sharp sword flew out. Kyongchi bit down on the sword, making a crack sound. Bang. Several of Kyongchi's teeth were chipped. Oh my god, Kyongchi said in a straight voice. Fang Qingran stood in front of Kyongchi. Hearing Kyongchi's words, the corners of her lips curled up slightly, and she hit Kyongchi's head with the Qingluan sword. There is nothing you can miss here. When Kyongchi heard this, he was not angry, but looked at Fang Qingran with excitement. It flapped its wings and whipped up a hurricane, and the terrifying power flew towards Fang Qingran and Tati along with the wind. Fang Qingran quickly picked up Tati and dodged, got behind Kyongchi, and kicked Kyongchi into the hurricane. When Kyongchi reacted, he had already fallen into the hurricane. The next moment, Kyongchi was thrown away and turned into a stream of light, disappearing in front of the beasts. The hurricane disappeared. The bodies of all the ferocious beasts who witnessed this scene trembled at the same time. They finally saw that Fang Qingran was not afraid of ferocious beasts at all and could fight back very well. She definitely hides her strength. The human race is still as cunning as ever, Ying Zhao said in disgust. This is the territory of our ferocious beasts. How can we let a human race bully her? Brothers, come with me to deal with her. The ant emperor shouted righteously. Swish, swish, swish. Countless red-yellow ants climbed over the hilltop and headed towards Fang Qingran. Yu Zhao agreed. Yes, if she dares to treat Kyongchi like this today, she will be able to ride on us another day. We must teach her a lesson. She dares to bully my brother, she must pay the price. Yao Ju shouted very fiercely, but if you look closely, you can see that it did not make any move to rush towards Fang Qingran. Zhu Yan approached Ying Zhao and said, Boss, do we want to go too? Just wait and see what happens. Ying Zhao's eyes were heavy. It did hate the human race, but Fang Qingran's strength was unknown. If they fought against it without authorization, they would also suffer. Boss, if they defeat her, we won't be able to get anything if we go up there. Zhu Yan said with a hint of worry. Ying Zhao glanced at Zhu Yan and said, if you go, don't recognize me as the boss in the future. Zhu Yan was immediately frightened and did not dare to speak anymore. At this time, Fang Qingran was surrounded by red-yellow ants below. Yao Zhu, Chaos, Yu Zhao and others attacked Fang Qingran from above. Fang Qingran stared and looked around, her whole body filled with murderous intent. Wherever she looked, the movement of the red-yellow ants suddenly stopped, as if they were frozen there. At random, Fang Qingran held the Qingluan sword and flew into the sky. The blade of the sword moved accordingly, with great power, and the light of the sword cut through the void. One after another, the sword blades passed through the void and suddenly landed on Yongzhu and the others. One of Yongzhu's tails was cut off. Chaos's wings were also chopped off by the blade. The horns on the top of Yu Zhao's head were cut off. Ellipsis. When the ferocious beast not far away saw this scene, it felt lucky. Now they were sure that Fang Qingran must be hiding his strength. Fang Qingran flipped her wrist, put away the Qingluan sword, and said with sharp eyes, I, Fang Qingran, will be the master of Shifang domain from now on. If there are still those who are not convinced, just come forward. Damn it, why is she so arrogant? The beast, which was still in shock, suddenly became dissatisfied after hearing Feng Qinggran's words. She is a god, and it is natural for him to rule them. But Feng Qinggran, a human race who wanted to rule them, simply crushed their faces to the ground and trampled on them. This is absolutely not okay. Besides, Feng Qinggran was able to hurt Yao Zhu just by taking advantage of her unpreparedness. She really thought they couldn't defeat her. The ferocious beasts looked at each other and wanted to deal with Feng Qinggran together. Feng Qinggran said calmly, I won't let you go hungry. As long as you are obedient, I guarantee that you will be able to eat food every day from now on. I am willing to serve you as my master, Tao Ti said weakly. The two phantoms that beat it just now are undoubtedly King Feng and Kanglong. King Feng is the ancestor of the Phoenix clan, a chaotic beast at the same level as Yuan Feng. Don't look at it, King Feng is just a remnant of the sword for the time being. But if you really take action, the four ferocious beasts combined will barely be enough to see. Then, another Kanglong comes. The Kanglong's status in the dragon clan is equal to that of the ancestral dragon, and there are rumors that the Kanglong appeared earlier than the ancestral dragon. Yinglong has to line up behind Kanglong. Yinglong is among the top 10 ferocious beasts in the Shifang domain. This shows how powerful Kanglong is. Feng Qinggran had Kanglong and King Feng in his hands, as well as the Qingluan sword, so it was difficult to kill him. But the ferocious beasts in the Shifang domain are not aligned at all. Although on the surface they all shouted to deal with Feng Qinggran reasonably, when the fight actually started, there were many ferocious beasts holding back. The kind that would literally tear off its hind legs and devour them. Therefore, instead of choosing to fight with Feng Qinggran, it is better to accept her as the master. Tao Ti thought very clearly and didn't care at all about the looks of the ferocious beasts. Of course, it will not remind the ferocious beasts Kanglong and King Feng. It wants to watch the bad luck of all the ferocious beasts, and maybe even pick up some meat to eat. Tao Ti took the initiative to use the contract formation. Feng Qinggran didn't expect Tao Ti to be so aware of current affairs, so she signed a contract with him with a smile. After the contract was completed, Feng Qinggran threw a few Chaos-class beast pills to Tao Ti. In an instant, countless scorching eyes were fixed on Tao Ti, or to be precise, they were staring at the beast elixir in front of it. Tao Ti noticed the restlessness of the ferocious beasts and swallowed the beast pills in one go. Feng Qinggran, I am also willing to serve you as my master. Yao Zhu stepped forward and showed the contract formation. It's just an equal contract. It's worth it to exchange for a few Chaos Beast pills. Feng Qinggran met Yao Zhu's eyes, and the corners of her lips raised, okay. Feng Qinggran opened the scroll and printed the contract formation on it. Wait, Yu Zhu panicked for a while. He always felt that there was a force on the scroll that he could not resist, and he subconsciously wanted to refuse. You can retreat. Feng Qinggran flicked his sleeves, and Yongzhu was kicked out of the contract formation. The black pterosaur and the yellow pterosaur took the initiative to join the battle. Master Phoenix, we are willing to follow you. They're inherently weak among the ferocious beasts and are always bullied. It is better to seize this opportunity and follow Feng Qinggran. Give it a try and you might be surprised. Even if it is worse, at least it cannot be worse than now. Feng Qinggran had promised them before that as long as they obeyed, they would have something to eat every day. When there was food in Shifang territory before, they didn't grab it. If there is food in the future, they may not be able to hold it with their own strength. It would be better to follow Feng Qinggran. If such beasts want to bully them again, they must think twice. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1058 The Beast Surrender, additional update. The black pterosaur and the yellow pterosaur happily signed the master-servant contract with Feng Qinggran. Feng Qinggran threw them 2 Chaos Beast pills. It's not that she doesn't want to give more, but with the current strength of the 2 pterosaurs, she can only take 2. The remaining ferocious beasts looked at each other, as if asking, should we fight again? Some of them wanted the beast elixir but did not want to submit to Feng Qinggran. This part of the beast is weighing whether the plan to steal the beast pill is feasible. The other part is to surrender to Feng Qinggran, but considering their status as ferocious beasts, they don't want to bow down easily. There are still a very small number of ferocious beasts who do not want the beast elixir, nor do they want to submit to Feng Qinggran. They only care about the food Feng Qinggran mentioned before. What are you all doing? Bai Fang's voice sounded. Bai Fang woke up from his deep sleep and found that the Shifang territory was quiet and strange, so he decided to come and check it out. After all, it's the first time it's been so quiet like today. Usually, when the beasts fight, the completely desolate Shifang territory becomes a little lively. Oh, we're all here today, do you want, Where did this little girl come from? The voice of the ancient snake followed closely behind. It also came out to investigate the situation because Shifang territory was too quiet. The top 10 beasts like them are basically in a state of sleep. He rarely interferes in the fights between ferocious beasts. They only intervene when they occasionally hit their territory. These ferocious beasts never stop fighting. Even when Demon King Qi comes to the Shifang domain, they will fight secretly. This was the first time that there was no sound of fighting in Shifang domain. Taiku Mingshe said, looking at Feng Qinggran curiously. The little girl stood proudly among the beasts, with no trace of cowardice in her expression. Her brows were filled with confidence, her aura was calm, and she contained a bit of the majesty of a superior. Appreciation flashed in Taiku Mingshe's eyes. Little girl, this is not the place you should come to. Leave quickly. The ancient Ming snake did not regard Feng Qinggran as food at all. Instead, treat her as a human being. It had grown to this level after receiving the favor of the human race, so it was naturally grateful to the human race. Feng Qinggran felt much less cold towards the ancient snake. No, she can't leave. Qiongqi, who had flown out before, finally flew back, and heard the ancient snake asking Feng Qinggran to leave. Qiongqi was afraid that Feng Qinggran would agree, so he hurriedly stopped him. It really likes the existence of Feng Qingran. It decided to recruit Feng Qingran to join its gang and bully the weak together. Qiongqi excitedly approached Feng Qingran. I am willing to sign a contract with you. Qiongqi, you are crazy, Chaos shouted. The four ferocious beasts used to be one. Nowadays, Tao Ti, a foodie, rebelled because of food, and it's okay for him to do so. Qiongqi actually chose Feng Qingran. Chaos, our previous Qionghuang group has been disbanded. From now on, Feng Qingran and I will form a Qiongfeng team, dedicated to committing evil and evil. Qiongqi said extremely proudly. When Feng Qingran heard this, the corner of her mouth twitched. It seemed that Qiongqi had said so in the contract with her at that time. Qiongqi voluntarily made a contract with Feng Qingran, and his name was written on the scroll. Taiku Mingshe and Bai Fang came later, so they looked a little confused. Boy, do you know what's going on here? The ancient snake looked at Bai Fang and asked. I just woke up, and when I came here I saw them all gathered together. Tegu, have you noticed that Feng Qingran's aura is strange? Bai Fang asked seriously. Taiku Ming she nodded. So you have also noticed that when this little girl saw me for the first time, she didn't show any surprise, as if she knew me, but I have never seen her before. Bai Fang said. Do you remember what she said? He said that he is not the master of the Shifang domain. There is someone else. This sentence is probably hinting to us that the person who controls the Shifang domain will be a human race. Quote. The eyes of Taiku Mingshe showed some interest. It is unusual for a human race to want to rule the 10 directions. I really want to see Feng Qingran take care of them. I have told Yinglong, Zhu Juyin, Chu Zhu, about Feng Qingran's appearance, and we will discuss it after they wake up, Bai Fang said seriously. Bai Fang had no objection to Feng Qingran's control of Shifang territory. After all, no matter who is in charge of this place, it will not affect it. It's time to inform you that a little girl finally came here and finally brought some life to this place. The ancient snake said happily. At this moment, a dragon roar resounded throughout the 10 directions. Immediately, Yinglong's huge body flew up into the sky, covering the sky and the sun. I am Yinglong, and I am willing to serve Feng Qingran as my master. The contract is fulfilled. After Yinglong finished speaking, his body disappeared. The beasts watched helplessly as a token fell into Feng Qingran's hands. That is Yinglong's beast control order. All beasts under his bloodline will submit to this order. Boss, what should we do? Zhu Yan asked worriedly. Yinglong all surrendered to Feng Qingran. They had no choice at all. Wait a minute, I don't believe that Zhu Jian will surrender to Feng Qingran. Ying Zhao said in a bad mood. Why did Yinglong surrender to Feng Qingran inexplicably? Could it be that Feng Qingran was brought by Yinglong to trick them? Zhu Yan was very puzzled. Boss, what does Zhu Jian's surrender to Feng Qingran have to do with us? The ferocious beasts in the 10 directions have always been independent of each other and do not interfere with each other. The top 10 beasts would not care about their choices at all. Shut up. Ying Zhao didn't want to pay attention to this stupid and expressionless subordinate. Zhu Jian's voice was like a loud bell. I am Zhu Jian. I sign an equal contract with Feng Qingran here today. The contract is completed. Ying Zhao, I feel even worse. The next moment, Bai Fang also flew to Feng Qingran and signed an equal contract with him. Next, the top 10 strongest beasts completed their contract with Feng Qingran. A group of ferocious beasts. Who are we? Where are we? What exactly are we missing? Feng Qingran's eyes flashed slightly. It was understandable that Yinglong made a contract with her. After all, the Dragon Emperor and Kanglong were here. Bai Fang made a contract with her because of King Feng's existence. Ellipsis. She couldn't understand why Zhu Jian made a contract with her. Zhu Jian is the Chaos Demon God, and is not a real ferocious beast. With her strength, it is impossible to make her surrender. But this is not the time to dwell on these issues. Since Zhu Jian and the others have made a contract with her, then she would be able to travel unimpeded in the Shifang realm, and it was time to deal with the evil ancestors' affairs. She also has to transform the environment of Shifang realm so that the beasts who submit to her cannot go hungry. Feng Qingran waved to Tao Ti, signaling it to come over. Seeing this, Tao Ti first transformed into a tiger with 2 wings, and then flew to Feng Qingran. When Feng Qingran was next to him, Tao Ti didn't even realize why it was like this. At the same time, outside the 10 directions, Mo Jinggong and Qi had a panoramic view of the scene happening inside. Mo, guess why Zhu Jian made a contract with Feng Qingran? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1059 Lord God. Mo Jinggong glanced at the bored Qi, his eyes darkened. She has the blessing of the god of destiny and the breath of other gods. God, aren't all gods fallen? Duo Yan asked in shock. Qi looked slightly complicated and put down the teacup. There is just no priesthood in this world, not no gods. Duo Yan was very puzzled and asked, is there a difference between the two? Aren't they both gods? There was a bit of coldness in Qi's eyebrows, and he said, of course there is a difference. God is God, and priesthood is God's responsibility. It is a rule and a restriction. After Qi said this, he was silent for a moment and told the story from the past. Gods have existed since the time of chaos. The gods of that period had no restraints and no responsibilities. Gods and demons, like demons, roam the world without restraint. But there is still a difference between gods and demons. God is born with compassion and kindness in his heart and does not want to see the suffering of the people. God is always willing to save people when disaster occurs. God saves the people. The common people are grateful and give back the power of merit to God. But as God saves more and more people, he gradually puts a layer of shackles on himself. God changed from being willing to save living beings to having to protect them. From then on, God had something called the priesthood. A God with a priesthood, whenever disaster occurs, must step up. Even if it means sacrificing oneself, it is the duty of God to save the common people. In fact, even if this priesthood does not exist, there will still be gods who are willing to sacrifice themselves to save the common people. The existence of the priesthood is dispensable to God. But God's enemies discovered loopholes in the rules of the priesthood at this time. The enemy takes advantage of the greed of some creatures to create all kinds of disasters and constantly consumes the strength of the gods. After the god's strength is exhausted, the enemy will besiege the god and let him fall. Gradually the gods realized something was wrong. God wanted to take action against the enemy, but those greedy creatures who benefited actually stood against God, constantly exploiting loopholes in the rules to consume God's strength. God watched helplessly as the gods around him perished one by one. After the gods realized that this was an enemy's conspiracy, they wanted to remove themselves from the priesthood. They suddenly discovered that the priesthood was a shackle of rules that had been engraved into the soul. If they wanted to remove it, they would have to pay a huge price. The gods were in great confusion. Why did they end up like this despite the good deeds? In the end, the gods chose to relinquish their priesthood at a huge cost. The god of this time has too much to take care of himself, so he naturally has no time to care about the suffering of the common people. So the people who encountered disaster again did not have a god waiting for them. Since then, the world has believed that there is no god. It's not that there is no god anymore, it's just that God is afraid of having to bear those shackles again and doesn't dare to take action again. Of course, there are still a few gods who care about the common people. But they no longer directly save the common people, but choose to create gods. Help those beings who can save people grow. Such a being is endowed with the power of God, but will never bear the yoke of God. After Qi finished speaking, he sighed softly and his eyes fell on the picture not far away. Feng Qingbran had the aura of many gods, especially the aura of the god of destiny. The god of destiny should have given most of his divine power to Feng Qingbran. I hope Feng Qingbran's trip goes well. So, God still exists, he just hides in a corner and lives a good life. That's not right, why do you know so clearly? Zhuo Yan asked curiously. He is the main god, Mo Jinggong said in a deep voice. Zhuo Yan made the contract with him relatively late and did not know Qi's identity. Lord God. Zhuo Yan immediately flew down from Qi's head and landed on Mo Jinggong's shoulder. Zhuo Yan looked at Qi carefully, and couldn't help but tremble at the thought of it actually stepping on the head of the Lord God. After the other gods knew about this, they wouldn't want to tear it apart. Qi waved his hand, and Zhuo Yan came to him. Qi's eyes were gentle, that was my previous name. Now I am just an ordinary existence. Seeing Qi's attitude, Zhuo Yan became even more frightened. That Qi, master, you are joking. If you are mediocre, then who am I? Zhuo Yan trembled. Be good. Qi gently smoothed Zhuo Yan's hair. Zhuo Yan was shaking even more now and decided to change the topic. Master Qi, what is the difference between chaos gods and demons, chaos demons, and chaos gods? Zhuo Yan regretted it when he asked this question. It was clearly trying to change the subject. Qi thought for a moment and said, chaos gods and demons are the controllers of laws. As long as the laws they control are immortal, they can achieve immortality. Chaos demons are demons born in the chaos period. They are bloodthirsty and ferocious by nature, run rampant, unable to control their nature, and take pleasure in killing. They basically no longer exist. The chaos gods take it as their own duty to save the weak and weak people. They will not see any suffering. As long as they encounter those who can be saved, they will definitely take action. In order to maintain the balance of the universe, they also sacrificed divine power and created many races. But the final fate of the chaos god is similar to that of the chaos demon. The chaos demon was exterminated because it was too bloodthirsty. The chaos god was almost destroyed because he was too kind. Qi said with a mocking smile on his lips. There is no room for extreme evil in this world, let alone extreme good. Extreme evil will make all living beings feel threatened, and they will naturally find ways to eliminate them. The ultimate kindness will lose its fangs and attract evil people to target. After hearing this, Zhuo Yan rolled his eyes. Why is the chaos demon you mentioned so similar to the darkest one? Qi shook his head. The darkest ones are just innocent creatures. When the chaos demons were encircled and suppressed, they fled to them. Later, they were contaminated by the chaos demon's flesh and blood and turned into the darkest ones who could not control their nature. No wonder the master would let the darkest ones survive in the first place. Zhuo Yan seemed to have some realization. Zhuo Yan seemed to be thinking of something. What about the chaos demon gods? What happened to them? Why have we never heard of their existence since the end of chaos? Qi's eyes moved from Zhuo Yan to the scene of Shifang domain, and said lightly, it's okay not to mention their endings. At this moment, Zhuo Yan felt a very dangerous aura on Qi's body. Zhuo Yan shrank his neck, not daring to ask any more questions. The strength of the chaos demon god is unfathomable, and he is an immortal existence. He must be hiding in the cracks in various spaces. Zhuo Yan thought of this and noticed Qi glance at it. The emotion in his eyes was indescribable, like a bottomless ancient pool, chilling to the bone. Qi, you protected the god of Zhen. Mo Jinggong's voice saved Zhuo Yan. Qi retracted his gaze from Zhuo Yan and looked at Mo Jinggong. Yes, the Zhenshan clan has countless merits and deeds, and they should not end up like this. Mo Jinggong's aura suddenly became colder. When did you take action? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1060 Living Hell King Qiongqi. The Zhenshan clan only exists in some extremely ancient places. The creatures in the Zhenshan clan are very powerful when they are born. If they continue to grow, they can have power comparable to that of gods. It can even suppress the gods. Hence the name Zhenshen. But the name Zhenshan also brought disaster to the Zhenshan clan. Many forces will take advantage of the Zhenshan clan's weakness and use various methods to sign a master-servant contract with them, and then train them for their own use. Since the beasts of the true god clan have this name, they will naturally not help others do evil. Even if they choose to self-destruct, they will not obey the orders of the evil one. Therefore, the number of the god-suppressing clan dropped sharply, and the god-suppressing beasts gradually disappeared in many places. When Chi-Si reached this point, he said, "When you drove away the Chaos Law Enforcers, I saw that almost no one from the Genshin clan survived, so I went over to save the only bloodline of the Genshin clan. Mo, don't worry, I haven't faced the person in the long river of time, and I haven't been injured." Mo Jinggong's expression softened a little. "Chi, you are used to being a god. It is normal not to see destruction, but I hope you will involve yourself in it." "No," Chi affirmed. "Some things happen once." Zhuo Yan couldn't understand what Chi and Mo Jinggong were talking about. He looked around confusedly, and finally decided to look at Feng Qinggran in the picture. Zhuo Yan's eyes were full of doubts. Could it be that the black egg in Feng Qinggran's hand was the god of Zhen? Wrong. Zhuo Yan's eyes suddenly widened. Didn't he just stop looking for a while? Why did the ferocious beasts start farming? Why do they build palaces? Do evil beasts need to live in palaces? And why are they so obedient? What happened during this period that it didn't look at? Zhuo Yan doubted its eyes, but the facts in front of him told it that everything was really happening. Years pass. The desolate Shifang domain gradually turned into a small world under the sight of burning flame. Feng Qinggran divided the 10 directions into 10 states. No matter which area you live in, you can have a colorful life. Although the ferocious beasts would still fight in places where Feng Qinggran could not see, they would restrain themselves and not harm things around them. Of course, there are also ferocious beasts that are still unwilling to surrender to Feng Qinggran. It's the demon clan. The evil demon ancestor led the evil demon to hide in an area and would not go out. For some unknown reason, Feng Qinggran did not choose to destroy them, but let them stay in that area. Within the 10 directions, Feng Qinggran stood on the sky and looked down with satisfaction. As expected, strength speaks for itself in everything. Before traveling through the long river of time, she had subdued the ferocious beasts with strategies, so she was restrained when commanding them, and there was no way to completely build the Shifang domain. And now she conquered them with her strength. They must also obey her arrangements, which is why Shifang territory looks like it does now. "Master, can you give me more food today? 100 cows really can't satisfy my hunger." Tao Ti approached Feng Qinggran and said to please him. Feng Qinggran glanced around and discovered that countless powers of divine consciousness were nearby. Qiongqi, covered in blood, wandered over and said excitedly to Feng Qinggran, "Master, I can remove all the meat from the kettle without dying, and then wait for them to regrow meat." Feng Qinggran looked at Qiongqi looking like he was asking for credit, and slapped Qiongqi on the head. "Qiongqi, what are you doing wrong? You must be a living king of hell. If you dare to treat a cow like this next time, I will let you taste the taste of being chopped alive." Feng Qinggran warned. Qiongqi flicked his tail and said excitedly, "Really? Master, when will you take action?" Qiongqi said and handed over the knife. Feng Qinggran couldn't bear it anymore and kicked Qiongqi away. She shouldn't talk nonsense with Qiongqi, she should just kick him. Feng Qinggran's eyes fell on Tao Ti. Tao Ti shrank his neck and said, "Master, I'm not hungry anymore, I'll get out of here." So Tao Ti rolled away in the air. Ying Zhao, who was not far away, saw the scene and said dissatisfied, "Ha! You know how to show off your power. If Zhu Jian and the others weren't backing you, we would really think we were submissive to you." Zhu Yan heard Ying Zhao's words and sent a message, "Boss, are you going to rebel? Do you want me to summon the 9-headed birds immediately?" "Get out." Ying Zhao, who was already annoyed, became even more annoyed when he saw Zhu Yan's stupid look. Zhu Yan looks like an ape, but his body is covered with feathers. He has a white head, bare feet, and a pair of wings on his back. It originally accepted Zhu Yan as its younger brother. It's because it looks like an ape, similar to humans. With Zhu Yan as its little brother, it would feel like enslaving the human race. The results of it? No pleasure. A lot of anger. Zhu Yan has no discernment and is very stupid. He always fails to see the situation clearly and makes bad ideas. Ying Zhao was thinking about whether to change his subordinates to follow him. "Ying Zhao, do you want to cooperate?" Ying Zhao's voice sounded. "What's the cooperation?" Ying Zhao showed little interest. They all signed an equal contract with Feng Qinggran. Now even if they don't want to obey Feng Qinggran, they can't do anything to her. Yongzhu sent a message, "Are you willing to be ruled by one person? Feng Qinggran now treats us as coolies who can come and go at a moment's notice. If we don't resist, she will only get worse in the future." Ying Zhao's face suddenly turned green, thinking of the scene of him being forced to plant grass. The majestic ferocious beasts have actually fallen to such a state. How can they survive when word spreads out? Ying Zhao sent a message, "What do you think? We must first figure out the reason why Zhu Jian and the others made a contract with Feng Qinggran, and then find a way to get the scroll in Feng Qinggran's hand. That thing is what binds us," Yongzhu said through the message. The beast is not afraid of backlash from the contract at all. But the scroll in Feng Qinggran's hand was different. It gave it a feeling of being unable to resist even if it was named. However, it was forced by the situation and signed its name at that time. So now it wants to grab the scroll. There is no way to implement what you said. You might as well go find Tao Ti and Qiongqi to stab Feng Qinggran on their backs," Ying Zhao said in a message. Yao Zhu's eyes froze, thinking it hadn't been tried before. But Tao Ti is a foodie through and through. Ever since Feng Qinggran gave him 100 cows a day, Tao Ti has completely become Feng Qinggran's follower. As for Qiongqi, he is immersed in the joy of slaughtering food and does not miss Shu. Nowadays, apart from Tao Ti and Qiongqi, very few ferocious beasts can get close to Feng Qinggran. Feng Qinggran can't stay in Shifang territory forever. You might as well wait until she leaves before making plans. You will definitely be unable to do anything while she is in Shifang territory. A chaotic voice sounded faintly. Ying Zhao and Yao Zhu looked at chaos, with strange colors flashing in their eyes. Yao Zhu said, "But we don't know why Feng Qinggran left. I can't stand days like this anymore." Nowadays there are limits to whatever they can do. There was obviously food and enough food to eat, but Fang Qingran wanted to limit the amount they could eat. It is also called the euphemistic name, sustainable development, and being prepared for danger in times of peace. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1061 Chaos Provocation, additional update. They're ferocious beasts. Not human. I have a heavy appetite, but I have to suppress my natural instinct when I see food dangling in front of my eyes every day. It's so painful. In this case, it would be better to have no food. Out of sight, out of mind. Yuju felt that if they continued to endure it, they would completely lose the ferocity of ferocious beasts and become little sheep. She will leave soon, Chaos said confidently. Yaoju asked hurriedly, why? She recently went to see Zhu Jian and the others, and also said restrictions on various areas. Yaoju was confused when he heard this. Does this have anything to do with her leaving? Yingzhao glanced at Yaoju with disgust, stopped thinking about cooperating, and his eyes fell on Chaos. This was someone he could cooperate with. It's just that the chaos level is too high. I'm afraid you'll suffer a loss if you cooperate with them. Yingzhao thought so, and suddenly felt that his life was pretty good now. At least I have something to eat every day and no longer have to watch ferocious beasts fighting in front of my eyes. There is a dedicated area for fighting beasts. In non-combat areas, if there are ferocious beasts that dare to fight, they will be punished. Yingzhao thought about this and said, even if Fang Qingran leaves the Shifang territory, we will still be subject to the rules of the Shifang territory. If we dare to cause trouble, Zhu Jian and the others will definitely take action against us. Chaos stared at Yingzhao. Can't you see who Fang Qingran looks like? Who is he like? Yingzhao didn't understand why Chaos suddenly asked. Who captured you in the Shifang realm? Chaos asked. Yingzhao's eyes froze, and then his eyes became angry. You mean the Lord Tianyu? What a liar. He actually fell asleep in my wine. When Yingzhao looked at Fang Qingran again, he immediately discovered the similarities between the two. She is actually the blood of that liar. Yingzhao gritted his teeth, causing him to be imprisoned here and to make him work for his daughter. What a despicable and shameless villain. Yingzhao snorted coldly. Humph. She turns out to be Tianyu's bloodline. Then the father's debt must be repaid by the daughter. I want to show him that ferocious beasts are not easy to bully. Yingzhao said, leaving Chaos and Yaoju behind. It must deal with Fang Qingran before he leaves. Chaos, what's going on? Didn't we come here because we reached an agreement with Tianyu? Why is Yingzhao so angry? Yaoju said that he didn't understand the whole process. Chaos' eyes flashed with dark light. Let it do whatever it wants to do, don't interfere. Yingzhao naturally didn't know why they came into Shifang territory. Back then, he had a very good relationship with the Lord Tianyu, and he often helped him deal with outsiders. Later, Tianyu discovered that the plane was in danger, and the avenue was also absorbing the power of the beasts from the beasts. Internal and external troubles. Tianyu was afraid that Yingzhao would know the truth and would not be able to enter the Shifang domain. So Yingzhao was sent in through trickery and deception. Yingzhao, who didn't know the truth, naturally hated Tianyu. As of now, there are very few ferocious beasts who know the truth. There are also many ferocious beasts who think they were forced to be imprisoned. They had no idea that the Shifang domain existed to protect them. It doesn't matter where chaos is, but it likes to see many creatures fighting around. Really interesting. Yingzhao has been holding back a breath of anger in his heart. Now that he has found someone to vent to, he will definitely take revenge. On the side, Yaoju looked at Chaos with confused eyes. Yingzhao angrily returned to his territory, gathered a group of ferocious beasts that obeyed him, and began to give orders. The ferocious beast below hesitated a little after hearing Yingzhao's order. Boss, are we really going to destroy the food in Shifang territory and frame it for Fang Qingran? If we find out that we did it, won't we be attacked by a group of people? Yingzhao said with anger in his voice, when she leaves, you go and do it. After destroying it, spread the real food to the outside world, and she took it away. Today's stability in Shifang realm is mostly due to food. It must first destroy the source of stability. As long as chaos breaks out in Shifang territory, Fang Qingran's previous hard work will be ruined. Zhu Jian and the others made a contract with Fang Qingran, but they would not help Fang Qingran manage Shifang territory. When Fang Qingran enters the Shifang territory again, he will definitely be very angry when he sees the Shifang territory in chaos. Boss, aren't we spreading rumors? Zhu Yan asked abruptly. Yingzhao glared at Zhu Yan. Shut up. It has always trusted Tianyu as its confidant, but that guy cheated it, and it will never let it go. Destroying the stability of Shifang realm is the first step. The next step is when Fang Qingran returns to Shifang domain again. Is it really planned like this? Fang Qingran asked casually, sitting on the main seat. Yes, I promise there will be no mistakes. Phoenix Master, do you want to catch them now? The Ant Emperor asked excitedly as he stepped on the top of the Yujiao's head. There is nothing in these 10 directions that the red-yellow ants don't know about. Fang Qingran waved her hand. No, just let it go. When the Ant King heard this, he couldn't help but worry and said, Master Phoenix, those foods are all obtained with hard work. If they are destroyed by them, what will we eat in the future? It doesn't want to go back to the days of starvation. And the queen ants of their clan are coming out soon. We must not starve the queen. It won't have a chance to get close to the food, Fang Qingran said firmly. She had realized Yingzhao's dissatisfaction with her early on. However, the opponent's trick seems insidious, but in fact it still leaves room for error. If this trick is carried out, she will not suffer much loss from the ferocious beast she encounters. It seems that this heroic move can be conquered. Fang Qingran raised a smile on her lips and said, Yingzhao has met Chaos before. What did they talk about? The Ant King asked. Chaos has set up a barrier, and the red and yellow ants didn't hear it, but Lord Phoenix, do you really want to leave the Shifang territory tomorrow? Yes, Fang Qingran said. Then you won't make any arrangements. It's been arranged. The Ant Emperor was shocked and said unhappily, then why didn't you arrange it for me? Fang Qingran smiled and said, you red yellow ants are quick to inquire about information and leak information quickly, so I didn't arrange for you in advance. There are 10 states, Zhu and each manages one, and there will be no trouble. And in the future, Senior Brother and the others will come into Shifang territory and restrain the ferocious beasts for her. She recently made another discovery. Many ferocious beasts do not always want to fight, but are affected by the blood of ferocious beasts and have to fight to vent their inner anger. Without exception, there is a unique substance in the blood of these ferocious beasts. It will affect the beast's sanity from time to time. From this, she thought of the killing monsters mentioned by Yan Yue. They were unable to control their rationality at first, but later they went to the boundary sea and gradually became rational again. Fang Qingran suspected that the substance might be related to killing monsters. If there were more of these things in the blood of vicious beasts, they might also turn into monsters that only knew how to kill. Therefore, the problem of the vicious beast's bloodline can only be solved after she has passed through the long river of time. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1062. The rumors get more and more outrageous. Things were exactly as Fang Qingran expected. The Ant Emperor had known about her departure before, and the news spread later. Master Phoenix is leaving the Shifang territory. Is this news accurate? It's absolutely true. The news came from the red and yellow ants. Their Ant King has surrendered to the Phoenix Lord a long time ago. He must be the first to get the news. Don't mention it, the red yellow ants are really the fastest in spreading news. This should be the reason why the Ant Emperor wins the attention of the Phoenix Lord. So what if the Phoenix Master pays attention to the Ant Emperor? The Phoenix Master will not take it out of the Shifang domain. We have to let more ferocious beasts know about the news of the Phoenix Master's departure. The black pterosaur and the yellow pterosaur looked at each other and each chose a direction to leave. They want more ferocious beasts to know that Fang Qingran is leaving. But as the news spread, something seemed wrong. What? The Phoenix Master feels that the Ant Emperor is the most powerful beast in the 10 Directions region. Does the Phoenix Master want to take them out of the 10 Directions region to be free? That's unreasonable. A little Ant King actually dares to claim to be the number one. Let's see if I don't beat it to pieces. After Zhu Huai finished shouting, he controlled his body as huge as a wild bull and rushed towards the red-yellow ants' territory with 7 legs in parallel. When the other ferocious beasts saw this, they immediately looked like they were watching a show. As a result, rumors spread quickly in Shifang territory. Zhu Huai is dissatisfied with Lord Phoenix's rule and wants to kill the Ant Emperor next to her. Now Zhu Huai is going to find the Ant Emperor. When Fu Dao heard this, he was very excited. His black hair trembled, and he charged up his 4 hooves. Get out of the way, I'm going to be the first to eat the melon. Then the ferocious beast saw a big black dog swooping out. Seeing Fu Dao like this, the ferocious beast on the road asked confusedly, Fu Dao, why are you running so fast? Fu Dao shouted while running, I want to go see a good show. Zhu Huai is dissatisfied with the Ant Emperor claiming to be the most ferocious beast and wants to kill the Ant Emperor and take the throne himself. What you said is true, Futo. Damn, did you hear that Zhu Huai wants to kill Phoenix Master and become the master of these 10 directions? A ferocious beast vowed, what? You don't believe it, you have to believe it. Zhu Huai is instigating a rebellion against the Ant Emperor right now. Later, Zhu Huai will lead the Ant Emperor to deal with the Phoenix Lord. Some ferocious beast's eyes gleamed. Ha! Is Zhu Huai so fierce? No, I have to go and watch the show. Gradually, rumors spread throughout the Shifang domain. Have you heard? Zhu Huai has united with a group of ferocious beasts with different intentions to deal with the Phoenix Lord. You were behind on this news. Phoenix Master immediately flinched when he saw so many ferocious beasts, so he decided to leave Shifang territory. He also said that he would never come to Shifang territory again. Phoenix Master doesn't care about the Shifang territory and still lets us eat whatever we want. Are you sure? The ancient Ming snake, who was out for a walk, paused for a moment. Hearing the comments in his ears, he suspected that he had heard wrongly. The ancient snake hid its aura and its body became very small. Several ferocious beasts were discussing in a lively manner, but they were surprised to find no trace of the ancient croaking snake. The more the ancient screaming snake heard, the more strange it became. In front of it, these ferocious beasts could distort the meaning of each other's words. This way of spreading the word will only make things more and more outrageous. The ancient Ming snake just wanted to reveal his presence. A ferocious beast was unconvinced and shouted, why should we call her Phoenix Master? She has become a defeated general under Zhu Huai's men. How can we accept such a person as our master? We have to go to Zhu Huai. After saying that, he dashed away in a majestic manner. Other ferocious beasts also followed. Taiku Ming Shen, what a big departure. The ancient snake followed several ferocious beasts and actually came to the ferocious beast challenge arena. Zhu Huai, are you sick? When did I say that I was the number 1 ferocious beast? The Ant Emperor asked in confusion below the ring. Zhu Huai has an ox body and a dragon head, and a pair of dragon eyes staring at the Ant Emperor, which is quite powerful. Zhu Huai snorted coldly, don't make excuses. It has been spread throughout the 10 directions. You claim to be the most powerful and even want to control Phoenix Master so that you can bully other ferocious beasts. Ant King, when did it happen? Why didn't I know? Ant King, come to the ring, I don't want to talk nonsense like this with you. Zhu Huai raised his dragon head and said. The Ant King stood on top of Yu Zhao's head, so he could look at Zhu Huai at eye level. Zhu Huai, are you sure you want to join me in the ring? There are hundreds of millions of red-yellow ants behind me. Zhu Huai said, sure. Red and yellow ant colonies simply win in numbers. It has rough skin and thick flesh, and is not afraid of their nibbling. To deal with red-yellow ants, you only need to kill the Ant King, and the remaining ant colonies will be defeated. The Ant King looked at the arrogant expressions of the others, and found that the fierce beasts around him were glaring at him to such an extent that if they didn't fight, the red yellow ants would become a joke. The Ant Emperor gave an order, and Yu Zhao took the Ant Emperor to the arena to compete. Swish, swish, swish. Da da da. Yeah yeah. Almost as soon as the Ant Emperor and Yu Zhao arrived on the ring, these voices sounded immediately. Many ferocious beasts watching the battle heard this sound. Zhu Huai also heard it, but didn't pay much attention to it. He looked at the Ant Emperor and said, Ant Emperor, I'm fighting against you red yellow ants, why did you let the Yu Zhao come up? The Ant King said confidently, don't you know that Yu Zhao is now a member of the red yellow ants? If you want to challenge me, Yu Zhao will naturally come with you. As soon as it came out from Phoenix Master, it heard that someone wanted to challenge it. Out of curiosity, it decided to come and see its opponent first, and then complete the task assigned by the Phoenix Master. Who knew it turned out to be Zhu Huai? There is no grudge between Zhu Huai and the red yellow ant clan, so this challenge comes out of nowhere. The Ant Emperor did not want to get entangled with Zhu Huai. But Zhu Huai was unwilling to give up, and the Ant King also had a temper, so he gathered the ants together and decided to teach Zhu Huai a lesson. Who knows if Zhu Huai's provocation was aimed at the Phoenix Master? The Ant King sent a message to Yu Zhao, Yu Zhao, you don't need to take action, just watch the show. Today I want to show the ferocious beasts the power of my red yellow ant clan. Yu Zhao's clammy snake eyes turned, and he retreated slightly, keeping a sufficient distance from Zhu Huai. Zhu Huai looked slightly interested when he saw Yu Zhao's movements, thinking that Yu Zhao was frightened by its aura. After all, the Jade Red Dragon is almost engraved into the soul. At this time, the light in the ring dwindled. Shadows were cast from every direction. Zhu Huai was confused, so he looked around and found one giant thing after another, with a body that was very similar to it. Zhu Huai was a little suspicious that what he saw in front of him was an illusion. The ferocious beast watching the battle above could see it more clearly than Zhu Huai. This thing similar to Zhu Huai's was clearly made up of individual red-yellow ants. The next moment, something composed of a swarm of red and yellow ants pounced on Zhu Huai, who didn't react. Zhu Huai only felt countless small things, like raindrops falling, all lying on its body. Then Zhu Huai felt like he was being bitten all over his body. It was numb, itchy and slightly painful. Zhu Huai realized that all those falling on it were red-yellow ants. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1063. No one is innocent. At first, the red-yellow ants just gnawed at Zhu Huai's body. No substantial harm was caused to Zhu Huai. Zhu Huai's eyes couldn't help but show pride. He shook the red ants off his body vigorously and stepped on the red ants with 7 feet in parallel. There was a crackling sound. Countless red-yellow ants turned into pulp. Zhu Huai felt that there were fewer and fewer red-yellow ants on his body. Then another bunch of red-yellow ants hit it. This time, Zhu Huai clearly noticed something different, and there was a slight pain from the bite of the red-yellow ant. And red-yellow ants no longer just gnaw at it. Many red-yellow ants began to burrow into its nostrils, mouth, eyes and other places. Everywhere. Zhu Huai felt something bad in his heart and shook off the red and yellow ants harder. But those red-yellow ants that got in couldn't be thrown out at all. Zhu Huai felt pain all over his body, and there was a feeling of being bitten in his flesh. He was shocked. How could the red-yellow ants hurt his incorruptible body? The ferocious beast watching the battle above looked at Zhu Huai's miserable state, subconsciously tightened his anus, and his body trembled unconsciously. They finally understood why no matter how powerful the ferocious beast was, they were unwilling to confront the red-yellow ants. Red-yellow ants are really insidious and damaging, and they can't be killed at all. HMPH. Zhu Huai, are you convinced? The Ant Emperor asked arrogantly. You are despicable and shameless. Zhu Huai gritted his teeth and said, wishing to tear the Ant Emperor to pieces, but it was completely unable to move. Red-yellow ants are actually poisonous. Why wasn't the vicious beast bitten revealed? No matter what tricks you use, winning is the only way to win. Zhu Huai, you are still too young after all, the Ant King said nonchalantly. Seeing that Zhu Huai had no strength to resist, the Ant King gave an order, and the red-yellow ants began to come down from Zhu Huai's body regularly, and then quickly disappeared into the soil and disappeared. The Ant King looked at Zhu Huai sympathetically. Zhu Huai, do you know why those ferocious beasts that have been attacked by the ant colony dare not provoke the ant colony again? After the Ant Emperor asked, he said to Yu Zhao calmly, Yu Zhao, let's go. We have to complete the Phoenix Master's mission. We can't delay the Phoenix Master's schedule. Many of the later ferocious beasts started talking about this. There's something wrong with this situation. Didn't you say that the Ant Emperor and Zhu Huai cooperated? Why did they start fighting? What cooperation? Zhu Huai and the Ant Emperor defeated the Phoenix Master together and forced the Phoenix Master to hand over control. Then Zhu Huai and the Ant Emperor planned to distribute food to us and let us eat freely. Some ferocious beasts were confused when they heard this. Where did you hear these 3-0 news? How can the Phoenix Lord be defeated by Zhu Huai and the Ant Emperor? Is this the news that came from the red-yellow ants? How can it be false? The Ant Emperor was about to leave, but when he heard the discussion from above, he jumped up and shouted, how could we red-yellow ants spread such news? Come down and confront me. I will see who is here today. Spread rumors. Many ferocious beasts trembled and looked at each other, not daring to confront the Ant King. I heard the yellow pterosaur tell me. I came here with Fu Dao. I heard from Black-Winged Dragon that Feng Qingbran is leaving Shifang territory. Ellipsis. So the beast separated Fu Dao, yellow and black pterosaurs. Yu Zhao instantly flew up with the Ant Emperor. Fu Dao's dark hair popped up all over his body, and his eyes were full of confusion. I just said that I wanted to watch Zhu Huai and Ant Emperor fight. I didn't say anything else. The black pterodactyl also said innocently, Just heard that Master Phoenix was leaving and wanted to tell everyone. The yellow pterodactyl trembled and said, I only told everyone the news of Master Phoenix's departure, and wanted everyone to prepare to send Master Phoenix off. Fu Dao, you're talking nonsense. What you were clearly saying at that time was that the Ant Emperor and Zhu Huai were dissatisfied with Phoenix Lord's rule and wanted to kill the Ant Emperor and take the throne himself. Nine-headed bird said. I also heard Fu Dao say this. A ferocious beast echoed in a low voice. Fu Dao tried hard to remember, but he couldn't remember whether it had said such a thing. The Ant Emperor stared at Fu Dao with sadness. It turns out you were spreading rumors, Fu Dao. It seems that you are very dissatisfied with Lord Feng's rule. Tati, Qiongqi, I will leave this thing to you, don't play to death. Exclamation mark quote. I'm not, I didn't, I never said those words at all. Fu Dao quickly defended. Qiongqi and Tati have already arrived in front of Fu Dao. Tati glanced at Fu Dao. Humph. You actually imitated my previous image. You must have wanted to slander me, but you didn't succeed. Qiongqi's eyes shone brightly, and he had another ferocious beast to dissect. It has many ways to carry out dissection without fighting to the death. Wait, the ancient Ming snake stopped him. The four wings on its back spread out, its body expanded, and it was powerful for thousands of miles, frightening many ferocious beasts. Taiku Mingshi did not deliberately release the pressure. Fu Dao did not say such words. These rumors will spread like this. Each of you has something to do with it. The ferocious beasts are puzzled as to why it has nothing to do with them. They just heard a rumor. Taiku Mingshi's breath gradually became colder, but he didn't explain it first. The ancient snake looked at the Ant Emperor with majestic eyes and said, Ant Emperor, as the captain of the Shifang Realm Guards, you did not inquire about the facts clearly and only listened to their one-sided words, and then dealt with the ferocious beasts without authorization. Do you know that you are wrong? The Ant King is afraid of the coercion of the ancient screaming snake, but he doesn't understand what's wrong with it. The Ant King asked. All the ferocious beasts identified Fu Dao. If Fu Dao didn't spread this word, why did they all identify him? HMPH. They pointed out the evil fight, but they were just trying to divert conflicts and cover up their own guilt. Each of them said something specious. The ancient snake glanced at the ferocious beasts it had seen before. The eyes of those ferocious beasts flickered, and they were so guilty that they did not dare to look at the ancient snake. When the Ant Emperor saw this situation, he immediately understood that it was being used as a weapon. After the ancient snake finished talking about the Ant King, he turned to look at the ferocious beasts. You shouldn't take what you heard from hearsay as facts, and you shouldn't blame Fu Dao when you find out that you said something wrong. There are also black pterosaurs and yellow pterosaurs. When you two went to spread the news, did you ever consider the consequences of this? Today, if I hadn't witnessed the whole thing, wouldn't Fu Dao have been wronged by you? A word from you has caused Fu Dao to fall into hell. I think you have been living at ease for too long, and you have actually started to. The voice of the ancient snake became colder and colder, causing all the ferocious beasts to shrink their necks in fear. Fu Dao, I'm sorry. Ant Emperor was the first to apologize. If the ancient Ming snake hadn't appeared today, Fu Dao would have fallen into Qiongqi's hands, and one can imagine the outcome. Qiongqi's methods were so cruel that even the ferocious beasts were ashamed of themselves. When the Ant Emperor thought of this possible outcome, he felt that it was unworthy of its trust in Feng Qinggran. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1064, Luring the Beasts, additional update. The nine-headed bird was even more ashamed. Fu Dao, I heard too many voices before, so I misunderstood you. I'm sorry. The nine-headed bird apologized and flew away immediately. Fu Dao met a pair of apologetic eyes and ignored them. There is no rule that you must forgive in order to apologize. Although many vicious beasts are unintentional, the damage has been done and they do not deserve forgiveness. Besides, when they wronged it, why didn't they reflect on it? What's the use of reflecting and regretting now? Fu Dao only showed his grateful eyes to Taigu Mingshi. Thank you, Taigu Venerable, for saving me. Taigu Mingshi nodded and said, I just happened to pass by. Don't join in the fun next time. It's easy to get into trouble. Today's Shifang realm is no better than before. In the past, the 10 regions were in chaos, and it was all about strength. All kinds of rumors cannot spread at all. Today's Shifang domain has settled down due to the rules set by Feng Qinggran. But the rules also have two sides. If the rules are used well, there will be peace. If not used properly, it will become a knife that destroys peace. Sir, can I follow you? How about I guard the door for you from now on? If you don't want me to disturb you, I will never disturb you. Fu Dao said. The ancient Ming snake is very powerful and ranks among the top 10. But unlike the other top 10 beasts, Taiku likes to join in the fun and will not always be in seclusion. Fu Dao felt that it can restrain its desire to join in the fun. So it wants to follow Taiku so that when Taiku joins in the fun, it can follow. With an existence like Taiku, no one dares to slander it anymore. Fu Dao thought about this and looked at the ancient Ming snake with sincere eyes. The ancient snake met Fu Dao's sincere eyes and was stunned for a moment. This was the first time that a beast said that he would follow it. Its bloodline is that of snake, which is not as noble as dragons and phoenixes. Even if it is powerful, no beast is willing to follow it. Of course, there are also beasts that say they want to follow it, but without exception, they all have a purpose. Only when it cooperates with the human race, it is not discriminated against because of its bloodline. This is the reason for its good impression of the human race. Many humans never look at their origins, only their strength. Seeing the Taiku Ming snake's expression changing unpredictably, Fu Dao thought that the other party was thinking about how to reject it, so he took the lead and said, Sir, Taiku Venerable, I just said it casually, don't take it seriously. The ancient Ming snake laughed, then you will follow me from now on. It just so happens that it can also train someone to run errands and inquire about information, so that it will not always have to run out on its own. Master Taiku, that's really great. Fu Dao was excited and excited. Suddenly it felt like a blessing and a curse. Other ferocious beasts, what's going on? Aren't we talking about spreading rumors? Taiku Mingshe happily took Fu Dao to find Fang Qingran. What happened today was probably the result of someone's deliberate instigation. In the past, ferocious beasts would not spread random messages. Somewhere in the 10 directions. It's dark here, not a trace of light can be seen. If the power of divine consciousness touches, you will definitely feel an extremely sinister feeling. This is where the evil spirits stay. In the darkness, a bat-shaped evil demon spoke, Ancestor, there is no place for us outside now. Once the evil demons I send out touch the light outside, they will all be reduced to ashes. There are also underground places where food has been grown or converted into palaces. We are not allowed to pass through. As long as we dig into these places, we will immediately feel a burning sensation. If you continue to stay, the power of the demon will gradually disappear. Ancestor, this Fang Qingran is simply trying to force us to submit to her. After hearing these words, the demon ancestor's face was hidden in the darkness, and his expression could not be clearly seen. The evil ancestor's cold voice sounded, Yin Miao, there is no place for survival, so dig a passage to get close to the beast. After all, the body of the beast is the place we should occupy. Before Fang Qingran came to Shifang territory, the evil ancestor had been sleeping. At that time, Yin Miao led the demons to occupy territory bit by bit in the Shifang domain, controlling the weak beasts at the same time. Yin Miao will deliberately avoid powerful beasts. In this way, they unknowingly occupied 1/10 of the area. As a result, Fang Qingran appeared at this time. Not only did she take back the demons' territory, she also drove them into a cave and did not allow them to leave without permission. And all the ferocious beasts they had controlled before surrendered to Fang Qingran. Only then was the evil ancestor awakened by Yin Miao. Compared to Yin Miao's anger, the evil ancestor was obviously much calmer. The evil demon ancestor chose to avoid the edge temporarily and let other evil demons recuperate. Yin Miao is unwilling to give in, and always wants to expand its territory outwards, but now they have no access to the ferocious beasts, and they can't find any chance to control them. Yin Miao, if you can't reach the ferocious beasts, let them come to us on their own initiative. The evil demon ancestor comforted him slightly. Ancestor, we have restrictions here, how can they get here? Yin Miao asked curiously. The demon ancestor chuckled and said, Fang Qingran is leaving the Shifang realm. When she leaves, I will find a way to lure the ferocious beasts here. Haven't you found the star mirror that was lost before? Yin Miao was silent for a moment. No, I have searched every demon's memory, and there is nothing about the star mirror. The star mirror seems to have suddenly disappeared. When the evil ancestor heard this, he stared at Yin Miao. Even in the darkness, Yin Miao could feel the probing gaze from the evil ancestor. The demon ancestor just stared at Yin Miao for a while, and then said, Yin Miao, you have worked hard in managing the demons these years. With me here in the future, you can feel more at ease. Yes, Yin Miao said respectfully. Yin Miao, go and find a way to keep an eye on who is extremely dissatisfied with Fang Qingran and come back and report to me. The evil demon ancestor said. Yin Miao still respectfully agreed, then turned and left. After Yin Miao left, the evil ancestor took out something, and a wave of power appeared around him. Another cold voice sounded, did you get the things? The evil ancestor said, are you sure what you are looking for is in the land abandoned by the gods? The cold voice said firmly, it was deduced by the Dark Master himself, and it will never go wrong. The demon was silent for a moment, and then replied, I have searched everywhere I can in the god-abandoned land, and there is nothing you can say. There was a long silence. After a while, a voice came from the other side. The Dark Master said that if you can't find something, you can find a being named Fang Qingran. Follow her and you can get the thing. After hearing this, the evil ancestor asked, who is Fang Qingran? Don't ask if you shouldn't. It's your mission to find the key as soon as possible. If it delays the Dark Master's affairs, you will think of the consequences yourself. As soon as the words fell, the breath disappeared. The evil ancestor's mocking laugh sounded in the darkness, and he murmured softly, the Dark Lord of Shuanmen is not the controller of this plane after all, how can he fight with so many ferocious beasts? Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1065 The Past of the Evil Ancestor. After the evil ancestor talked to himself for a while, he suddenly laughed wildly again. At this moment, the originally dark space lit up, and a figure appeared in front of the evil ancestor. The evil ancestor's laughter stopped abruptly. That figure exudes a sinister aura. The evil ancestor looked at the incoming person and said, Chaos, you are finally here. Chaos has now transformed into a human form, with a pair of black horns on its head, only the whites of its eyes, and black mist surrounding its eye sockets. Gu Mei, aren't you looking for me? A smile appeared on Chaos's lips, and the mist in his eyes gradually gained a touch of scarlet, making him look even more evil. When the evil ancestor heard this name, his eyes glazed over for a moment, and he had almost forgotten what his name was. Under the light brought by Chaos, the face of the evil ancestor was clearly visible. The ancestor of the evil demon looks like a small pink dumpling that has just emerged. There is also a pair of horns on the top of his head, like a cow's horns, and the color is red. The whole thing looks cute. But as long as you look into its dark eyes, you can immediately tell that it is not a child. There is a maturity in the eyes of the evil ancestor that does not belong to this face, Gu Mei. It's been a long time since anyone called me this name. I have almost forgotten who I am. The evil ancestor seemed to be missing a period of time, his eyes were in a trance for a while. Then it returned to normal, looked at Chaos and said, Chaos, with your strength, you don't have to look at the decisions of Zhu Jian and the others. Why are you willing to sign an equal contract with Fang Qingran? Chaos waved his hand, and a dark throne appeared behind him. The throne is carved with dragons and phoenixes, and there are even copies of various embellishments. Chaos Shi Shiren sat up, stared at the evil ancestor and said, Gumei, there is no need to pretend to be anything when you talk to me. Aren't you also here for Feng Qingbran? You pretended to work for Shuanmen, and after you got the information you wanted, you hid in Shifang domain to prevent Shuanmen from finding you. Gumei, I'm actually very curious, how did you deceive the Dark Master of Shuanmen? After Chaos finished speaking, he stared straight at the demon ancestor. Even though Chaos eyes were only in front of his eyes, the demon ancestor could still feel the oppression from Chaos eyes. The evil ancestor couldn't resist the oppression of the chaotic eyes, and the fear in his eyes flashed away. There are beasts ranked among the top 10 in the Shifang domain. But no one has truly seen the top 10 beasts. Except for Yinglong, Tuku Mingxi, and Bai Fang, the remaining 7 have basically never appeared in real life. Even Zhu Jian could only hear its sound but not see its beast. There are even a few beasts, and the ferocious beasts don't even know the names. The most hidden among the 10 beasts is Chaos. Chaos is always mixed up with Taoti, and Qiongqi, causing all the ferocious beasts to think that Chaos is as powerful as Taoti and them. He has never guessed the identity of Chaos. As everyone knows, Chaos strength ranks among the top 10 in the Shifang realm. As for which number, no one knows. After all, everyone only knows that the top 10 rankings exist, and no one knows how they are ranked. However, the demon ancestor could vaguely guess that Chaos should be ranked in the top 7. Chaos didn't hear the answer from the evil ancestor and spoke again. Is this question difficult to answer? You haven't really entered the Shuanmen, so why are you guarding the secrets of the Shuanmen? There was a bit of coldness in Chaos' tone. The demon ancestor's body trembled, not because he didn't want to tell it, but because he couldn't tell this secret. Once spoken, Chaos simply won't let it go. But if he lies, Chaos will find out immediately. The fear in the demon ancestor's eyes grew stronger and stronger, and his little body trembled even more. Chaos stared at the evil ancestor, and black pupils appeared in his eyes, no longer completely white. Chaos's eyes were sharp, as if he wanted to see through the past and present life of the evil ancestor. Chaos, you can't use time retrieval. The evil ancestor stepped back, trying to avoid Chaos' gaze. Chaos' eyes are getting colder and colder, as if a cold sword is about to pierce through the evil ancestor. Gumei, you really dare to associate with the mother of corruption for your own selfishness. The demon ancestor immediately panicked and said, I have no choice but to protect myself. The powerful people seemed to be after me back then, but that was just a facade. They just wanted to use me to destroy the corruption in the world. When all the corruption disappears, I will be their next enemy. They will never tolerate my continued existence. After all, it is completely similar to decay. After the powerful forces destroyed the decay, how could they tolerate an existence similar to the decay? The evil ancestor said with a look of helplessness, Chaos, you also know that if there is no decay, I will definitely disappear. Chaos' eyes changed and he nodded, indeed. The evil ancestor secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Chaos. But the next moment, Chaos said coldly, but these are not the reasons for you to cooperate with the Mother of Decay, right? After hearing this, the demon ancestor immediately wanted to defend himself. Chaos raised his hand, don't speak for now. Let me guess why you colluded with the Mother of Decay. You work with the powerful to eliminate decay, but in the process, you discover the similarities between you and the Mother of Decay. You can almost be said to have the same roots. It's just that decay is something created by the Mother of Decay, and you are the only evil demon. You can fight against decay, and you can also absorb decay and turn it into your power. Later, you discovered that you and the Mother of Decay were actually transformed by the shadow of Tian. The Mother of Decay inherited all the evil from Tian Yuing. You may have inherited all the kindness of Tian Yuing, but now that you have entered this world and are among living beings, even the most extreme kindness will slowly be stained with black. Unfortunately, you were contaminated by the bones and blood of the Chaos Demon, but because of the power of Tian Yuing, you did not completely become a demon. But the Chaos Demon's bones and blood have an indelible impact on you, and you begin to crave power, no matter what kind of power it is. You want to be like the Chaos Demon, with the power to kill and kill many living beings. So you use the power of Tian Yuing to disguise yourself and pick up holes. Wherever there is fighting, wherever you go, you will definitely be loyal to the strong one you meet, so that you can seize the opportunity to seize the opponent's power. During this process, you discovered the existence of decay, and their power was very similar to your original power, so you united with the powerful to deal with decay. In the process of dealing with the corruption, you realized neither you nor the Mother of Corruption can destroy the other, because your power is no longer pure. If you really want to destroy the Mother of Corruption, you can only die together. You don't want to die together, and you don't want the powerful to discover your specialness, so you choose to cooperate with the Mother of Decay and deceive the powerful, thereby dividing the power of the strong. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1066. A few saps. When Chaos said this, he stopped and looked at the evil ancestor with dark eyes. The evil ancestor suddenly felt like a light on his back, and said cautiously, Chaos, I just want to become stronger, just to live. I am not wrong. If I become weak, I will have no chance to survive. Chaos chuckled, then raised his palm. Snapped. The evil ancestor received a slap from the air. The evil ancestor looked at Chaos in disbelief. What kind of attack is this? Chaos' eyes narrowed slightly, looking at the swollen face of the evil ancestor. He felt very happy, and suddenly understood why Feng Qingbran was like this even after a disagreement. This kind of damage is not strong, but it can relieve unpleasant emotions. Chaos thought, and slapped the evil ancestor a few times in the air. Clap clap. The sound of slapping sounded one after another. Chaos didn't stop until the demon ancestor's pink face swelled into a pig's head. Seeing this, Chaos nodded with satisfaction. Such an evil ancestor is much more pleasing to the eye. The demon ancestor's face was swollen, and his eyes were forced to narrow into slits. The original fear in his eyes disappeared, and anger vaguely rose. After this insult, it would be better to just kill it. But the evil ancestor only dared to think about it. Of course it doesn't want to die, and it doesn't dare to vent its anger on chaos. It can only defend itself. Chaos, I cooperate with the Mother of Decay to seize the power of the strong, just like you cooperate with Kyongchi to harm the ferocious beasts. Ha, Chaos sneered, are you worthy of being compared with Kyongchi? Kyongchi's evil is made public and blatant, and it has never denied its evil. And your evil is vicious. In order to satisfy your greed, you make mistakes and get close to the existence you want to deal with, and use the other person's trust to make profits. Every time Kyongchi does evil, he will not kill him quickly, but will leave a glimmer of hope for the other party. When Chaos said this, he paused slightly and thought of Kyongchi's method of making the other party's life worse than death. Gu-mei, your evil is so filthy. If you want to live, you have to deprive other living beings of their living space and vitality, and you don't even want to give them any vitality. Why do you think you are worthy of being compared with Kyongchi? Kyongchi commits evil, kills, and tortures the other person, but he never lets the other person die. But when the evil ancestor does evil, he only hopes that the other party will die and disappear, so that no one will expose his evil deeds. The evil ancestor was speechless for a moment. Chaos stared at the evil ancestor with dark eyes. Gu-mei, do you think that the meeting in Shifang Domain was the first time we met? Isn't it? The evil ancestor asked. It entered the Shifang Domain accidentally. What a surprise. It means that it discovered a peerless strong man and wanted to seize the opponent's power. On the way, he saw his opponent fighting a ferocious beast. He hid in the dark and watched the battle, hoping to wait until both sides were hurt before attacking. As a result, it was blown into the Shifang Domain by an inexplicable force. Then, it can only stay here, unable to find any way out. It had had the idea of Demon King Chi before, and wanted to use him to leave here. Unexpectedly, it felt that it was in danger of death before it even got close to him, so it could only choose to hide in the Shifang Domain. But all the ferocious beasts in the Shifang Domain are powerful and have bad tempers. Don't give it a chance to get close at all. Moreover, except for the top 10 ferocious beasts in the Shifang Domain, they were either fighting or on the way to fight. If it really invades the beast's body, it will definitely expose itself. Forced to have no choice, it could only learn from the Mother of Decay, create a group of subordinates, and slowly try to succeed. The devil is created bit by bit. It uses evil spirits to inquire about the situation of every ferocious beast in the 10 directions, and then tries to find ways to control the ferocious beasts. However, it discovered during this process that the power within its body was diminishing. There is no time to delay in absorbing the power of the ferocious beast. So it chose the weakest Yu Jiao to attack, but it never thought that the relationship between Yu Jiao and the Ant Emperor was very secret. As soon as it entered the body of the Yu Jiao and absorbed a small amount of power, the Ant Emperor noticed something unusual. The Ant Emperor did not make this matter public. But it didn't dare to attack Yu Jiao again. It quietly escaped from the body of the Yu Jiao, and it was at this time that it encountered Chaos. Chaos saw at a glance that its power was fading, and found it a ferocious beast that could absorb the power. But soon, Demon King Chi discovered that the few ferocious beasts were missing. So it listened to Chaos's advice and chose to sleep, conserve its power, and wake up when the time was right. The demon ancestor recalled for a while and was very sure that he had never seen Chaos outside the Shifang territory. Of course not. When you and Shranman cooperated and the other party was corrupted, we had many dealings with each other. Chaos said, exuding black mist at the moment. The evil ancestor felt a sense of suffocation. Chaos continued, both you and Shranman have evil intentions, and there is someone behind you who is adding fuel to the flames. Your ambitions are getting bigger and bigger, and you are targeting the Chaos Gods and Demons. You are asking around for the whereabouts of the Chaos Gods and Demons. Wherever they may exist, you and Shranman will lure the Mother of Decay to disrupt the minds of the Chaos Gods and Demons. You will then use this to absorb the power of the Chaos Gods and Demons. Every time you stop it, you don't try to drain the Chaos Gods and Demons. But this time you escaped. Later, certain behaviors of Shranman were exposed. In order to preserve the inheritance of Shranman, the ancestors of Shranman immediately made an immediate decision and let Shranman disperse and hide in various universes. You are basically tied to Shranman at this time, and you can only escape with Shranman. Am I right? Chaos asked softly. The evil ancestor nodded subconsciously, but I haven't seen you during this process. Chaos smiled slightly, showing 2 tiger fangs. He was a bit cute despite being evil. Don't worry, let me finish slowly, everything will have a beginning and an end. Chaos eyes stared at the demon ancestor and continued. You first colluded with the Mother of Decay to scheme against a group of powerful people, but you found that this alone was not enough. Because Ju Chang only regards you as a tool and will not obey your orders. So you set your sights on Shranman. A group of black-hearted guys who can even plot against gods certainly don't have any conscience. You quickly let Shranman board your pirate ship. Shranman obtains the treasures from the strong, and you and the Mother of Decay divide the power of the strong. Shranman thinks that you don't know that you are cooperating with the Mother of Corruption, but you really think that Shranman doesn't know about your actions. You started to act unscrupulously and set your sights on Shranman's goo, because you found that goo was very magical. If you had the mother and child goo, you wouldn't have to go out of your way to plot against the powerful. You only need to plant the sub-goo into the body of a strong man, and the sub-goo will continuously provide power to the Mother Voodoo, and the Mother Voodoo can also control the strong man. The rulers of Shranman know your thoughts and don't want to tolerate you. Junior sister, we really can't roll anymore. Chapter 1067 Get My Power Back, more updates. After the person in power of Shranman showed his murderous intention towards you, you deliberately spread what Shranman did. Invite the powerful forces to besiege Shranman. While the person in power is besieged by the powerful forces, you join forces with the Mother of Decay so that she will never have the chance to speak out about you. However, in this process, you did not get the mother-child goo you wanted. You refused to give up the Zimu goo, so you chose to follow the Dark Master of Shranman. Because it is impossible to give such an important thing to an unknown mysterious practitioner, so the thing can only fall into the hands of the mysterious master of the Schwanman. After that, you and Schwanman came to this plane. You brought the Mother of Decay to this plane, and Schwanman brought the Chaos Law Enforcers to this plane. You guys really want to cause harm to one side wherever you go. After harming other living beings, you yourself can hide quietly. Chaos said this and asked softly, is what I said correct? The evil ancestor could only nod. It also understood at this moment that Chaos had clearly seen what it had done in the time and space retrieval. But in time and space, Chaos can only see its actions. Can't see anything more detailed. That's why Chaos is talking nonsense to it here. The demon ancestor hesitated for a moment and asked doubtfully, I really can't remember where else I have seen you. If it weren't for the fact that the person in charge of Schwanman is a Taoist. If it weren't for the beast's transformation, the demon ancestor would have suspected that Chaos was the ruler of Schwanman. I haven't appeared before. Chaos' voice was a bit cold, and his eyes were like daggers. Think about it again. The demon ancestor carefully recalled everything Chaos said. I couldn't find a place where Chaos might exist. The evil ancestor shook his head. Chaos, it's absolutely impossible for me to see you outside. Have you admitted your mistake? After all, among the thousands of universes, intertwined in time and space, there are always one or two existences similar to it. Who did it take the blame for? Ha, Gu Mei, guess why your power started to drain after you entered the Shifang realm? Chaos smiled extremely dangerously.